elected in 2010 by a point and a half. He gets reelected by a point. Then he runs for the Senate. He wins by 13/100ths of a point. And tonight he's up by 12. What happened between 2018 and 2022? COVID. Florida has been invaded by conservative voters from blue states during COVID who felt that the blue state restrictions were too tight and they left. And so to say that the electorate in Florida hasn't changed, it's changed drastically from 2018 to now. And for certainly Rick Scott's numbers show it. Rick Scott has never been a big winner in Florida.
Yeah.
He's a barely winner, point and a half point, 13/100ths of a point. Now all of a sudden Rick Scott's winning by 12 tonight.
Yeah.
What you're seeing is that electorate has changed because of COVID significantly in Florida. And that's why tonight you see the abortion referendum is losing. The marijuana legalization referendum is losing. All of that shows that it's trending much redder in Florida. And I believe it's the influx of people from 2020 to 2024, driven mostly by COVID.
And who are now calling Florida home.
Yep.
Let's go over to Rick Klein. Rick, let's check out Georgia. Where are we at this hour?
We get a significant amount of vote in, almost 2/3 of the vote. And I'm starting to focus also on the vote margin between the candidates. Right now, Donald Trump by about 190,000 votes. There's still a lot of vote to go, especially in the Atlanta metro area. But we do have numbers out of Fulton County and DeKalb County. These are really the Democratic bases. Kamala Harris doing about what she needs to do in some of these places. But if you move a little bit further out, you start to get a different portrait. Fayette County, we're keeping an eye on right now, a slight Trump edge, and big Trump numbers where he needs to be overperforming, hitting his benchmark almost exactly in Cherokee County, north of the city. The story so far really is the election day vote being heavily Republican. That's a problem for Kamala Harris because of the imbalance that we talked about in the early vote. We didn't have as much of a Democratic imbalance this time. So Democrats need to have a bigger election day. We're just not seeing signs of that yet. There's still.
This is why it's so important that you vote. When people say that your vote doesn't count, this is the stuff. You have rural places that usually vote Republican. Then you have these urban areas that are usually blue.
And just to put it in perspective,
it's just the real
78,000 advantage for Kamala Harris, and she's down by 200,000. To think about how far she'd be behind without the reporting we see from these two counties right next to each other, that's an enormous amount of vote, and it's vote that's already banked. Now we'll see what comes in. There's going to be a lot of election day vote in those in counties like that and throughout the Atlanta metro area. And these gray spots on our map are just places we don't have enough data to tell you is it going to tip to one direction or the other. So there's still some blank spots to be filled in. But again, as this number grows and this number stays stubbornly high, that's a problem for the Harris campaign.
And how much of this is early vote versus day of? Is all of the early vote in now?
We're getting almost all, about 80% of the expected early vote in so far. And
this is why it's important to vote.
Trump is leading. That again,
this is crazy.
Change from previous cycles, maybe a reversion to people's historic norms of how they voted. But Trump winning in that early vote, that is a large portion of the vote in Georgia overall.
All right, Rick Klein showing us the dynamic of the early vote this time around. Donald Trump embracing the early vote with his supporters. They did turn out in force, and we have to wait and see how in some of these other battleground states, how that's going to play out. Donald Trump leading in Georgia at this hour. When we're closing in on the 9 o'clock hour here, polls close in about 15 states, including the key battleground of Arizona.
Well,
Michigan and Wisconsin
Mademoiselle is real. It's real. This is why I like, well, it's going to be really interesting what happens. This is real. And we're going to see what happens. But, this is why voting is so freaking important. People up there talking about, well, voting is serious. Voting is very, very serious. So I'm here to let you all know it is nothing to play with. And this is why, you don't let people tell you your vote doesn't count or it doesn't matter or no, all votes matter. It really does, especially when you know that those rural people in those rural towns are going to vote. They are going to vote. And the sad part about it is I do think that if these people carry out what they want, that those same people are going to suffer because you're not part of the 1%. But we will see. Like I said, my thoughts, but we will see. So you all, I knew it was going to be a tight race. Never, all I will say is though, I'm glad Harris was still in the race because I think it would have been much worse if Biden would have stayed in. He wasn't performing well.
Right.
So yeah. So I think that's where we are. What do you think?
You know what? I totally agree. I'm glad that she stepped up and decided to do something different. Outside the norm. This is something different. Um, I think that she has a better chance than Hillary this go round. I feel like kind of the climate and the restrictions and how the women are actually getting out there to vote.
Mhm.
That's bringing some bells, and it's got a lot of people involved, and it's a good thing.
Yeah,
Let's
we don't. Like I said, we don't know yet. There's still votes coming in, but this is a nail biter, you all.
yeah.
Yeah, a lot of
South
things going
Carolina,
on.
Florida, and West Virginia. ABC News also projecting this hour Harris wins Maryland, Massachusetts, and D.C. As for electoral votes, let's take a look at the map. 27 for Harris, 105 to Donald Trump. In
Those,
one of the most
those.
important states, Georgia, 16 electoral votes up for grabs there. President Biden won that state by only 12,000 votes in 2020. Right now, you'll see Kamala Harris, 46.7%, and Donald Trump, 52.7%. 65% of the votes are in. Our CEO's Nsami joins us from Atlanta, where
votes are
suburbs
in.
could make all the difference.
Yeah.
Also, 2 Atlanta metro counties dealing with threats tonight. Where do things stand now, Steve?
Gwinnett County.
Well, Kira, some of the results are in from those 2 big counties. You used to live here. You know the counties I'm talking about. Fulton, of course, the biggest county. Vice President Harris is ahead with the votes there. DeKalb County next door, Vice President Harris is ahead there as well. But what we're seeing is that a lot of red counties across the state are leaning towards Trump. We still, though, have many more votes to count and to see how this plays out. Kira?
Steve will be talking all night. Stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night. I'm Kira Phillips. Don't go far.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like you was saying, like the rural, like
America's #1
outside towns, they are actually voting, and they when I think about Georgia, I think about Cherokee County, like she said, Dalton, like those.
In southern Georgia. But let me say what happened last time for Biden is that those black people came out in droves and they kind of cut the vote. But then, the Trump people didn't do the early vote. So they're doing the early vote now. And this is why the voting piece is so important because, I mean, the bottom line is you got to vote. This voting stuff counts. It's not they're gonna do what they want to do. They're gonna pick who they want to pick. Absolutely not. Because this is what we're seeing now. So again, nobody's clout chasing, but this is the kind of stuff you all with misinformation and disinformation, and people could say, "Well, I'm gonna lay back easy because she already got it." You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. But West Coast, we still haven't
We got the West Coast. We have New York. We got California, Washington, Oregon, those places. But like I said, you got big states like Texas. But the biggest thing is Ohio, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, here we are again.
Okay.
Hold on for a minute here.
In all the battlegrounds of Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona are now closed at this hour. ABC News can take a look at some of these numbers coming in from Michigan. Just 8%.
Now has 71.
Kamala Harris with a lead, 54 to 43. Obviously, very early in the night.
No, I'm going to stay positive.
We have no numbers yet. At the moment we do, we'll go back to the Wisconsin.
I am going to stay positive.
11 electoral votes, a key battleground state. Pennsylvania, the numbers continue to come in. 19 electoral votes up for grabs. Really a must-win state for both of these candidates. Kamala Harris with an early lead here, though, 15% of the vote in. Still far too early. North Carolina, 16 electoral votes, 38% of the vote in. Donald Trump with a lead in that state. He's leading by about 100,000 votes. We'll take a deeper dive on North Carolina in just a moment here. In Georgia, 66% of the vote in. And as you look there, Donald Trump leading by about 200,000 votes. That number has been stubborn for the last 30 minutes or so. We'll take a look at the reasons why and where Kamala Harris needs to be performing better if she's going to catch up to Donald Trump in Georgia. In Texas at this hour, we can project, ABC News now projecting that Donald Trump will win the 40 electoral votes of Texas. Donald Trump wins Texas tonight. He also wins North Dakota, 3 electoral votes. That was expected. He won by 33 points just 4 years ago.
Ooh,
South
Texas.
Dakota, Donald Trump wins 3 electoral votes. He wins Wyoming tonight, 3 more electoral votes from Wyoming. New York, the polls have closed. We're tracking the numbers coming in from New York at this hour. Minnesota, the polls have closed. In Colorado, the 9 electoral votes up for grabs. The polls have closed there. We'll track it. Louisiana, the polls have closed in Iowa and in Kansas. They closed in Nebraska and in New Mexico tonight. 5 electoral votes up for grabs. We'll continue to track that as well. The polls have closed in all of those states. Let's go right to the map. The road to 270, which is the road to the White House. As we know, Kamala Harris winning 3 states.
But we're going to keep it positive.
DC for 27 electoral votes.
Yes, but we kind of
14 states
assume
so
that we're
far,
talking
154 electoral votes. The whole team is here. Stay tuned.
Look at Oklahoma.
Coverage continues right now.
This is an ABC News special. The time has finally come.
All right, it's on commercial.
Right now, all across America, votes are being counted. Who will be your next president on this historic night with the stakes so high?
The stakes are so high.
From ABC News election headquarters in New York City, now reporting, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News live election night coverage. A majority of the polls across the U.S. are now closed, including 6 of the 7 battleground states. 9 states still open, including the last remaining swing state of Nevada. Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump racing to the magic number. They have to get their 270, as we showed you. At this hour, millions of voters remain in line, waiting to cast their ballots in what many consider to be the high-stakes election, the most consequential election.
Sparkle, we need that right now, girl. We need faith the size of mustard seed right now.
Abortion amendment, Amendment 4 in Florida, which would have added language to the Florida Constitution, the Declaration of Rights to protect the right to abortion before fetal viability or when necessary to protect a patient's health. Florida voting that down, Rachel.
Now, David, abortion is on the ballot in 10 states across the country, Florida being one of them. I want you to take a look. They needed to get 60% to pass here. 57% said yes. 43% saying no. Florida has a 6-week abortion ban right now. That is what Florida Governor Ron DeSantis signed into law there. Former President Donald Trump himself has even called that too harsh. We're going to be watching some other states tonight. These are the 10 states where abortion is going to be on the ballot. This from Florida, though, David, is notable. It's the first time that we are seeing abortion on the ballot actually fail, because you remember that abortion on the ballot has won in every single state, including conservative states like Kentucky, Ohio, and Kansas. It's also going to be on the ballot tonight in 2 battlegrounds, Nevada and Arizona. This is going to be a major blow to Democrats and also just abortion rights advocates. Take a look at this map. This is the abortion restrictions after Roe versus Wade was overturned. And I really want you to pay attention here to the South. Florida has a 6-week abortion ban. So does Georgia, as well as South Carolina. There's almost nowhere to go in the South for women who are seeking abortion care. They have to travel very far. That's why Democrats really wanted to see this pass.
Let's go over to Kate Shaw, our legal analyst. Kate, what do you make of this?
Well, so of course it's right that under Florida's rules, this amendment failed. But you look at the numbers, 57% of Floridians actually did vote to protect abortion under the state's constitution. So it just has a higher threshold than other states. So of course it's right, this amendment failed. But I also think the data tells us that even a lot of voters, presumably, who voted for Donald Trump also voted to protect abortion. I think the question is, Kamala Harris has tried to make the case that even though abortion is only on the ballot,
not the lovely, be careful.
It's really on the ballot everywhere because it matters so much who the president is, what the law surrounding abortion will be. The question is how that message resonates, if at all, in other states.
And in particular in Florida, Kate, to vote it down and to vote for Donald Trump, when you look out west to Nevada and Arizona, where it's also on the ballot, it's going to get into this whole notion of, sort of a split ticket, whether or not you vote for the amendment, but then you don't vote for Kamala Harris. You don't tie the two together.
So I think we're going to see throughout the night how much voters are separating these issues out. But of course, in these states, there are lower thresholds for actually voting to protect abortion. And maybe you will see if Florida voters thought, well, abortion will be protected in our state, we can still vote for Donald Trump because, we'll have protections here for voting for this amendment. That may or may not be true, depending on if Trump is elected president, what happens at
mademoiselle.
with respect to abortion. But there may be complex calculuses going on about kind of what state law will mean with respect to abortion.
It's crazy.
The federal government could do with respect
There's some fights.
Absolutely. We're going to continue to track it, particularly in those western swing states. Let's go back over to the map. Rick, you're studying North Carolina right now, 41% of the vote in, and Donald Trump leads by about 100,000 votes at this point.
Yeah, and it's really a kind of a microcosm of the divided country, because it's not that Kamala Harris isn't hitting her numbers. She is largely hitting the numbers, doing about what she needs to against the 538 benchmarks, about what she needs to do when you compare it to what Joe Biden did. We're looking at Asheville, which is the kind of the blue dot in that western mountain range that was hit so hard by the hurricane. She's overperforming the expectations there. A lot of this so far is the early vote. We'll see what else rolls in. But Donald Trump is doing exactly what he needs to be doing outside of Charlotte, in the suburbs, in the more rural areas outside of there. Donald Trump running ahead of where he needs to win the state, according to our 538 numbers. And that's a county, Union County, now that has 94% of the vote in already. So it's a significant amount of vote. Davidson County, another example of this, where he's slightly ahead of his benchmark. So we're seeing them run, kind of an even race in the places we have a lot of data right now. We'll see where it lands at the end of the night. But Trump is turning out people in very red parts of the state and across the country.
They know that their vote is important.
Competitive. The Trump base is out in force.
Let's look at Nash County. Can you find Nash County for me? It's one of these boomerang counties that went for Trump, but then went for Biden. Also, New Hanover.
Oh, this is crazy.
In North Carolina here. We probably should take a slightly deeper dive on whether or not
Nash County is Trump is winning.
Yeah, right. So it's right here, right outside of Raleigh. This is one of those that we're watching, as you mentioned, David, because there's a possibility, at least for Democrats, to flip counties like this. You see how close Hillary Clinton came, how close Joe Biden came. Right now, Kamala Harris not quite over the finish line. Donald Trump winning by about 1,800 votes in Nash County, and the benchmark would suggest he doesn't even need to win that county.
Yeah.
It could slip away from him, and he'd still be in line. This is a small county. But you're right, it's emblematic of what's going on across the state and really across the region and the country.
And it could be a bellwether, in fact, because this is what Donald Trump is trying to do, is flip some of this territory back his way from 4 years ago. We'll just keep our eye on it. I want to take this out to Byron Pitts because he's in Asheville tonight. And Byron, there was a lot of concern, obviously, over the victims of Hurricane Helene and whether or not they would be able to vote. And both campaigns saying that they did like what they saw on the ground as far as the effort to help people have their voices heard. And what have you seen there on the ground?
But David, this has to be one of the feel-good stories of this election night, regardless of which side wins. David, you spent a lot of time here after the hurricane. You saw the devastation firsthand. It is remarkable, the turnout here. Western North Carolina outperformed the rest of the state in early voting. And that's a good sign for the Trump campaign. As you guys have been discussing, Western North Carolina has been reliably Trump country, and he has to do well here, and he is doing well here. The voting is high. There are parts of the western part of the state, where they've had to vote in tents. We talked to one voter, a pastor, who called the response here in Western North Carolina, he calls it the miracle in the mountains. This is a man, consider this. He had to drive 1 hour and 45 minutes to vote. He had to leave his house, drive into Tennessee, circle a mountain, come back to his community, cross a river before he could vote. And it speaks to not just the resilience of the people in this part of the country, but also their commitment to democracy. But David, I talked to a member of the Trump campaign here in North Carolina. He said the race in North Carolina tonight is as tight as a facelift. And so while they're doing well in North Carolina, there are other areas of the state that look favorable for Kamala Harris. 55.4%.
No, Hope Life, you vote for who you want to, babe. It's not that. It's not that.
That went to women.
This is what we do in the United States. Whoever wins,
uncommitted
but
voters,
yeah,
first time
we
voters,
know who we
which is
want
an
to win, but if they
indication
don't
that
win,
young
that's
people
fine.
are voting in high numbers here.
So anyway,
There are
yeah, we're
people
not
standing
upset
in
at
line
anybody.
still in Charlotte in some of the university areas. likely young voters, also potentially a good sign for the Harris campaign. I know earlier you and Lindsay were talking about black voters in North Carolina. I want to mention to you the central part of the state and North Carolina A&T. North Carolina A&T is the largest HBCU in the country. Aggie pride runs deep in this state.
It does.
So expect Harris to do well in that state, that part of the state, and also in eastern North Carolina, where A&T has one of its largest alumni chapters. So there's a lot going on in North Carolina, still tight, and both camps see reason to be optimistic at this point.
Byron Pitt's on the ground in Asheville. You can see they still have so much work ahead of them in the cleanup of the aftermath of Hurricane Helene. Rick, let's pull up North Carolina since we've heard so much from Byron on this, and let's visit a couple more of these areas one more time. Can you get to Wake County, obviously the Research Triangle, Raleigh, Durham County right around there. Let's just see how both candidates are performing according to the benchmark of where they would need to be at this hour.
Yeah, the Research Triangle, where you have Durham with Duke University and University of North Carolina, just one county over. This is an area where Democrats have really leaned in and try to get as many of the votes as they can. You see Hillary Clinton's numbers tick up a little bit to Joe Biden. Kamala Harris so far tonight with about 3/4 of the vote in, doing better than either of the previous two Democratic candidates. And that is about what she needs to be getting in a place like Wake County. So you see these big numbers and you see her getting 140,000 votes more than Donald Trump there. That is what she needs to be doing in a state where she currently is trailing. We don't have a lot of vote yet in Durham, but this is going to be heavily for Kamala Harris. The numbers in Orange County, again, that's where UNC Chapel Hill is. You're seeing again Harris about hitting the numbers that she needs to at the 538 in the 538 benchmarks. So this area is coming through for her. There's no question about that. Again, though, those gains are being offset by Trump gains elsewhere in the state. Just to look down at Brunswick County, it's an area where Donald Trump's running a little ahead of his benchmark. And as we were discussing a little earlier outside Charlotte, again, these are places where Donald Trump should be winning, and he is winning by a little bit more than he'd be expected to.
It's kind of interesting what we're seeing here in some of these counties. He's overperforming slightly, and so is she in some of the urban areas and some of the areas, the Research Triangle in particular, and with students. Let's go over to Charlotte. Let's just check out Charlotte one more time, Mecklenburg, and just see where we are in benchmark.
Yeah, we have almost nothing in from Charlotte so far. It's just about all the early by mail votes. So we're going to have to wait to see how that comes in.
And at least in the early by vote, she's outperforming where she needs to be. So again, this is kind of an unfinished story here, obviously, in North Carolina. 41% of the vote in, and appears to be quite a tight race here in North Carolina. What do we know about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, Pennsylvania, we've been watching really closely because so far the Harris team has to like what it sees. Now, a lot of the vote has come in so far has been early. And as we've mentioned, early vote is not as big a story as it is elsewhere. But Harrisburg, as an example right now, that county, Donald Trump not getting anywhere near where he would need on the 538 benchmarks. And Kamala Harris, again, it's early. We'll see where it goes, running significantly ahead of where the previous Democrats have. You asked me a little bit earlier about Scranton and about Wilkes-Barre, Lackawanna County, another story where Harris, with about 2/3 of the vote in, running ahead of the 538 numbers, running ahead of Donald Trump. Luzerne County, that is one that has slipped away from Democrats. If these numbers hold, that would be a true surprise. I wouldn't be surprised if they change as the night goes on. And we've been focused in on those collar counties. We're waiting for a lot of vote to come in from them, but Harris running ahead of the 538 benchmarks and ahead of Joe Biden, Hillary Clinton's numbers. That is probably the most closely watched of those Philadelphia suburban counties. It's about 5-6% of the vote overall. And we're, of course, waiting on a lot of vote out of Philadelphia. And if you just look at this, you see those big blue dots at the eastern part of the state. Once again, those are places we're waiting for vote. Those red dots, though, are significant, and they add up as they move across the state.
20% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris with an early lead here. And again, so much of the vote still needs to be counted, but you got to wonder if we're looking, and it's early, I'm just saying, if we're looking at this blue wall strategy coming to life as we're watching these numbers come in from Georgia, where she's not hitting some of the benchmarks she needs. In North Carolina, still kind of an untold story. Pretty close, actually, when you dig into those counties and see where the vote still remains. But in Pennsylvania, at least with the early vote so far, it appears that she's hitting some of the benchmarks that she hoped to and outperforming them, particularly in the collar counties there with some more conservative leaning suburbs of Philadelphia. So quite a story unfolding here. So this is where the numbers come in. This is where it actually gets really interesting. So don't go away. We'll dig back into Pennsylvania. Michigan also, the first numbers coming in from Michigan. We'll look at it all right after the break. Don't go away. ABC News live coverage of the presidential election continues right after this.
It's a lot going on, Queen Tulsa.
It is. And do you notice that they keep comparing her to Hillary Clinton, like her numbers and things like that? Which I can, I mean, I can see why they would do that.
Yeah,
When you're talking
they're comparing her to Hillary Clinton and to Biden because they're looking at those numbers where they were. Some places she's overperforming, some places she's not. The only reason why this is a tight race because Trump did not believe in early voting and wound up really losing. Now they believe in voting. This is why I can't understand why people, for the life of me, says that your vote doesn't count. I mean, we're seeing with these early votes that these people are counting these votes, and your vote counts. I mean, in Atlanta, the urban vote is going to count. Don't think though that your rural vote doesn't count because the rural vote, when people vote, actually cuts in to the other people. Even if you don't win that county, you can kind of cut that lead so that they don't have to lift the boat so high in the places like Atlanta and Fulton County and Gwinnett County and DeKalb County, those places. But when you don't have those votes, you got to pray that those people in the urban areas really vote.
absolutely, that's why it's so important. I see a lot of people checking in. We got Texas, Michigan, we've got
Mm-hmm.
Pennsylvania in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is intense. You might as well say it's intense now.
Yeah. The states are still counting votes. You all are very right about that. It's going to be a nail biter. I am not sad. I'm just really intently watching. At this particular point, y'all, I don't get over. I just sit and watch. I'm not telling people like somebody came in here and talking about Trump and stuff, baby. That's not what this is about. This is about people voting. We're looking at the votes. Now, no lie, if Trump wins, I'm going to be extremely disappointed. But I'm gonna wash my face and continue working and watch things happen. So we will see. Um, but we will see. That's all I can say, y'all. We will see. Who knows? She'll come back and win. We don't know because the vote is tight. So we still got Michigan. We still got Pennsylvania. We still got Wisconsin. We still got Ohio. We have California, which we know always usually goes blue. We got Washington. We got Oregon, which usually goes blue. So we will see what happens. So that's all I can say. I think it's just going to be very close.
Yeah.
So we're back.
All right.
With the Emmy.
Well, we are almost back.
I'm really excited.
Welcome back to Election Night 2024 on ABC. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to our live election night coverage right here on ABC.
Well, we knew he was going to win Arkansas.
He's
winning all of those
Vice President Kamala Harris picking up the 3 electoral votes. She wins the state of Delaware, and in the Senate race there,
I knew she was
the
going to
Democrat
win
Congresswoman Lisa Blunt Rochester, 4-term Congresswoman,
Okay.
looking to become the new senator in that open seat. She wins that race, and Rachel Scott, this is quite a win.
Yeah. It is, David. History made here in Delaware. Lisa Blunt Rochester becoming the
CNN
first
projecting Harris as PA.
in this state. David, I had a chance to sit down with her just a few weeks ago. We talked about the history that she was going to be potentially making. She told me she's going to be thinking about all the little girls, not only just having Vice President Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket, but also the history that she could be making in this state as well. David, we're also going to be keeping our eye also on one more state, and this is going to be Maryland, where Angela Alsobrooks is running, also has a chance to make history tonight. She's running against former Governor Larry Hogan in this state as well. Angela Alsobrooks, close ally of Vice President Kamala Harris, a very close friend, But if she were to win this race, this would be the first time that we would ever see two Black women serving in the Senate at the same time.
This has been a fascinating race to actually watch because the two are somewhat friendly in their
Yes.
debate. I don't know, it was the most cordial debate I saw in
It
this
really
entire
was.
election cycle. They started out by saying, I have respect for you. I have respect for you. We worked together when he was the governor and she was the county executive. But we'll be watching that race very carefully.
Oh
as Bill
Lord,
Tilden,
let's
of
see
course,
what's happening.
popular Republican governor who went against Trump at certain points during the Trump administration, looking to compete in a heavily Democratic state. But history already made, though, in the state of Delaware. Rachel, thanks. Rick Klein, what are you seeing in Michigan?
Yeah, we're just our first glimpse into the numbers in Michigan. It's an interesting state because it's one of them that actually made it easier to start processing and counting those ballots. They also did in-person voting in Michigan for the first time on a widespread way. We should note that everything we're seeing here, it's kind of mixed. Some election day, it's some early vote. We also have seen nothing at all from Wayne County, which is Detroit and near
Detroit.
something we're going to talk about a lot so far. But Washtenaw County, right outside
Yes,
of Detroit,
BMW.
that's an area where Kamala Harris needs to be doing extremely well. And we're tracking her below, so far, her benchmark with about half the vote in. She's not quite hitting that number. And it's an area where Joe Biden really cleaned up. Did better than Hillary Clinton's number right now, at least. Again, it's hard to tell because we don't have a full portrait of the
You
picture.
don't.
That's University of Michigan. That's Ann Arbor.
Ann Arbor, University of Michigan, a liberal area of the state. It's also got some suburban areas that a good number of Republicans live there as well. Oakland County, another big county that we're going to be watching all night tonight. And you can see from the 538 numbers, Harris a little bit ahead of where she would want to be. But we're going to see this storyline continually. Republican parts of the state, Donald Trump hitting his numbers just about everywhere. I haven't found many places yet where he isn't hitting where he wants
and
to
that's
be.
the thing, you
in
all.
terms of the
People
538
are
benchmarks.
consistent with
And
their
Trump is
voting.
the turnout machine, even if it wasn't on the ground the same way it was for the Democrats, seems to have been working, at least in these initial numbers in Michigan and elsewhere.
Let's get right to Juju Chang. She's in Detroit for us. And Juju, President Biden won. This was his biggest win of the swing states, about 54,000 votes, and obviously considered part of this blue wall that Kamala Harris is trying to keep.
And they're trying to shore up the cracks in the blue wall, David. Absolutely. You know, the Secretary of State was here just moments ago telling us that she believes the votes here will be tabulated between midnight and 6 a.m.
Midnight and 6
Now, we
a.m.
spoke earlier to the Macomb County clerk, and he believes it's a big night for Team Trump. That said, we spoke earlier to the COO of the Detroit Board of Elections, and he said, look, we're on pace to have the count tonight, and we believe there's going to be turnout of more than 50% in Detroit, which is a number that might be of interest to the Harris campaign. Now, the Detroit election official says there's been no chaos, no pandemonium, no banging on the windows like there was 4 years ago. He says he jokingly said he thought he heard them singing Kumbaya in the hall.
All right,
David?
Juju Chang in Michigan. We'll be checking back in with you, Juju. I'm looking at North Carolina, less than 100,000 votes, about a 70,000 vote margin between the two candidates. Stay tuned here. The numbers are just coming in. They're just getting interesting.
It's not looking good, but we're going to keep hope.
Go away.
We will see. There's a lot of things going on. Hold on, y'all.
Well, they said midnight to 6.
Yeah, I just think it's a whole lot of voting to count, but you all, like I said, we don't know, and we'll have to really see. So, what do you all think that's going to happen? Pennsylvania, we're going with Harris. I believe that Pennsylvania will probably go with Harris. I think Michigan will go. I'm banking on Wisconsin because Tim Walz is the governor there, so I'm going on that. Ohio, we'll see. But you all, we really don't know. I knew it was going to be a close race. Those polls were polling, and I knew it was going to be a close race. That, no doubt. But we will see. This is why I don't get caught up in all of the fanfare of the people showing up in stadiums and all of that, because the bottom line is, like Obama say, don't boo, vote. And I get you, President Obama, because a lot of people be booing, but they ain't voting. So he says, go vote. We know that it's very, very, very important. I believe it's still early, like I said earlier this day. Oh, yeah, I do too, Hershey. But you always look, because you just need 270, girl. And that's the problem with Hillary. Even though she had the popular vote, she did not have the electoral college. And this is, Biden had to win both. So here we are back again, y'all.
And good evening, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. You are watching ABC News, and the race to the White House at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. More polls closed across the country, including 6 of the 7 battleground states. And we are seeing results come in from several states now. ABC News projecting Trump will win North Dakota, South Dakota, Louisiana, and Texas. ABC News also projects Harris will win Delaware, Maryland, Rhode Island, and Massachusetts. As for electoral votes, right now, 30 for Harris, 162 to Donald Trump. As you know, to win, a candidate needs 270. In Florida, with 86% of the expected vote reporting, the Florida abortion ballot initiative is projected to fail. It got 57% of the vote. It needed 60% of the vote to pass. The referendum would have put abortion rights into the state constitution. It's the first time since Roe was overturned that abortion rights have been on the ballot, put directly to voters, and failed. Let's get to our Deputy Political Director, Avery Harper. Avery, exit poll numbers starting to come in as well as voters begin to fill in their ballots. What are some of the key concerns?
Right. When we look at some of this preliminary exit poll data, what we see is that the state of democracy has actually edged out the economy as the #1 issue that voters care about as they consider who to vote for, followed by the economy. Abortion, you see there in the middle with 14% of voters saying that. Immigration, which has been an issue that the Trump campaign has really leaned into, falling there at the 4th slot at 11%, and foreign policy at the end.
Wow. All right, Avery Harper, thank you so much. We'll talk through the night. Let's head to Arizona now, where we find ABC's Elizabeth Schulze. Elizabeth, you're in Phoenix, which is in Maricopa County, the most populous county in the state. The polls there have now closed. What can you tell us about early voting there so far?
So, Kara, it was record voting across the state of Arizona. And here in Maricopa County, now that the polls have closed, they will start to tabulate those ballots. About 60% of all of Arizona's ballots will be counted here. We asked the Secretary of State today how long he expects that process will take. He said this could take 10 to 13 days. So these results could still take some time, Kira. A reminder that President Biden just narrowly won this state by 10,000 votes back in 2020. That was the first time that a Democrat won Arizona since 1996. So this is expected to be a tight race, but we are hearing from an official from the Arizona GOP. They're optimistic about turnout today from Republicans. We're really going to be closely watching those independent voters here, Kira.
All right, Elizabeth Schulze there in Phoenix for us. Thank you so much. All right. So, Avery, let's talk about the economy. It was interesting looking at how the various concerns for voters in the exit polls fanned out there. The economy clearly at the top there. I was actually surprised at how low immigration stood, considering all the coverage we've been doing on both of those issues for the past couple of weeks.
Right. We know that perceptions of the economy have been something that have been driving folks to head to the polls. And when you look at this exit poll data, preliminary exit poll data that we're seeing, you see that 32% say the condition of the economy is excellent or good, and 67% say not so good or poor. And that is something that the Trump campaign has been leaning into.
Avery, thank you. I'm Kira Phillips. Stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night. And this just in. Go ahead. New York for Harris. Okay, they're projected by ABC News. There you go. News happening 62. By the second. Stay with us. We'll continue
62.
bringing you all the latest results throughout the night.
Well, that was big, Tulsa.
Luke Bryan, Peyton Manning, and Lainey Wilson.
That was big, Tulsa. New York for Harris. I kind of figured that was going to go that route. So New York actually came in for Harris. So 62. So that is 62. So it is 162. 162 to 62. So, we will see 100. So we'll need to see what happens. We'll see what happens with Michigan. New York for Harris. Harris numbers are going to shoot up, and then Trump is going to claim fraud. New York for Harris. The media is driving this drama. They are. You know, the media's got to drive the drama, baby. I do. But you all, I think it is going to be a close race. I think this year, Trump urged his people to vote early, where he lost to Biden last year because of the early vote. This is where the urban areas are critical, and this is where people got to vote. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't sure about New York. Yeah, with all those illegals she got there. Look, Hope Life, we're not gonna do that. We're just looking at this. I hadn't said anything negative towards that, so keep it cute. Keep it cute. Keep it cute. She won New York because those people voted. Illegals are not allowed to vote. So please keep it cute. And if you're going to say something that's truthful. Okay? I want to keep you in here. You know, but if you're not going to do that, I'm just going to just block you.
All right. I'm back, Pastor.
Yeah, we're keeping it positive. Like I said, I don't know who's going to win, but whoever wins, they win. And I will say there will be a peaceful transfer of power. Hopefully, I know the Democrats did. Now, even though there was not riots but protests, we are allowed to peacefully protest. That's what we do. Okay, so let me see. I think we're back, Tulsa.
Project. ABC
All right,
News
let's
projecting
go.
that the state of New York, 28 electoral votes. Kamala Harris has won the state of New York. In Rhode Island, 4 electoral votes. Vice President Harris wins the 4 votes there. Former President Donald Trump winning the state of Louisiana, 8 electoral votes. He picks up from Louisiana. Let's go right to the map, the race to 270. Kamala Harris winning 6 states and Washington, D.C., 62 electoral votes. Donald Trump winning 15 states, 162 electoral votes in the march to 270. We do have a Senate projection. ABC News can report that in the state of New York, Senator Kirsten Gillibrand will serve a 3rd term. She was seeking the 3rd term. She wins it handily tonight. She'll return to the Senate. Let's get right to the team here. Rick, what are you seeing there in North Carolina?
Yeah, North Carolina is one we have our eyes on because it seems like every serve is being met with a volley as we get into the numbers here. To look at Raleigh, Wake County, that's a place where Kamala Harris needs to be doing very well. She's doing almost exactly what she needs to be doing, and of course, very well in the bluer parts of the Research Triangle area. But when you get out into Trump country, it looks like Trump numbers, and it's really remarkable to see these numbers tracking
Because those people are voting.
Percentage point of our 538 numbers. And just around within a percentage point or so of what we've seen in the past with past Democrats. We've been talking a little bit about Nash County. We're up to almost 90% reporting there in what's something of a bellwether county, a potential swing county. Biden was able to eke out a victory here. Trump is now on the other side of a potential win in that part of the state. So it's really interesting because you can see the candidate strategies in action with Harris seemingly effectively driving up the vote in some more liberal areas. We're waiting on a lot of vote right here in Mecklenburg County. That is Charlotte. Charlotte 10% in right now. Too early to really draw too much into it. It's a big part of the state, but an area where Democrats have had turnout problems in the past.
Yeah, only 10% of the vote in. And what's the benchmark she needs to be hitting there?
Yeah, she needs to be getting about 6. Let's look at the number. She gets to be at 67%. She's at 63. Again, it depends on the vote type right now.
Right.
But we don't really have a lot to say about it yet. But that's going to be key if she's going to overcome that deficit of now 115,000 votes with about a little more than half of the vote in.
Let's look at Georgia. What do we see?
Yeah, so Georgia's trending a little bit worse, at least in our numbers right now for Harris. 210,000. Trump seems to be in a pretty good position right now, but we're still waiting on so much vote. But just to take you around a little bit, the Atlanta metro area, we've seen a significant amount of vote in Fulton County. It's a place where Harris has to be winning big, and she is winning big, almost exactly hitting her benchmark. DeKalb County, again, almost exactly at that number. Places where she's racking up big numbers because she's then bleeding support elsewhere in the state, including in some of the outlying suburbs of Atlanta. Donald Trump doing very well in a lot of these places and just bringing up these 19, 20,000, 40,000 votes in all these different counties across the state. And that's why you see now this edge beginning to emerge of 211,000 votes. Gwinnett County is going to be very important here.
Yes, it is.
9% of the entire state. Right now, Harris up about 60-40 there with only about 16% of the vote in. We're going to look at this all night. These are where we think the votes are. Those big blue dots seem to suggest there's a lot there, but all those red dots add up as well. So there's still a good amount of Republican vote. And again,
Just explain
Trump
that,
has
if you
an
will,
edge right
again,
now.
for the audience looking. The size of those dots actually is proportional to the amount of vote that we believe is still outstanding.
Yeah, for every county, some of them are blue counties, some of them are red counties, some are more purple. And so if it's a 50-50 county, you're not going to get a lot of vote edge one way or the other. But this is really Atlanta and the suburbs. Some of these overlapping dots are so big because the vote share is so large in that area. Some of the smaller blue dots, all of it adds up to a lot of vote that is still out. But we're edging up to about 3/4 of the vote in, and we've seen nights like this.
Toast, I'm about to get my dinner in a few minutes.
It's
So
really interesting. A lot of what you just showed us shows Kamala Harris hitting her benchmark or actually surpassing it.
It is.
But then Donald Trump actually doing even better than.
See, this is what I'm saying. Those people are in the rural areas. They are running up those numbers.
I'm hearing that they're
they are
they're still very excited.
Like you said,
about what
it's
they're seeing.
consistent.
They're cautiously optimistic about North Carolina. They feel like there's not enough there for the Harris campaign to make up the ground that they need to make up. They're happy about what's happening in Ohio, that they seem to be up by 10 at this point. And historically, Ohio's been in our party sort of a mental issue where if we're not winning by 10 in Ohio, we're worried about everything else. And that number looks good. There is some, they're nervous about Pennsylvania. There's a lot of vote that's out there. They know that there is a ton of early vote that hasn't even been touched. So there's no arrogance about that. But now all the attention is going to start moving to that blue wall. Virginia being tied is another issue that is getting them excited. They weren't expecting Virginia to be tied. There's 60% of the vote in, I think, about now in Virginia. The fact that that's tied and in the suburbs, Trump did not do that badly around Washington, D.C.
Could be a signal for other states. The Harris campaign not expecting to lose Virginia, but Rick, can you show us the map that gives us the proportional look at the outstanding vote in Virginia?
Yeah, and there's a plenty of Democratic vote. This is the Washington, D.C. suburbs. This is Richmond in the area. This is Norfolk, Virginia Beach area. Lots of Democrats. Some of these, though, are lighter blue, which means it could be more of a mix. And we still have a lot of vote left from Roanoke and from other redder parts of the state. But yeah, you add it all up, and Reince is right to point this out, because right now there is something going on where you're just not seeing the kind of numbers that you would expect in some of these suburban areas. Biden in Prince William County, 62% of the vote. Hillary Clinton, 58%. So Harris is down now to 57. So she's still winning, just not winning by the same kind of numbers. And when you balance that out with the redder parts of the state, where you see Donald Trump racking up the big numbers over and over again, that's how you get as close as it is right now in Virginia. And just, remember how close Virginia is to North Carolina and Georgia. We're talking about similar types of voters. So the fact that they're battling it out in Virginia shouldn't really be a surprise. A lot of the folks that live there are seeing some of the same media, they're seeing some of the same advertising, and they may be responding to some of the same cross pressures. Similarly, as we talk about the blue wall that Reince was mentioning in the upper Midwest, a lot of those voters have overlap as well.
Which is why Ryan says they're not getting ahead of themselves either, because Pennsylvania so far, at least at this point, looks like it has some promising signs for the Harris campaign and their effort to try to reach suburban voters, like in the collar counties around Philadelphia, which you had showed us. She seems to be doing well, and in Allegheny County as well. Well, where do those numbers stand?
Yeah, so I show you Allegheny, which is Pittsburgh. That is just a Democratic stronghold right now. It used to be even stronger Democratic, but you've seen the numbers get a little bit higher with the last couple of elections, and with about half the vote in right now in the Pittsburgh area. Yeah, the numbers are getting hit. The 538 benchmark would suggest she's running ahead of where she needs to go. And yeah, you mentioned the Philadelphia suburbs. Still not a lot of vote in places like Chester County, but Harris is getting at least close to her numbers. Montgomery County hitting a little bit above it right now. And Bucks, I'm still watching, because that kind of margin, if that carries through the night, would be really surprising and would bode well for her chances. We're still waiting on about 3/4 of the vote in Philadelphia, which is just a monster in that state. There's so much vote out there. And as you'd expect, Harris is carrying it handily. 112,000 votes that she's getting out of the city of Philadelphia. That's almost, there's about 2/3 or 3/4 of the margin she has in the entire state right now.
Let's swing over to Rachel Scott at the other board. And Rachel, you're looking at the Senate race. I know Bob Casey looking to hold on to his seat, famous name in Pennsylvania. Obviously, his father in politics as well many years ago. Dave McCormick challenging him. And where does that race stand? I saw a moment ago, it looked like he was underperforming Harris in some respects, at least in Allegheny County.
Yeah, let's take a look at where it stands statewide right now. This is how we can compare how the presidential candidates are doing at the top of the ticket to the Senate candidates in this race. So you have Vice President Kamala Harris statewide, 52%. Again, very early, 30% of the vote in right now. Bob Casey also at 52. You mentioned the area around Pittsburgh, Allegheny County. Let's take a look at where that stands and how these two compare here. You have Vice President Kamala Harris, 65%, Bob Casey, 65 as well. Also going to be looking at Scranton. He's from Scranton, home to President Joe Biden. You could see he's performing a little bit better than Vice President Kamala Harris here. In the final stretch, David, Bob Casey has been running ads in this state, really painting himself as an independent that bucked President Biden when it came to tariffs and also sided with former President Donald Trump. He has been trying to find the middle ground here because he is fully aware that if Vice President Kamala Harris does not do well here, it could impact his race as well.
Let's swing it out to Matt Gutman, who's on the ground in Pennsylvania. Matt, what are you hearing?
I'm hearing that it looks like Senator Casey has a very good chance here. I mean, from the beginning, Governor Josh Shapiro and others have told me that he is the most likely to win here. His father was a governor. He is the son of a very famous family here, also from Scranton, like former President Biden. And McCormick's got a big knock against him, and that is that he hasn't really lived in the state. He lives mostly in Connecticut, and that is something that apparently has affected voters here. Now, there's another thing I want to talk about, and that is the results and the timing of the results, David. I spoke to Governor Shapiro, and he's been very adamant about accuracy being first, also the vote being safe and fair. But officials here understand that they are in a race against the clock. You remember back in 2020, it took almost 5 days to tabulate the vote here. That delta between the elections and the results left all of this space for rumor and conspiracy theory, which was jumped upon by the Trump administration. That's happening again already. But this time, they aim to do it much more quickly. They have more voting machines, although they still are not allowed to pre-process the mail-in ballots until 7 a.m. on Election Day. But the state funding that goes to the counties that's tied to their election funding stipulates that they cannot stop counting once they have started until they are completely done. So they've got rotating crews going round the clock to count the votes. Most of the counties tell me they hope to have it done at some point tomorrow afternoon. One thing to look at is Erie County. At last glance, they have about only 1% in. Officials there telling me there is massive voter turnout. And because there was a snafu with their mail-in ballots, the vendor sent them to the wrong addresses. Some people didn't get them. I was told that counting the mail-in ballots could take an additional days, possibly even weeks. So that could take a long time. And of course, Erie County is a pivotal swing county that has swung from side to side over the past several elections, David.
Yeah, one of those boomerang counters are going to be watching very closely, Erie up in the northwestern part of Pennsylvania. Matt, thanks so much. Let's go to the wall here. You can see the 3 blue wall states right up there right now. Kamala Harris with a lead early in the night in all 3 of those states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all about the same margin, by the way, 52 to 47 Pennsylvania, a similar lead in Michigan, and with 18% of the vote in Wisconsin, 51-47. Lindsay, I know we're getting some exit poll data from voters, how independents are breaking in these so-called 3 blue wall states or Rust Belt states, as they're called.
And obviously, the independent voter, highly coveted by both campaigns. It's not voting so well for Kamala Harris for those independent voters in Pennsylvania. You see 24% of those voters, pretty significant amount, about a quarter of those voters in Pennsylvania identify as independent, and they are breaking by 6 points for Donald Trump. He actually is doing 6 points better this election than he did in 2020. But Michigan and Wisconsin, a little bit more hope for the Harris campaign. She's actually leading when it comes to the independent voters by 3 points compared to Donald Trump. And Wisconsin, more of the same there, where she's leading by 4 points with the independent votes. But Donald Trump doing 5 points better with the independent voters in Wisconsin in 2020. He's doing 1 point better in Michigan when it comes to the independent voter.
Mary Bruce, this makes me think of you and your reporting these last couple of days, the Harris campaign telling you that this was going to be very close, and they said they knew that.
Yeah.
And yep, they did. They did.
Very close, still very
Very
tight, and a
close.
long way to go. I mean, that is the message coming out of the Harris campaign tonight. I think they are encouraged and buoyed by what they are seeing in Pennsylvania. I think, when it comes to Georgia, I'm hearing that they are pointing particularly to the suburban support that they're getting there. They say they are tracking slightly above expectations among suburban early voters in Georgia. They also are pointing to the rural turnout in Georgia. They say they're not seeing signs of some surging rural turnout. They, of course, are waiting for results from those larger rural counties. But look, they have said all along their most straightforward path is to win the blue wall states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. They have put a lot of energy and effort into those 3 states. But again, they always said this was going to be a tight race that was going to be won in the margins.
That race it is.
Troubling signs for Democrats throughout the Sun Belt, whether it's in the non-battleground states like Virginia or like Florida, or whether it's in the battleground states, Georgia and North Carolina. Look, anybody can still win there, but you don't see any sign that Kamala Harris is running away with anything. What I just heard from a top Democrat who is following this as close as anybody, it was always going to come down to the blue wall. Everything else is gravy. Think about what that means, David. If those are the only states that she wins in the battleground, you get to 270 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. She wins because she won a single electoral vote in one of 2 states that divides their votes, the city of Omaha in Nebraska. And that's what they're looking at right now. I mean, look, we have a long way to go, but that ultimately is looking more and more like the path that Kamala Harris is going to need to get elected president.
And part of that coalition, if she hopes to get to 270 tonight, includes the independent voters. I would think that seeing the way they're breaking in Pennsylvania, at least early in the preliminary exits, is not terribly encouraging, though independents, Lindsay was pointing out, Michigan and Wisconsin are breaking her way, again, according to the preliminary exit polls. And in fact, we've got some great new numbers coming in from Wisconsin that we can dig into and really see how both campaigns are doing here right after the break. Don't go away. ABC News live coverage of the presidential race continues. Wisconsin up on deck here. We're going to look at the numbers from that state in just a moment.
Coming up, we're live in the battleground zone.
So Queen Tulsa.
Yes.
It's gonna be cool.
It seems like she needs 99 electoral votes and he needs 158.
Yeah. So we will see. It's gonna be a close one.
Yeah.
I think they knew it. So y'all look, I'm gonna eat my noodles. So y'all gonna see me put some food in my mouth. I'm gonna have a mukbang. That's what they call it.
I just actually finished my food. I had these wraps Honey had brought home. That's what I'm doing. Sweet Jesus, yes. It's a lot. It's tight.
Really tight. But like you said, I just think that we got to look at these states, and it looked really bad at the beginning. It always looks bad, but I think it's going to be very close, and we will see if their math is mathing.
Yeah. Well, the mail-in ballots. So I'm thinking, did somebody decide that they were just going to mail it yesterday, or somebody mailed it today? We don't know.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot going on. But a lot of people think that she's going to win, and then Donald Trump is going to start crying foul. So that's what they think.
I hope not. He got the presidency at one point in time,
Yeah, but like I said, you all, this is like I said, we'll see what happens. And for the people who are Donald Trump fans, you're fine to be over here, but we're just keeping it straight numbers and what we're doing. I have my thoughts on Donald Trump, and I'm sure people have. Then I have my thoughts on Harris, but we're not here to like y'all won, we lost, and whoever wins wins, and I want people to be able to celebrate. And if she does lose, heaven forbid, and I say heaven forbid, it will be sad. However, if she wins, I'm gonna be happy. A win is a win is a win. So I'm just praying to God. He's already saying they're cheating in PA. No, he said that last time. So we will see. Yeah, we'll see. But see, this is the thing, and it's going to be the same thing. Okay, y'all, we're back. Well, I thought we were back, but I just think that Yeah, Trump is crying over Pennsylvania. Yeah, they said he's already crying over Pennsylvania. The bottom line, Trump, is this. A win is a win. Okay, we're back.
We are.
Tonight, 2024 continues. Here again, David Muir.
Here's something to keep in mind. 4 out of the last 6 presidential elections, the state of Wisconsin was decided by less than 1 percentage point, which is why you feel like that pit in your stomach, no matter what side you're on tonight, as you look at the map coming together, a very competitive race. And it would look like, Rick, if the Harris campaign has a path to 270, it's looking more and more like it's got to be through that blue wall, the Rust Belt, and Wisconsin. Let's take a look at where those numbers stand tonight. It's funny when you think back, Biden won it by what, 21,000 votes? 4 years earlier, Donald Trump had won it by 23,000 votes. This is a state that does go back and forth. It's sort of the bellwether state of the country.
Yeah, and these are the first numbers we're seeing tonight, about a quarter of the vote. And big caveat, we don't know exactly what vote it is. We think a lot of this is actually election day vote. We don't think we've seen any of the earlier vote from Milwaukee, which of course is the biggest city. Starting with the way the Democrats look, they have to get big numbers out of Milwaukee for starters, and that seems to be happening so far. Harris pretty close to what we think she would need to do in the city of Milwaukee to be competitive across the state, with about 40% of the vote in. Madison is just a huge vote engine for Democrats. She's getting close to that 538 benchmark, but not quite there, running a little bit below Biden's numbers from 4 years ago. But here's some big news, and hat tip to Reince Priebus, Mr. Wisconsin over there, for highlighting some of this. In Kenosha, which is a swingier part of the state, Donald Trump carried it just by 50%, 50.7% last time around. He's up 7 points. Harris down 5 points from where she was. That's significantly below the benchmark. This is one we've been looking for as well in the western part of the state, South County. Again, Harris a little below the benchmark. And up here, Door County, this is one that people love to talk about as the classic bellwether type county. Donald Trump right now a little bit up in this county. The numbers are small. We're not talking about huge counties, but as the numbers come in, we're seeing Trump continue to hit numbers. Waukesha County, which is in the suburbs there, Trump just slightly below the benchmark. A lot of vote still to go. Again, we've got less than a third of it in, and a lot of it is going to be the early vote, but it looks like it's going to be a tight race there. And you're right, David, especially if Georgia fades a little bit toward Donald Trump, and North Carolina trends there as well. That really leaves Harris with that path that you guys were just talking about, that includes Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all of which he's leading now, at least numerically.
But it's not an easy path, if that's your only path. And Wisconsin, I took note of all the counties you just showed. She's almost hitting her benchmark, but Donald Trump is surpassing his benchmark. They're small counties. We're not talking about huge amounts of vote, but in every one of those counties you just showed, Donald Trump was slightly above his benchmark in each of those Wisconsin counties.
And this is why everybody's vote counts.
Deborah, what authorities telling you there?
Because if Donald Trump is surpassing his benchmark, then that means more work that they have to do.
Keep us on the edge of our seats until late into the night, because as you mentioned, those absentee ballots tend to come in a little bit later, and that happens in Milwaukee. They get a lot of those absentee ballots. But where I am here tonight in Madison, which is a university town, might be the one place that Harris may be able to pick up a little bit of good news, because the University of Wisconsin is here, and those young voters, those first-time voters, tell me today that they're really energized. I spent the morning at University of Wisconsin in the classroom of Professor Allison Prash. She teaches a presidential rhetoric class, and the students there told me they became more energized over the last couple of weeks because they just didn't like what they were hearing from the Trump campaign. Also, I should tell you that this particular city has just seen tremendous growth over the last few years, and a lot of those folks who have moved in here have been highly educated, blue-leaning voters. So this is becoming a much deeper blue part of the state, too. So that might cut into some of those margins that Trump might have in those red counties. So this might be the place where Harris might find a little bit of good news with those youth voters, like around the country. They've been standing in lines today, waiting to vote. So we'll see what it actually produces as the night goes on. But waiting for those absentee ballots to be processed, that is the thing that takes so long. So that will keep us sort of waiting throughout the night. But they tell us that it's moving along smoothly. They had a small snafu earlier, but it was just a small technical glitch. They think that's going to move along. So Milwaukee and, of course, Madison will probably deliver well for her. And the big question is going to be how big, because as you said, 20,000 votes or so for Biden last time. Can she do better than that? That's what she's going to have to probably do to feel solid here in Wisconsin.
David?
Deborah Roberts in Madison. Deborah, appreciate it. 28% of the vote in. Kamala Harris up by about 41,000 votes. Ryan's got about a minute before we have to hit a break here. What do you make of what you saw? I saw Donald Trump surpassing his benchmarks that he needed to ever so slightly, but in each one of those counties, Rick showed.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Rick
There
showed
you go,
Kenosha,
Pastor
Wisconsin,
McGinn,
where I
Pastor.
grew up. That always was a Democrat town. It's where Chrysler, American Motors was. 57% is
Yeah,
huge. He was at 50%
it's going to
in
be interesting.
2020, about 47% in 2016. The key for Wisconsin right now, though, is Madison, Dane County, that blue in the middle. If Donald Trump can stay above 24%, I think Kamala Harris is going to have a tough time. The difference in 2016 and 2020 was about 80,000 votes, which was a difference. It was 1 percentage point, and he's.
Have you, a friend, or a loved one been in a
Oh my
car
God, what
recently?
happened?
If you knew you could have hired a lawyer from the easy.
What happened? What had happened? What had happened?
Oh, we got a commercial.
We got a commercial. We got a commercial. So we are doing a commercial, but see you all. This is again, if y'all don't understand, this is why it is important to vote. This is why everybody votes count. The vote you put in count, because what they're saying is, even though Harris is doing well and right where she needs to be in places like Madison and Milwaukee, Trump has more votes in the rural areas because the rural people are voting because they know that their vote counts. They're having problems right now in Georgia because Atlanta and all of those people, they're gonna have to really pray that those people really voted, because those people in rural areas, they know that they're up against the blue urban areas, so they come out in waves and vote. So when you say my vote doesn't count, it does. It really does. And those people in rural areas know they count. So when we stay
Good
home,
evening, everyone. I'm
it
Kira
doesn't
Phillips.
work.
You are watching ABC
Okay.
News and the race to the White House. ABC News now projecting Trump will win North Dakota, South Dakota, and Texas. ABC News also projecting Harris will win Colorado, Illinois, and New York. New York coming in 28 electoral votes. Here's each candidate and
Right
where they
now.
stand right now. 91 going to Harris, 162 to Donald Trump. As you know, to win, candidate needs 270. And one more note from New York, the equal rights proposition, which adds new anti-discrimination protections to the state's constitution, is projected to pass. New York is one of the 10 states with abortion-related initiatives on the ballot. Let's check in now on battleground Pennsylvania. To see Kamala Harris at 50%, Donald Trump 49.1. It's close, 41% of the vote that's in. Let's head to Matt Gutman now. He's in Philly tonight. Matt, we're seeing roughly 22% of the vote now. Vice President Kamala Harris seems to be holding on to her lead over the former president. As we know, Pennsylvania has the most electoral votes of any swing state, Matt.
19 of them, Kira, and the math doesn't work for either candidate unless they win Pennsylvania. And Kamala Harris jumped out to a very big and early lead. That has dwindled to what we are seeing right now. And this is why there's so much focus tonight on the count, when it will be done. Governor Josh Shapiro telling me 2 days ago and coming out again saying, we aim first to be accurate. That is the most important. But everybody knows here that there is this dissonance at play. They've got to be fast and accurate. In 2020, it took them 5 days to tabulate the entire vote. They now hope to do it in a much shorter amount of time. All the counties here have committed to not stopping the count until they are fully done. Every vote is tabulated. Kira.
Our Matt Gutman, historic Philadelphia. Thanks, Matt. I'm Kira Phillips. Glad you're with us tonight. I hope you'll stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night, led by David Muir. Don't go far. Our race for the White House coverage continues.
You know what, Pastor? What I had, what really stuck out to me was she said that they have like a presidential rhetoric class. I think that's very important. for most people. Oh, you still on mute.
I'm off of mute, girl. I had to chew some food. They
Oh,
can see. They can actually see me chewing the food on vertical.
you know they love to hear you chew. Okay.
You know, I told you I'm gonna do my ASMR.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be chewing. I'm like, So I'm gonna have this piece of orange chicken.
And place it in your mouth. And chew.
This piece of Beijing beef with a noodle on it.
So, Pastor, how do you feel about these electoral college votes? Who do you think is going to win it?
I don't really, I hope Kamala wins. I think they're going to win Pennsylvania. I know they're going to win Michigan. Wisconsin, I just pray they win because that's Wall's place. I know they got California wrapped up. So, I hope she gets to her 270. But I'm being cautiously optimistic. I'm being cautiously optimistic. Because you don't want her dance in the end zone, but yet the football is still in the air. You want to make sure you grab that football and you want to see the referees do this to make sure you got that touchdown. And I think that's where I am.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I am. Ooh, I'm full. So I am full as a tick. That was a good little meal. I actually had to order really quickly. So I wound up going to Panda. Let me see. So we're back on, y'all. We're back on.
We were looking at a moment ago. Wisconsin, the numbers starting to come in tonight. Very close race there, about a point between them. And as I mentioned, 4 out of the last 6 presidential elections decided in that state by less than a point. Arizona tonight, another key battleground state. The numbers not in yet, though. The polls have closed. 11 electoral votes on the line there. We do have states. ABC News is ready to project at this hour. Let's take a look. Utah tonight, 6 electoral votes going to former President Donald Trump. Montana, the 4 electoral votes going to Trump there. We're going to watch that Senate race very closely. The Democrat John Tester trying to hold on in a state Trump has now won repeatedly. Colorado, Kamala Harris wins the state of Colorado. 9 electoral votes goes to the vice president. So take a look at the map. The road to 270. Kamala Harris winning 7 states.
Thank God.
Washington, D.C. Donald Trump winning 17 states. 172 electoral votes for him, up to 91 for Kamala Harris at this hour. Our coverage of the 2024 presidential election continues right now.
This is an ABC News special. The time has finally come. Right now, all across America, votes are being counted. Who will be your next president on this historic night with the stakes so high? Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City. Now reporting, David Muir.
Welcome back, ABC News live election night headquarters here in New York City. And we are getting not only numbers in, but more exit polling data from the key battlegrounds. Lindsay, what do you have?
All right. Well, so interesting enough, the Harris campaign has really doggedly pursued the Latino vote. We've seen that really ratchet up, in particular in recent weeks. Donald Trump equally. He was in Pennsylvania recently, just last week, and he said, I love the Latinos. He was in New Mexico a few days ago. He said, I love the Hispanics. And it really appears that there is some appeal there for the Latino voters when it comes to Donald Trump. If you look at the race in Nevada in particular, the Latino vote making up 17% of the electorate there. Here we go, 48% going for Kamala Harris there in Nevada, 46% for Donald Trump. But Donald Trump is actually doing 4 points better. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. That's in Arizona. Harris is doing 4 points worse than Biden in Arizona, and Trump doing 4 points better than he did in 2020. If we want to look at that board there in Arizona, Kamala Harris getting 55% of the Latino vote. They make up more than 25% of the population in Arizona. Donald Trump getting 41%. But in both cases, He's doing much better. Trump 11 points better than he did in 2020 in Nevada, and again 4 points better than he did in Arizona in 2020.
And this is exactly what the Trump campaign wanted to do, was to peel away some of the Latino support that President Biden got 4 years ago. And Martha, you traveled through Nevada and through the Sun Belt. And
See, it's strategic. They actually know,
was surprising in
and
some
they're
ways. I mean,
very
you think, oh, the
strategic.
Latino vote is going to go to the Democrats. Absolutely not. I mean, that's not the impression you got on the ground. You had unions out there canvassing for Kamala Harris, but it all came back to the voters I spoke to the economy. And even those Democrats who were out canvassing for Kamala Harris knew that was an issue. Like, how do you explain to people the economy that people trust Donald Trump more on that? And they said, well, we tell them it just takes time. So that message was not really resonating. Nevada has the highest unemployment rate of any state in the country. They were devastated after COVID. And that is the issue.
But see, this is the thing.
You can talk about,
this is the thing, though. That's what happens when your economy is not diversified and everything is tourism.
To the economy. They can hear lies, they can hear mistruths, they can hear exaggerations, but their truth is their grocery bills, their gas bills. And that's what it came back to on many, many people I interviewed.
And the high cost of housing in Nevada, too.
Exactly. Very, very high cost of rents and immigration, of course. And you could talk to Latino voters. There was one man, he said, I don't care about any of that other stuff. Donald Trump is going to be best for the border. This is a man who came into the country 50 years ago illegally. He is now a citizen. He doesn't want any more migrants.
You hear that? Now he came in illegally.
And part
You
of
hear
the
that,
shyness,
folks?
I mean, she still is leading among Latino voters, but not by the margin that President Biden did 4
It
years
was
ago.
cool when
It's
he
gonna be,
did it.
Very concerning for the Democrats and the Harris campaign, Mary.
Yeah, look, I would just remind over and over again that they had said from the very beginning, and they're saying again tonight, their most straightforward path is through those blue wall states. And when you look at what we're seeing coming in, that certainly seems to still be the case, and I suspect is still their hope. You know, the Harris campaign is well aware of all of those issues, especially in Nevada. It's why she, unveiled her housing plan in that state. She knew that she had to hammer home the issue of the economy and make clear that that was going to be her top priority, that lowering the cost of groceries was going to be at the very first thing, her very first priority when she gets into office. She always said she would pass, if elected, this big economic package of bills to do just that. The question is whether that message got across and was enough.
Rick Klein, what's the blue wall looking like at this point?
Yeah, we've seen some numbers come in that shifted the lead, again, numerically, because it just has to do with the pace of vote. But right now, Donald Trump with a 33,000 vote edge. We've gotten a lot of rural vote.
This is Pennsylvania.
This is Pennsylvania,
Yep.
yes. You asked earlier about Wilkes-Barre, Luzerne County. That has flipped red, at least as of now, with 57% of the vote in. Donald Trump racking up some numbers there in an area where Democrats had some hopes to build things up. You can also see what's starting to happen in the western part of the state. We've got some significant numbers north of Pittsburgh and Butler County. This is a place where Donald Trump is coming close to his benchmark number. Really, this is a function of a lot of vote coming in the redder parts of the state. We still have a lot to go in Philadelphia. That's it's by far the biggest city. We're seeing Delco go very strongly for Kamala Harris. She's outperforming where she would need to be, also outperforming where Joe Biden was. And the same story up through Montgomery. And this is still an interesting one. Bucks County, a lot of folks are keyed into that. A lot of votes still to go. Unclear exactly what kind of vote that is, but at least now Kamala Harris outperforming that benchmark. So it's just a long night to go, but we're getting close to half the votes in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, this would appear to be her strongest state so far as her benchmark performance, at least meeting that 538 average of where these candidates need to be. Donald Trump, in a number of the counties you just showed, slightly below the benchmark, though getting very close to it.
Yeah.
Which explains why the vote is so close right now. 46% of the vote in, Donald Trump with a very slight lead in Pennsylvania. And you were looking at the Latino vote in Pennsylvania and some of the counties where they live and wondering if this 11th hour push by the Harris campaign to try to reach out to Latinos would actually work.
Yeah, and as Martha was talking about what she saw there in Nevada, I was thinking about what I saw personally here in Pennsylvania. This is Berks County, which includes Reading. Donald Trump has a campaign office here. This is a county that has a large Hispanic and Latino population. Reading is 72% Latino, this is one of those counties where we are going to see this split screen because you have Donald Trump's rhetoric. You have that rally after Madison Square Garden where that speaker compared Puerto Rico to an island of garbage. This is also a county where the economy just matters so much. They're still dealing with high poverty. Let's take a look at where Donald Trump is here. I will tell you, he's already meeting his benchmark with 76% of the vote in. You could see where he was just 4 years ago, 53%. He's already there. We're still waiting on a large amount of election day vote as well as early by mail vote as well. And then again, right here, David, he's already performing really well here. While he was campaigning here in Reading, Vice President Kamala Harris was in Allentown. This is Lehigh County. You can see just how well she's doing here. Right now, she's ahead of by 6,000 votes or so, but still a lot of vote left to be counted, 43% in right now.
Thanks, Rachel. Rick, one of the things that's very telling is the map with the sort of circular diagram that shows you where the vote still remains. Can you just show us in Pennsylvania at this hour where the vote still has to be tallied?
Philadelphia.
Take this over to Donna and Reince, the one that shows the outstanding vote.
Yeah.
Philadelphia.
In the suburbs.
Gives you-
Good
Philadelphia.
You see a purple dot like that, that's more of a battleground county, so it's probably not going to advantage either candidate. But there's a significant amount of Republicans
Philadelphia.
still outstanding as well, and what looks like it's going to be a close state.
The battle for Pennsylvania,
Yes,
Donna.
ma'am.
What do you make of it?
First of all, I've taken my meditation early because, once again, Democrats are going to come in late. They're going to come in late in Pennsylvania. And clearly in Georgia, what's happening is that Democrats are not overperforming in DeKalb and Cobb and Fulton. You have to overperform because Donald Trump is doing 4 points better in some of the rural areas. So again, Democratic cities tend to come in late. I'm seeing that pattern once again. I have, good information that Philadelphia is going to come in much stronger than in 2020. And by the way, in some of these areas, you can compare apples to apples, but Kamala Harris has had to build a different coalition. So I'm also looking at
That's
some of these
right. That's right.
the issue of abortion, the threat of democracy, if it worked in those areas.
That's right, Donna.
Her vote.
Come on,
And those are the
mother.
collar counties around Philadelphia. Can we
She
take a
gotta
another
work.
look at that based on Donna's
Come
point
on,
here, whether
Auntie.
Harris is
Auntie
having
be
success in those
knowing.
counties, getting the numbers up to where they need to be?
Yeah, for sure. Chester County is a key one there. It's about 5% of the whole statewide total. Not a lot of information in yet. We're seeing Harris run a little
This
bit below
hood,
where
they
she'd
gonna
need
come
to
in.
do to
They're
hold
gonna come
even
in
there. Montgomery
strong.
County, an outperformance so far, again, with less than a third of the vote in. And I've kept my eye on Bucks throughout the night to try to track this because this is good news if you're the Harris campaign. Delco, similar story. And as Donna said with Philadelphia, one of the interesting little quirks is just how Clinton's vote share actually went down a little bit with Joe Biden. Biden wins the state, but Clinton actually did a little bit better in the city of Philadelphia, even though it was elsewhere in the state that that he was able to make up votes. So what kind of coalition is built becomes really important.
Well,
for
that's
all of this.
me.
You can also
Hey,
look at some of the
Ray.
more battleground, closely divided places. And again, it's hard
Hey,
to know how much of the
Ray.
vote is election day versus
Long time no
versus
see.
vote
When
by
you
mail.
get
That's
your
still a
channel
lot of it
clocked
that is
up.
the in-person
Anyway.
vote that might shift some of these numbers. These are not horrible numbers. You asked me earlier about Erie County. That's that boomerang county. Very little of the vote in right now, but this just looks like it's a battle.
A real battle, Ryan. What do you make of what you're seeing in Pennsylvania?
Well, I think it's going to take a long time. I mean, we're just going to have to be patient with Pennsylvania. They're pretty slow at getting these results in. There's even though not as much as 2020, just a boatload of early votes that still need to be counted. A lot in Philadelphia County. So I'm a little bit slow to opine on Pennsylvania, but I do think things are looking very interesting.
It's gonna work out. We're
South
gonna
of
see what
Pennsylvania and
happens.
Virginia still, and I think that's something that there's not getting a lot of attention.
Nervousness means you
yet,
don't take
but
stuff
I
for
think people are
granted.
going to start focusing.
So
on
Reed,
Closeness
why
of
people
Virginia.
telling
Let's take a
folk
look.
not to
Where does
vote?
Virginia stand right now?
See,
this
now
is
this
just
is
one
why
of
it's so
those
important
really
that y'all
rare
know how to
chances
vote.
see a 4,000 vote edge. A lot of votes left in the Democratic areas. Those are our bluer dots. But again, it's just not. One of the things that strikes me, David, looking at the map as it's filled in so far, the fact that the Democrats are sweating some of the places that should have been safe. We haven't made a projection in New Hampshire. We haven't made a projection in Connecticut, Rhode Island. We talked about earlier, closer than we thought. Of course, Virginia. These are places that Democrats flat out have to win if they're going to have any chance.
Take us through some of those states. Let's see where New Hampshire stands, because we saw some tightening in the polls leading up to Election Day.
Yeah, we did. And this is a state that we kind of thought would be called a little earlier in the night because they have a pretty tradition. Most of the Democratic votes are in the southern part of the state. And again, Harris is leading. The question is going to be really how much she wins by.
Outperforming herself in
outperforming there. But to me, the fact that we're even talking about states like this tells you how things are at least
Okay, Reed, that's what I'm saying, because there's a lot of
the southern
commenting, but there
states,
ain't no vote.
clearly there's an edge right now in Georgia and North Carolina. North Carolina, I've been tracking a lot, 230,000 vote margin. That's hard to make up when you're at 70% of the vote. The thing that is keeping it, though, out of anyone's win column is Mecklenburg County. That's Charlotte. Kamala Harris is winning there. She's not hitting the 538 benchmark number, but you want to see a really big dot emerge. There it is, and that's almost 500,000 votes that are still out in the Charlotte area. But if she's winning at 60-40 instead of 68-20 or 68-30, that means you're just not getting as many votes out of it, and that makes it hard to catch up against that number.
No question about that. We're going to check in with Trump headquarters in Florida. We're going to check in with Harris headquarters.
That's what kills me. People don't think their vote is not important. Your vote is extremely important because as we're seeing, it's the rural areas that are really hitting the mark.
Keep this alive.
And the urban areas have to make up.
The reason North Carolina can't be called is because of the outstanding
you're
vote
right.
in Charlotte, which is a Democratic area. But given the margin between the two, it might be really difficult to make that up. So we're going to keep our eyes on the map. We'll get right back to it right after the break.
Okay. See, again, I just cannot stress enough how important it is to vote. You know, people always talking about this. No, you all, this is telling us right now why voting is important. Because those Republicans in rural areas know that even though they may be outnumbered in the urban areas, they will get together and vote to cut the lead. So what's going on now in North Carolina is Harris is not doing well in those red areas. And it may be hard for her to make it up in Charlotte, even though most of the vote is going to be in Charlotte. And this is why the vote is important. So even if you live in an urban area, don't sleep and think that your vote doesn't count. Because again, I just pray that she has enough votes to somehow overtake that number. If not, he's going to win North Carolina.
Well, speaking of voting and getting out there, the people from Hurricane Helene, the survivors, they're out there voting. They're out there. So it's nothing. Don't let nothing stop you. Like, get on out there. If it's
it's not about clout, you all. It's not about clout or people trying to clout chase or use my name for content. No, your content because you said some crazy behind stuff. And this is why right here is why people should vote. Because even this little bit will affect how we need to look at other states. You know what I'm saying? Donald Trump knows that he was going to get taxes and stuff. So that's a big pot, you know? And so all of these smaller states. And so what David Muir is saying is that, you know, Democrats, you're going to make this tighter because if you lose Virginia and North Carolina, then it's more, it's more road that you got to make up. They say it may be a tie. Well, it may be, but all I know, you all, is this is why it is important to vote. So again, this is the evidence. If they already knew who they wanted, then they would have already won. This is telling me right for sure that they don't. And it also tells me that even though some of these Hispanic men may know that Donald Trump has called them out of their name, they are willing to go with this. They're willing to go with this because this is still a woman. Don't you ever get it twisted that machismo didn't kick in. With these union people, how are you going to go against your own interests with a man who says that he's not for the union? Y'all better wake up.
Welcome back to ABC News Election Night headquarters in New York. We have some races to call at this hour. We can project that in Mississippi, the winner of that race,
we know that
Trump picks up 6 electoral votes in Mississippi.
We knew that.
He also wins Ohio, 17 electoral votes. Used to be a battleground state. Trump has won Ohio
You
before.
there?
He wins it again tonight. Of course, we're watching the Ohio Senate race right now. The Democrat Senator Sherrod Brown seeking a fourth term, trailing businessman Bernie Moreno, who's never run before. Colombian roots. He leads by almost 5 points here. It'll be a difficult race to make up that kind of ground with 76%.
My God.
We're going to keep our eye on that. We do have another race to call, and a race that makes history tonight in Maryland. Voters have elected Democrat Angela Alsobrooks to serve in the Senate. Republican Larry Hogan, the popular governor there, had been challenging her for that open seat. Angela Alsobrooks becomes the next senator from the state of Maryland. And Lindsay Davis, she makes history, and a lot of history made tonight. She'll be the second Black woman elected to the Senate on this election.
Yes,
We're talking about
Ohio.
Broad and Kamala Harris. Obviously, prior to this day, in our country's nearly 250-year history, you'd only had 2 Black women ever elected to the
Carol
U.S.
Mobley
Senate.
is
And
wrong.
tonight, you have 2 more. What's really significant, I think, to put this into broader perspective, is we've still never had a Black female govern a state in this country. And so tonight, the Democratic Party is asking American citizens to do something that they haven't even done on a state level. They're asking to vote for this woman to run and rule and reign over this entire country, which it just really puts in perspective that we're just now getting to this point of having 4 Black women elected into the Senate. It was interesting when I had a chance to speak with Angela Alsobrooks just last week. She talked about how her family is from South Carolina, and it was because her great-grandfather had been shot by a white sheriff's deputy that they fled to Maryland, and that's what made her decide that she wanted to be a prosecutor and ultimately get into politics.
And Donna Brazil, Angela also
Another prosecutor.
As a young prosecutor, she got advice from another prosecutor.
That's right. Vice President Kamala Harris was elected prosecutor in 2004. She mentored Angela Alsobrooks, but I also have to take a moment of personal pride. She was my first intern on Capitol Hill. So I'm very excited about that, but she's been a terrific executive. In both her primary campaign, she was outraised almost 10-1, as well as in general election. Look, Larry Hogan is a great guy. People love him in Maryland, but they understood a vote for Mr. Hogan was a vote for Mitch McConnell, a vote for the Supreme Court. Angela had her message focused on the economy, the issue of abortion, because abortion was on the ballot in the great state of Maryland. But she also had a special appeal, I think, to young women across the state. That's going to be the hidden story tonight after my friend next to me finishes boogie-woogie around all of the counties.
Let's get a long night ahead. And Rachel Scott, you're looking at the Senate. Not only is this a win for Angela Alsobrooks, she makes history, but I flashed up that Ohio Senate race. Sherrod Brown does not look like it's going to be a good night for him there.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard to make up, David, as you already said. 78% of the vote that is already in, and you could see that Moreno is ahead right now by 239,000 votes, roughly, compared to Sherrod Brown. You know, I've been studying sort of how he won the last time around. Listen, that was 2018. Donald Trump was not running, and so this is the first time that Sherrod Brown, the last remaining statewide Democrat in this state, is really trying to outrun the top of the ticket. I want you to just pay attention to some of these counties, because these are areas, they're red now, but these were blue in 2018. These are 2 counties in which Sherrod Brown did really well in 2018. Now they're red. You could see just how well Moreno is doing here. He's ahead by 4,000 votes. Sherrod Brown underperforming where he was in 2018. And you could see Vice President Kamala Harris at 41%. This is obviously a red state here. Sherrod Brown, the last remaining Democrat, if he is able to carve this one out, it would be pretty remarkable here. We're still waiting for a good number of votes here in Franklin County, which is home to Columbus.
What does it say, John, about the shifting nature of not only Ohio, but you're looking at Florida as well? And Sherrod Brown, very popular.
Get out there
in
and
that
vote.
state, obviously not enough to win
They can
tonight.
flip and switch.
The margin became smaller. and
But
smaller
when you
each time
think that voting don't mean nothing,
Really
and you don't
tough
vote,
night is it's shaping up to be for Democrats in the Senate. I mean, the Democrats talked about 2 seats that they thought they really had a chance to pick up. Florida, Texas, neither one of those looks good. Sherrod Brown, they thought they were going to keep. Looks like he's in real trouble. Tough for
and Aldridge didn't win. I voted for Aldridge, but he didn't win. So they're going to have another Ted Cruz again.
Donald Trump's campaign headquarters, who's with Donald Trump tonight, what they make of what they're seeing on the board so far. And then we'll focus right back on that.
Vote, vote, vote. I cannot say it enough. Vote. Your vote counts. This is a prime reason. I cannot say it enough. I mean, The bottom line is urban areas carry a lot of this stuff. Okay. But those rural areas are predominantly Republican. Vote. And I know they're still turning things in, but I'm just really serious about voting. Let me get to the Senate and all of that stuff. That's important because you all think that a president can get in and do everything they want to. No, they cannot. You know, this is why you had all of those government shutdowns and all of this stuff because the Senate plays a major part. The Senate and the House plays a major part in pushing a president's agenda through. And since these people are not partisan, since they do not know how to work together, then it's a lot of gridlock. So that even, it makes it even more difficult to move legislation. So all I'm going to say to you all is vote. Don't let nobody tell you not to vote. Please don't. And I know some people may feel some kind of way, and you can. But this is my platform. This is why I live in America, because we have freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And I'm not mad at Pizarro's freedom of speech and of expression. But like I said, I don't go on her platform to tell her what to do. She can't come on mine. But this is a prime example of why you should vote. I mean, this is a prime example why you should vote, because we think our voting doesn't do anything, and it actually does. All right, we're back.
Are watching the results roll in. ABC News now projecting Trump will win Mississippi and Ohio. ABC News also projecting Harris will win Illinois and New York. Here is where each candidate stands right now. 91 to Kamala Harris, 195 to the former president. As you know, a candidate needs 270 to win. Let's take a look at some states that we are still waiting to call. Here's the latest out of Wisconsin, where the last two elections were decided by less than 25,000 votes. VP Kamala Harris at 49.1%. The former president at 49.2%. 47% of the vote is in. It is tight. We want to turn now to our Deborah Roberts. She is in Madison, Wisconsin. Deb, we know that election workers there are working hard to process more than 1 million absentee ballots. Let's just talk about what that process looks like.
Well, it's a long process and it's a late process, Kira. We talked to the chairperson of the Wisconsin Elections Commission, and she tells us that we can just expect, once again, a long night. Wisconsin is one of those states that doesn't begin to process and tabulate those votes until the morning of Election Day, which is today. And that is really critical when it comes to those absentee ballots. And as you said, a lot of them to tabulate, particularly in Milwaukee, the largest city in this state. And they do this in a very exacting kind of manner where they lay out the votes and they crease them and they process them through the machine. And it just takes a very long time. They had a little bit of a snafu earlier today. They said they rectified that. They've made up some time, but they expect that it's going to be a late night here in Wisconsin. And those votes might very well determine how much of a margin Harris will have here if she continues on this path to being ahead.
And Madison was also one of a handful of places today that received bomb threats at polling sites. What more can you tell us?
Oh, no.
Well, there have been a number of places, as you know, that have had this kind of thing around the country. And there were even reports of people getting phone calls today here in Madison, voters who said that they were very strange calls, people asking personal information. And then these bomb threats at a couple of polling locations, schools that were, of course, closed, but polling locations turned out to be nothing. But once again, still concerning. Election officials say it was just mischief. And they said Ann Jacobs, who is the head of this election commission for the state, said it was just mischief. It was mischief, but bad mischief, but they didn't know what they were up to. So far, a night that seems to be moving right along, but it's going to be a late one.
It sure is. We're glad to have you, Deborah Roberts. Thank you. I'm Kira Phillips. Glad you're all with us tonight. I hope you'll stay with ABC News. We'll be bringing you election results all throughout the night, so don't go far. Our coverage of the race to the White House continues.
All right, we're going on commercial. All right, yes. So, child, it sounds like they said that people were being intimidated, people getting phone calls and then those type of threats. See, this is why it's so important and your vote matters and it counts. Why would they be doing that if it didn't count? Trying to intimidate you from voting, from getting your vote in. Let's be honest.
I agree with you, Queen Tulsa.
It's not right.
Girl, I'm crunching on this fortune cookie. It says, girl, let me read this for you. It says your imagination brings great joy to those around you. All right.
All right,
Okay.
now.
Let
Yes.
me see what this other one say. Bye-bye. Let me see something here. She will get Mecklenburg County, which is Charlotte. She will do. We'll see. Oh, girl, this is just the numbers. Girl, this is just, I thought these was just numbers. Hold on tightly to your dreams. Hold on tightly to your dreams. Okay.
Ooh.
Hold on. Hold on, Queen Tulsa. Hold on. So anyway, you all, we getting ready to get back to this election, girl. No, it ain't on yet. But baby, this thing got me stressed.
Yes.
A little bit, just a little bit.
I
But
didn't have
whatever happens. Okay, we back.
Okay.
Tonight in America, who will be the next president of the United States? From ABC News headquarters in New York, here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News Live Election Night coverage. 10:30 now here in the East, 7:30 in the West. We're 30 minutes away from polls closing in California, Washington, Oregon, and Idaho. California, of course, with 54 electoral votes at stake. You're looking at the electoral value sort of the portion of the map, 270 to win. Let's take you to the floor and we'll show you where things stand at this hour. Kamala Harris with 91 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 201. You need 270 to win. He's picked up 19 states tonight. She's picked up 8 states in Washington, D.C. Let's get right to Trump headquarters, Palm Beach Convention Center. John Santucci, who's covered Donald Trump for us for quite some time. What's the mood there, John? And who's with Donald Trump?
Well, David, you can hear the mood here at the convention center. They're going through results, and the crowd here supporting Donald Trump, very excited. Donald Trump is not here, David, at this convention center. He's over at Mar-a-Lago, where, David, I'm told he's been gathered with senior staff and family in a war room that's been set up at his club, going through results. And just in the last couple of minutes, David,
You hear
he
that?
actually went into the grand ballroom
A
at
war room.
Mar-a-Lago, according to reporting from my colleague Catherine Falders and I.
A war room.
Greeted supporters and donors that are there. Our sources tell us, David, that in addition to donors and club members, he's there with his new campaign surrogates, billionaire Elon Musk and RFK Jr. And in addition to the family, David, who's been advising and campaigning
He's not
with
even
Donald
with his
Trump, his
people.
eldest sons, Don Jr. and Eric, there with Dad tonight. Barron Trump also there. And a photo, David, that Melania Trump, the former First Lady, just tweeted in the last couple of minutes. Barron, who turned 18 this year, David, casting a vote for his father earlier today. David?
John Santucci with some color inside Trump headquarters there, Palm Beach Convention Center. John, thank you. Let's go right over to Eva Pilgrim. She's at the Kamala Harris headquarters, Howard University in Washington. Eva, what's the mood there?
They're watching the numbers as they come in right now. They are watching a speech from Angela Also Brooks, who was just declared the winner in that Maryland Senate seat. You can see the crowd here cheering. The flags, those are American flags. Those flags back there, I just want to point out, those are college students in that back area. They're sort of pinned in back there. They've been here since very early. They got here. And they've been cheering and excited. I wish you could hear earlier. There was loud music. Everyone was dancing everywhere they are. We've been speaking with the campaign as they've seen these numbers come in tonight, and they've sort of stuck with what they told us yesterday when we last spoke with them, which was the idea that this event here tonight on Howard's campus, as they watch the election results come in, was going to be an information center for them. They've been very clear with their supporters about how they expect these numbers to come in. The expectation that a lot of the red states would be reporting early and that the blue states would come in later, and to wait for those numbers to come in and for those states to report. And some of those blue states, as we all know, take a little bit longer to come in. And so this isn't an event that they thought they were going to have a result at tonight. This was an opportunity for people to come here. This was an opportunity for them to have a place to get information out, to keep people informed, to
All
keep
right,
them and their
Vertical.
supporters
All
calm
right,
as they watch
StreamYard.
these numbers
All
come
right,
in tonight.
Vertical.
But they are still cautiously optimistic as they wait to see exactly what
Cautiously
unfolds here tonight, David.
optimistic.
All right, Eva Pilgrim at Howard University. Eva, thank you. Mary Bruce, you've been in contact
Cautiously
with your sources at the campaign.
optimistic.
What are they saying about the night? I gather they'll say this is the path that we knew we were working towards, and that means it's a late night.
Bingo. They they knew that this was going to be tight. They knew this was going to take a long time. The message coming from the Harris campaign right now is just everybody wait. They are not prepared to say at this point that it's, blue wall or bust. They still feel that they, have a chance in North Carolina and Georgia, that some of those places that are left to report out, may be more of their supporters. But look, they always knew that this was going to be a very close race and was going to take a lot of time. And we certainly are seeing that play out right now.
Right. We can project another winner here in the state of Iowa. Former President Donald Trump picks up 6 electoral votes in the state of Iowa. This is particularly interesting. We thought Iowa would go to Donald Trump, but then a lot of news in the last few days before this election. The final Des Moines Register poll from J.N. Seltzer, obviously respected political scientist. But there are going to be a lot of questions about what she missed in the poll.
I mean, she was tracking a narrow lead for Kamala Harris. It sent shockwaves throughout the political world. What it could mean for other states, not just Iowa. So to see Iowa coming in for Donald Trump, and apparently by a very convincing margins, looks like a serious swing and a miss from a usually reliable pollster.
I'll head over to the big word here with Rick. Let's just dive into some of these Rust Belt states, the so-called blue wall. I'm curious, Wisconsin, we were looking at a moment ago, and you were showing me a number of the counties. Let's look at the WOW counties, which are conservatively and Republican leaning, and what she would have to do in those counties around Milwaukee. Waukesha, for example.
Yep, exactly. The Waukesha County is one of the classic suburban counties with a good history of being going Republican. You see how Kamala Harris did. We also see where she's doing vis-a-vis the 538 benchmark.
So she's outperforming in Waukesha.
That's right. That's right, which is the most Republican of the counties. So she's got to like these numbers. You're losing by 45,000 votes. That's never good, but it's better than the opposite.
But just look at this. This is a 1,000-vote race in Wisconsin. Wisconsin, you do this to us every time. You're doing it to us again tonight. Between these two candidates, a very close race. Let's look at some of the other counties surrounding Milwaukee.
Yeah, Ozaki is another big one, and we're seeing her just a smidge beyond where she would need to be to make this a 50-50 race. Washington County, she's a little bit below that. Milwaukee, we know that there's a lot of the vote that probably isn't going to be accounted for a while. They had to rerun a bunch of the ballots, an 84,000 vote edge here, more than making up for it. We're also been looking at Madison. That's a liberal stronghold, but functionally speaking, she's not going to get as many votes here in all likelihood as, even though she's getting close to the benchmark, she's not going to get as many votes here as Joe Biden did, both in terms of the margin as well as the total number of votes. You have to just kind of rack it up in Dane County and Madison and Milwaukee if you're going to win as a Democrat in Wisconsin.
You're talking about the University of Wisconsin right here, obviously.
That's right.
I'm just curious because we haven't talked about this yet tonight. I mean, obviously, it's a blue county, right? Let's just look at the benchmark where Donald Trump needs to be. See, he's outperforming slightly, but that matters on both sides here as they rack up the vote. I'm curious, in university towns, I wonder when we look back, the young male vote from some of these university towns, that was a huge part of the Trump campaign. I don't know if that's going to bear out, but that might be part of the equation in some of these university centers on why she might be just underperforming slightly from where she would need to be having. Obviously, she's ahead by 1,800 votes. Very close race in Wisconsin, but these are the tiny little margins we're going to be looking at.
And we're seeing that in so many different places, David, too. We're just seeing places where Donald Trump is doing better than his 538 benchmark. Sometimes it's not as dramatic as this is. If you look at the final votes here, Harris isn't even close to where she was last time in Green Bay. A bunch of places where you're just not seeing the Harris numbers and you are seeing the Trump numbers. It's very striking. There's a similar storyline that's playing out throughout Pennsylvania tonight. Again, we're waiting on a lot of vote. We're waiting on all of these Democratic places. It's all there, but it isn't too early to say. Look at a county like Schuylkill, where the 538 benchmark would have Harris needing to get 28, 29 points. Not there, not even close. In some of these counties, they're not that big, but they've got most of the vote in already, and you're seeing Donald Trump tick up a little bit from his margins last time around, and that adds up.
Let's see what happens.
Places.
No question. Let's look at Allegheny County.
Yeah, Allegheny County, Harris is hitting her number almost exactly, but again, it's not right now enough to kind of outweigh what's happening elsewhere in the state.
The Erie County, which is obviously one of these boomerang counties.
Yeah,
she appears to be holding on.
She appears to be holding on. We have a lot of votes still outstanding.
Did they get Erie settled?
Yeah, she's doing well beyond it, but there's so much vote outstanding. And
Yeah.
say what it is. Scranton is
It's
another
doing well in
one
Erie.
to look at. Kamala Harris is not quite where 538 would suggest she needs to be. Not quite where Joe Biden was. A little bit.
That's
better
Joe
than
Biden's
Clinton.
hometown.
Well, Trump. Look at the other side of that. Trump is doing better than he did either time.
But she did better than Clinton.
So 123,000 votes separates the two of them. Donald Trump in the lead in Pennsylvania right now. Michigan, what are we looking at?
Yeah, in Michigan, we're seeing a lead right now for Harris of almost exactly the same, and we have a lot of the urban areas in the state still to go. I mean, start with Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor. You talk about your college towns. Here's an interesting one where Trump is doing a little bit better again than the benchmark. So that might play out that theory. Lansing, there isn't a lot of vote there, but so far we're seeing a little bit better than the benchmark would suggest in a place that will be pretty liberal at the end of the night. And of course, we're going to be really dialed into Wayne County. That is Detroit. It's also Dearborn, where there's a very large Arab American population that's been critical of Kamala Harris and the Joe Biden Israel policy. Not a lot of vote there to learn much about it yet.
And what's the benchmark? How is she doing compared to where she needs to be?
She's
in
doing
Wayne County?
far better, but there's so little vote in there, and we believe it's the early in-person vote, which happened for the first time in Michigan this time.
We're looking at margins of 100,000 votes in Michigan, 100,000 votes in Pennsylvania separates them, and 1,500 votes in Wisconsin.
That's right. That's 5,000 votes.
Yeah.
Less than 5,000 votes in Wisconsin. And again, that is the only path she has left if North Carolina and Georgia don't go her way. And we've had some significant news in North Carolina. We were talking earlier about that big vote that was out in Charlotte. Well, we got a lot of that vote now. It's 90% reporting. Kamala Harris did very well. She picked up 170,000 votes out of Charlotte, but she's still losing by 130,000. And those big blue dots are getting smaller. Less and less of that outstanding vote there for her to make.
See, again, you got to vote.
135,000 is significant when you're already in a state that has got 84% reporting.
Yeah. All right. Well, North Carolina, it's narrowing the chances in North Carolina, which really then looks like the Rust Belt would be the only path. Virginia's been interesting to me. How close is this race still?
Yeah, we're seeing Harris begin to open up a little bit more of a lead, but again, this shouldn't be close. That's I think really going to be the story of Virginia, is that there really wasn't a world where this should have been close. And you look at some places where Kamala Harris is running significantly below Joe Biden. Loudoun County, which is the suburbs of Washington D.C., which makes it a bluer state. Trump's not getting to his benchmark, which means he's not going to win the state, but he's running significantly better than he did the other times that he ran. And that, to me, is just that is almost across the board storyline tonight, that places where, whether it's blue or red, Donald Trump has beaten his number by a little bit.
Not only beating his number from last time, but beat his number when he ran against Hillary Clinton in 2016. He's outperforming in some of these counties. Let's head up to Rhode Island, New Hampshire, some of these other states that typically we would call earlier in the night.
Yeah, Rhode Island is projected now, but it was closer than it should have been by all rights. And you see some more working class parts of the state tending to do a little bit better. Even in the capital of Providence, Kamala Harris not quite Joe Biden's numbers. You start to see that kind of erosion, that slippage. It doesn't really matter where it is. Yeah, New Hampshire, we haven't had a projection yet. We're talking about a 20,000 vote margin in a state that gets a lot of political attention. A lot of the Democratic votes are here in the southern part. We have to wait to see if we get more, about half of it in so far. But the earlier point still holds, that places where Democrats should should get a projection pretty early. Connecticut and New Jersey. New Jersey, she'll win New Jersey, but the fact that we'd even mentioned it on air in an election night, a Connecticut on air, a 24,000 vote margin, tells you that there's something that she hasn't really been able to bring out her base in places that don't get a lot.
win is a win, people.
Base, and it's a question
A
of what
win
kind
is
of
a win, but
coalition
they're
she's able to
telling you
pull
all
off,
need
she
to
can
vote.
put
You have
together
to
in
go
order to pull
vote.
it
A
off.
win is a win.
And if not, the question
Lord,
will be
please get
why
Jersey,
wasn't she able to pull it
Rhode
off?
Island,
Show
New
us in each one of these
Hampshire.
3 blue wall states the map that shows us the outstanding vote, the percentage of the vote.
Sure. Start here in Pennsylvania again, down 120,000 votes. That's Philadelphia and the eastern suburbs. A little bit in Pittsburgh. Places like Harrisburg, State College, Erie, they're 50-50 splits or close to it. So you're not going to net as much either way. That's the path that's still there, and it's very much an existing path. I think Pennsylvania very realistic. Michigan, I mentioned how little vote is in Detroit right now. I think you'll see it come up in a very dramatic way there. I mean, some of these bubbles overlap because the counties are so close, and there's just a lot of vote that's left there. Harris right now, we see some new numbers, it's 100,000 votes or so. And Wisconsin, again, Milwaukee is just going to be huge here. Madison, most of the vote is already in a heavily Democratic place. Right now, it's only about 3,000 votes as the numbers continue to roll in.
Yeah.
And I know, Rachel, you've been diving into some of these college towns. Actually, this is going to be something we look at later, how young voters split if the gender gap was what we think it could be potentially going into election night. What are you seeing?
Yeah, we know Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump, quite frankly, trying to get young male voters to turn out. Vice President Kamala Harris trying to get younger voters to turn out in general. La Crosse, home to 3 different colleges, thousands of students. Let's take a look at how she's doing here. 52% of the vote. She's ahead by 3,500 votes so far. She's pretty much almost where President Biden was, with 71% of the vote in. Eau Claire, another one. Take a look here. She's still leading in this county as well, ahead by 4,000.
Let me just check on the benchmark, though. I'm just so curious of where she's just slightly under where 538 thought she should be. Can you show us back? Let's go back to La Crosse just for a second. She's.
But you know what, Tulsa, I'm with Donald Brazil.
Where else were you looking?
Also,
She had to come in. She had to come
this has a
in.
high voter turnout here. You still have
And she
89%
did.
of the vote.
It's almost like
90%
Miss
of this
America
county turns out
being
to vote. I don't have to
dethroned,
pay
and then
worry
somebody
about
had to
what
go
happens
take
anywhere
her
else in
place.
America. But she's going to need to do well here. And then, of course, Waukesha for former President Donald Trump, going to be absolutely critical. This doesn't have to go Republican. It has to go super Republican. This is really where he has to super energize his base. And then also, Rick was talking about Milwaukee. Former President Donald Trump campaigning here also multiple times. Look, traditionally, yes, this does go towards Democrats, of course. Vice President Kamala Harris right now, 66%. Let's see where she is with the 538 benchmark. Just under that right now. But former President Donald Trump, Waukesha is where he earns the most votes, 2016, 2020.
This is all I gotta say. She started a campaign very late. She had to make up that time, and I think she's doing well.
Donald Trump leading in Wisconsin
considering what she had to
keep
do.
an eye on all 3 of these states: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Don't go away. We'll dive into these numbers even more right after the break.
So Queen Tulsa, I think she's doing well. I think she's doing well compared to what she would have to do if she was like in this thing. I'm with Donna. Donna was like, hey, it's not like she started this. Joe Biden was the actual candidate. She had to take the reins from where he was. She didn't even get to have a choice in where she was going to have her campaign headquarters. She just stayed in Delaware because that's where Joe's base was. And she just did what she needed to do. So my thing is, if she wins, it's still an amazing feat because she didn't have all of that time. She had to hit the road, running. And I just think that, so you can't really compare a Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden with, her being in this race the little short time she was. But I think she's doing well for what she's doing. And like I said, a win is a win. So if she wins Wisconsin, it may be a shorter margin, but she won. If she wins Pennsylvania, it may be a shorter margin, but she won. The same thing. Now, Virginia, they think she's going to win a smaller margin, but she won. So, yeah.
Like you said, a win is a win.
Yeah. So that's what we're praying for now. I mean, I know California is a shoe-in, but yeah, so I think we're back. Are we back? No, we ain't back yet. So, y'all, look, I know Philadelphia is going to be a bone of contention because you all check this out. Trump is not even with his people. Trump is not with his people. He is at Mar-a-Lago in a war room thinking that, okay, what am I going to do if she wins? They're already getting ready to start some mess, okay? Because it tells me something is not right. What you think, Queen Tulsa? It's already telling me right.
You're talking about a war room. I mean, I'm just thinking about January the 6th. I'm thinking about all of that, and his plans of getting them people out, and just his dictatorship. I mean, he wants to really take over, and he wants to execute Project 2025. And I feel like if Diddy is cool with him, Diddy might get a break.
Well, we'll see. I'm just telling you, you all, it's just a lot of things that I see. Why do you need to go to a war room? I mean, most people will be trying to enjoy this time with their people. But Donald Trump is in a war room, which is odd because that tells me you're up to no good. And the people who are down there with you are up to no good. Okay, I think we're back or coming back. No, we still got commercials. Maybe they're gonna make their money. Even the way he looked when he was going to vote, he had the look and walk of defeat. They finna start mess if he loses, but we know how. Yeah, we know how he is, and I think Harris has already thought about that. What if this happens or this happens? And they probably made a plan for it because they see what's going on. Okay, here we go.
This is ABC News coverage of Election Night 2024. Here again, David Muir.
Welcome back to ABC News live coverage of election night here. We do want to call another state, Kansas. The 6 electoral votes of Kansas has been former President Donald Trump. In Nebraska tonight, Donald Trump picks up 3 electoral votes. And John Carl, explain to the audience how that works in Nebraska. They split these up.
They split them up by congressional district and then overall winner. So there is a single electoral vote coming out of Nebraska. It's in Omaha. Sometimes they call it Obamaha because Obama won it, helped him win the presidency in 2008. So look, if we're looking at a scenario where Kamala Harris's path to winning the presidency is to win the blue wall and not to win any of the other battleground states in the Sun Belt, it would be 270 votes to 268 votes. The single vote that would put her over the top would be in Omaha. It would be that split electoral vote in the state of Nebraska. Of course, we got a long way to go before we're at that point. But that's why Republicans tried to change the rules in Nebraska. Lindsey Graham made a trip all the way out to Nebraska to try to convince
this election cycle.
Yes, this election cycle. Donald Trump got involved. He called some of the state legislators to try to get them to change the rules there. They didn't change the rules, and that could be a very pivotal single electoral vote.
Could be. But it's early. It's early.
We got a long way to go.
So let's go back to some of these Senate races. We want to call a few more races here. In New Jersey, we can call the Senate race now for the Democrat. Congressman Andy Kim, a 3-term congressman running for Senate. He wins. He's going to now take over the seat that was once held by Robert Menendez until he was convicted. So Congressman Andy Kim wins in New Jersey. In Virginia, seeking a 3rd term, Senator Tim Kaine has been reelected in Virginia, though the race has not been called in Virginia on the presidential level, which is quite extraordinary for this time of the night. In Texas at this hour, we can say Republicans who was seeking a 3rd term has been reelected to the Senate. He'd been challenged by Congressman Colin Allred, of course, former Baylor University Tennessee Titans football player, a 3-term congressman himself. He had campaigned on so many issues, reproductive rights, one of them. Lindsay, you interviewed him in just the last week or two, and Democrats really thought he had some prospects there. They were putting some
I
real
thought
money.
he was good.
As you
People
know,
like
David,
him.
football is a little bit more of a popular pastime in Texas than politics.
But he
And
kept on
Colin
saying that
Allred
this
really
man
staked
wanted
a lot on
women
that
to go
in
to
his
the back. He was
campaign
talking about
ads
transgender
when he started
issues,
on the football
and that's
field.
what
When he got on the
happened.
football field, he talked about how he'd taken down a lot tougher opponents than Ted Cruz before. But look, this really was an uphill battle for him. It's been 30 years to Election Day when a Democrat was able to win a statewide position in the state of Texas. And so really, this was a fierce, it shouldn't have been really when you think about it, but Ted Cruz has a pretty high unpopularity rate in the state of Texas. But for Colin Allred, this is really a disappointment. He actually thought that he was going to be able to do it. And do want to give a shout out to Andy Kim, the first Korean American to ever be a U.S. senator.
Now he'll represent New Jersey in the Senate. No question. Let's get right to John Quinones on the ground in Texas. John, what do you make of the news?
Thank you, Beryl.
Well, this was one of the most closely watched races in the country, David. The incumbent Republican, Ted Cruz, once a presidential candidate himself, challenged by three-term Democratic congressman and former, like Lindsay said, former NFL linebacker Colin Allred. They campaigned bitterly in the state over women's reproductive rights, the border, transgender rights. Cruz calling Allred too liberal for Texas. In the end, amidst a changing political landscape here in Texas, Ted Cruz survived the challenge just a few minutes ago. In his victory speech, Cruz specifically
He's from
thanked
San
Latino
Antonio.
voters in this state, which he says have proven all the political prognosticators wrong.
John Quinones on the ground there in Texas. John, thank you. And look at the margin there. That's a much bigger margin than even Beto O'Rourke when he took on Ted Cruz. Came almost within 2 points of defeating Ted Cruz, Rachel.
Yeah, within 2 points, much bigger margin this time. And that is because Colin Allred really underperformed in some of the big cities. So let's take Harris County. This is home to Houston. You can see the 538 benchmark that we have. It has him at 58. He got 53. Let's go over to Austin. This is Travis County. 74% is what he needed to meet. 71 is where he was. David, I will tell you, Lindsay already said it, but Ted Cruz, deeply unpopular, even in his own state. He's tried to rebrand his image to be more approachable, to be more bipartisan. I don't think there's anywhere else in this country where Cancun was talking about more than in this state. You remember those images of Ted Cruz at the airport after that deadly winter storm. Colin Allred read ad after ad on that, but ultimately Ted Cruz remained victorious in this state.
Rick Klein, you're over at the big board as well. What are you seeing in some of these key battlegrounds? How's Pennsylvania looking at this ballot?
Yeah, Pennsylvania right now is still a problem for Kamala Harris, an advantage Donald Trump, 100,000 vote margin, a lot left of the vote. And some of these bubbles will tell you the story about what's left. 175,000 votes left in Philadelphia is our estimate. Another 193,000 in Delaware County, Delco, a place where Harris is winning very big. Bucks County, still a lot of votes to be counted there, 240,000. So that's what's keeping this as a competitive state right now. But we've seen the numbers shift as more of the Republican parts of the state have fallen in line for Donald Trump. It's been almost consistent across the board. Again, not the biggest counties, but places where he's been able to build on his.
This is why voting is important.
Hold up, Perry County. Just look at the threshold, the 538 threshold of where he needs to be. And this is the story of the night. He's outperforming slightly in all these rural counties. I think we're seeing this in a number of the swing states, which is helping him to build these margins against Kamala Harris.
That's exactly right, and it adds up over time, and I think that's similar to what we've seen in Michigan, similar in Wisconsin. Michigan doesn't have a lot of vote in right now, but you're seeing some areas where Donald Trump in the past has not particularly not been that strong. This is more of a swingy type county. You can see where Joe Biden was. You see where Kamala Harris is. You see where Donald Trump was. You see where he is right now, and in many cases, it's that he's beating himself twice over. Right, this guy's been on the ballot a lot. Voters have had the opportunity to vote for him or vote against him several times now. So again, it's not the big urban areas. That's going to go pretty Democratic. And it's still possible that Harris pulls out enough of the vote in Madison and Milwaukee where we're still waiting on vote. But it becomes difficult as time goes by. And that really is the story that's developing now in North Carolina. When we look at our remaining votes, these blue dots have been getting smaller throughout the night. And when you really get into it, you're talking about 115,000 votes. Okay, that's if you win that 2-1, you start to chip away at that 145,000 vote lead. But there may not be enough of those blue dots left in a Georgia or North Carolina based on what we're seeing tonight.
All right, we're going to continue to
People gotta
drill down
vote.
on these blue wall states with Rick Klein and Rachel Scott over at the board. We're closing in on 11 o'clock here in the east, 8 o'clock on the west. 4 more states set to close, including California with its 54 electoral votes. Your local news is next.
Lord
And we'll see you
Jesus, come
just
on,
minutes from now with
California.
more numbers coming in, including the Sunbelt states. We'll be right back.
Come on, California. Oh my God, Queen Tulsa. Queen Tulsa. It's just a lot.
Yo, partner.
It's just a lot, Queen Tulsa. I'm telling you, voting is important, you all. Do not play this game. Oh, it's not. Our vote don't count. Our vote don't mean nothing. Now you see that these rural people understand that cutting into the margin can still help. Look at Charlotte. You can't depend on the urban folk to help your vote. Everybody has to vote. Everybody has to vote. Because those people in the rural areas know that, hey, some of these people are going to be apathetic, we're not going to let it happen. And now we see how this game is really played. This is why voting is important. Baby, I can't stress it enough. And this is why I didn't go over Queen Tulsa and argue with people, because it's not worth it. I know that voting makes a difference. They already know who they want. No, they don't. Why you think that man in the war room right now? He's in a war room saying that if he doesn't win, he's going to fight. Now, the people in Philadelphia should have harnessed their power. I don't know if they've done it, but I'm telling you, voting is extremely, extremely important. And don't let nobody talk you out of your vote. I'm serious. I mean, and you can't say, well, they had picked him to win. No, you picked him to win. The electoral,
because they liked it
yeah,
in him.
yeah, and the electoral college is just like these rural areas. They do not want the urban areas to have that power because they know that they could not win with the popular vote. So this is why we had that electoral college, and this is why people have to win. This is why they're looking at Kamala Harris's numbers, and even though they say she's winning, but she's not at levels where she should be. Not saying that she's not doing everything that she could have done. It's because people ain't going out there to vote. All right, we back.
Prize of the night. It's 54 electoral votes at this hour. As you can see in Georgia, we're also following these key battlegrounds. Kamala Harris behind Donald Trump by about 2 points in Georgia, 89% of the vote in, 16 electoral votes on the line right there. North Carolina tonight, still, we can't call this race either. A close race, 85% of the vote in, as you can see, a margin of just about 150,000 votes between them. In Pennsylvania, perhaps the biggest battleground state prize of the night, 67% of the vote in, Donald Trump taking a slight lead over Kamala Harris. There's still significant outstanding vote in the Philadelphia area and other Democratic strongholds. The question is it enough to help catch her back up, and how tight will this race be in the end? We always knew Pennsylvania could be very tight. 19 electoral votes on the line.
19.
Michigan at this hour. Take a look. These are the numbers. Kamala Harris with a slight lead in that state, just 29% of the vote in. At this hour, the vice president leads the former president in that state. And in Wisconsin, 4 out of the last 6 presidential elections, Wisconsin decided by less than a point. 59% of the vote in, 10 electoral votes on the line, and you can see a very close race. About 30,000 votes in between the two candidates. Let's look at Arizona at this hour. Look at that, 49.5,
Wow.
49.6 in Arizona.
Almost a
Obviously,
dead heat.
can't call that race. Nevada tonight, the numbers have not come in yet. Another battleground, though, obviously, where the polls have closed. There are projections we can make at this hour, so let's get right to them. In the state of California, Vice President Kamala Harris, where she was once the Attorney General and the Senator of that state, she wins in that state, picks up its 54 electoral
Thank
votes.
you, Jesus.
In Idaho tonight, former President Donald Trump picks up 4 electoral votes from Idaho. Washington State, the polls have closed. The raw vote coming in. The number's not there yet. The moment we have it, we'll put it back up on the screen. Too early to call. And in Oregon,
Oregon.
the polls have just closed. Cannot call that state as well. Let's look at the map tonight. 270 again, the magic number in the Electoral College. Here's what we've got. Kamala Harris with 9 states plus Washington, D.C., 145 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 23 states, 214 electoral votes. And of course, those key battleground states, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all of them. The votes are coming in. And in all those states, it's extraordinarily close. Our coverage of the 2024 presidential election, it could last for weeks. I'm not sure. I was just making sure you're all still here with me. It continues right now.
This is not the time to play.
This is an ABC News special. Election Night in America. Who will be the next president of the United States? From ABC News headquarters in New York, here again, David Muir.
Good evening. As we come back on the air in the West, it's great to have you with us here. ABC News election headquarters here in New York. This is an extremely close race in all of the key battlegrounds. I want to get right to Mary Bruce, covering the vice president, covering the Harris campaign. And basically, you got your hands on a memo that went out to internal staff saying this is going to buckle up. This is going to be a long election.
This email reads like a reality check from the Harris campaign manager to her staff.
Okay, David,
and she says what we've already talked about. They knew this race was going to be razor thin. She says this is exactly what they prepared for, and that their clearest path to 270 remains to be through the blue wall that we've been talking about all night. She says we feel good about what we are seeing. That said, she is cautioning that this is going to take some time. She runs through those blue wall states, saying in Pennsylvania they overperformed turnout expectations in Philadelphia. She says they're seeing especially high turnout with large non-white and student populations. And then in Michigan and Wisconsin, she notes, they are still awaiting a significant amount of the vote to come in Michigan, pointing to Detroit, also saying other results in Michigan are harder to parse. In Wisconsin, she points to remaining vote in Dane and Milwaukee counties. And then what she says, David, is what we do know is this race is not going to come into focus until the early morning hours. David, she urges their team to, quote, get some sleep and get ready to close out strong tomorrow.
John?
But can I say that is absolutely the message that we're hearing tonight from the Kamala Harris campaign. But I am also talking to Democrats, not precisely on the Kamala Harris campaign, but with very much a vested interest in what's happening here, who are feeling that this is looking very bad for her, who are very concerned about the trends they're seeing, both in those Sun Belt states, concerns about what they're seeing in Wisconsin, and seeing a path. Sure, this is not over. It's certainly not over, but seeing it as a very steep and narrow path for Kamala Harris.
And do they recognize in a lot of these Republican counties, it's sort of like Donald Trump performing just over the threshold of where he needed to be, and the numbers adding up in each one of these battleground states. It's not necessarily sort of the urban centers where they thought Kamala Harris would do well. As Rick has shown us, she has done well in a lot of those areas.
Well, you got to ask yourself why.
Done better than he did 4 years ago, and in some cases is doing better than he did in 2016.
Which is astounding, because he did far better than anybody anticipated in both of those presidential cycles, in those rural, deep red Republican areas. So yes, that's the primary factor here. Is Trump really appears to be turning out his voters and turning them out at a level perhaps even exceeding what they expected. But there are pockets where she's not doing as well. You look in Wisconsin, that area around Madison, Dane County, she's done very well. She has to do very well, but she's fallen short of where Joe Biden was. Milwaukee, again, a lot of votes still.
But you know what? I'm like Donna Brazile. Okay, that's great, but you got to see what happens. When did she come in?
Area around Charlotte, in Mecklenburg County in North Carolina. So a lot of deep concerns among Democrats, very vested in this campaign. Although
we actually,
as you've heard from Mary, the campaign, the Harris campaign, still very much sees a path and says this is going to be long and we need to be patient. And I think when they say long, they don't mean a long night; they mean a long week.
Yeah. All right. Well, that's sobering, John Carl. Appreciate it. Take no offense. We appreciate the reporting and the analysis. And you're right, because you point to Madison, you point to Charlotte, and some of these other cities where she has performed, but not to the level that they hoped that she would in order to pull this off. Donna Brazile, you are a veteran of these campaigns. And when you hear what the campaign chair is saying within the Harris campaign, you've actually heard that before.
Oh, I just opened up when I heard Mary said, I said, oh, I got a memo finally. Look, I've worked on too many Democratic campaigns to throw in the towel. This is when it gets really good. If you're a good Democrat, you know you got to stay up past midnight to find some joy. There's some outstanding ballots, and of course, Philly. We talked about Milwaukee. I'm still waiting for Detroit to come in because for the first time,
Right.
Wayne County allowed people to vote on the same day. It's going to be close. We're not going to win all 7 battleground states. The blue wall is clearly more important than ever. I don't want to feel like 2016. By 11:20 at night, we were calling into Milwaukee to say, there's nothing left. Well, if you call into Milwaukee now, there's still a lot of votes left. Philadelphia, a lot of votes. So be patient. Democrats, don't go running for the refrigerator and finding a beer. Just be patient. We're not there yet.
Come
Donna
on,
Brazil
Donna.
asking the country to be patient tonight. We do have some news coming in here. The decision desk here at ABC News has not projected Georgia, but we can report that Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, has now said at a press conference moments ago that Donald Trump has a, quote, insurmountable lead with the number of votes outstanding in the state of Georgia. He said, it looks like this is pretty much done. I think the results are pretty well baked in. And of course, you all at home remember our reporting on Raffensperger, the Republican who famously stood firm during that key phone call when Donald Trump asked, just find me the 11,000 votes when he lost to Joe Biden. So this is not someone who's necessarily obviously very friendly with Donald Trump. He stands by the process. He stands by the hard work in that state to make sure that this election was safe. And tonight, moments ago, again, we haven't projected this at ABC News, but the Secretary of State in Georgia saying this is insurmountable, that Donald Trump has won there.
And look, Brad Raffensperger is a Republican. He's elected Republican, but he is a straight shooter. No doubt about it. So, again, we haven't called it, but I would take what he said very seriously.
Let's get right to the ground in Georgia. Steve Osunsami in Atlanta. Steve, what do you make of this? And you've talked with the Secretary of State. Facts are facts, and he has said that it looks like it's insurmountable at this point.
Well, as John said, he is a straight shooter. You know, when I talked with him, he told me that, you know, his job is to call balls and strikes, not to put his finger on the scale. You know, his reputation speaks for himself on that issue. I will tell you that we've all been here, the producer I work with, Brandon Bauer, we've been really practicing our math skills, trying to figure out, you know, whether or not there are enough votes for Harris to make up the deficit, which at one point was about 150,000 votes. We're seeing those votes come in from the different county, and it's not clear, as Raffensperger has pointed out, that there are enough votes, even if she were to continue sort of the break that she has had in some of those counties and some of those vote-rich counties like Fulton, Cobb, Gwinnett, where there's still a little bit of vote outstanding to make up that deficit. I'll tell you, I've also talked with both campaigns. You know, the Trump campaign is celebrating tonight. They're already looking forward to being able to say that this is a state that they won. They point out that they did very, very well in the rural counties. You know, we had a setup here, rural versus urban, and they clearly performed well in the rural counties. Some of those counties where we saw up to 70% turnout, those counties made a difference. What's interesting is when you look at the numbers and the turnout here and the way the vote fell, it wasn't that Harris did so much terribly than Biden performed 4 years ago. What you do see is that in the rural counties, the rural voters showed up and showed out.
I wonder, Steve, if part of that is the encouragement to vote early, the combination of early voting and day of voting, if that did just help them rack up the vote. The Republican Party in Georgia, when you look at sort of county by county, I think your point is well made, that they were really able to increase the margins. And I was saying with Rick Klein earlier, Donald Trump has outperformed himself in many cases, even what he did in 2016.
You know, we saw a huge early vote among Republicans, which we didn't see in years past. You know, we were sort of expecting, a lot of people were expecting that what we were going to see today was that when the pre-vote came out, that Harris would have a significant lead, or it would have been closer than it was. But I think that evaporated in large part because we saw so many Republicans in the pre-vote stand in line in the Republican counties that had pre-votes. You know, one thing that's interesting is something else we saw today. You know, there are a number of counties where there isn't an early vote. A lot of these red counties also had good turnout today. We didn't see, as we were driving around the city and sort of anecdotally talking to different people, we didn't see the craziness that we've seen in years past. And a lot of that is because a lot of this election happened in the pre-vote. That's when most of this was decided.
Steve-O in Atlanta. Steve-O's in Sami. Thanks so much, Ryan. So what do you make of this?
Well, it's not where you want to be if you're the Harris campaign on one hand. On the other hand, there was never, the Trump campaign was always planning on winning Georgia and North Carolina. But clearly Kamala Harris's team decided that maybe they could get lucky and pick one of these two off. It's not over yet, but the fact that they spent so much time there thinking that they might get lucky there, it doesn't look like they will. And now all their eggs are going to be in that blue wall. The other thing that's interesting about all this tonight is that one change in the law from 2020 to 2024, these states are counting a lot of these early votes right now. I mean, Georgia started counting this morning. North Carolina started counting at 5 o'clock. Wisconsin, 7. Michigan, 7. Pennsylvania, 7. One note, and Rick hit it earlier, which is important about Wisconsin. Right now, the last I checked, Donald Trump has a lead of about 38,000 votes. So it was just a few minutes ago. I don't know if it held. But there's 31,000 ballots that still need to be counted in Milwaukee. So the Republicans in Wisconsin are saying Donald Trump's going to have about a 21 to 24,000 vote lead before those 31,000 votes get counted. So this is going to be very, very close. And if you look at Racine and Kenosha County down in the southeast corner, you'll see that those two counties together, if you go up one north in Racine, there's only 23% in, but that's a huge, those are some huge numbers where they need to be.
So let's just drill down on that, Ryan. So what are your sources telling you? Where does Donald Trump need to be before these final votes in some of these Democrat-rich counties?
Right. People believe, and I was just talking to Governor Walker on text about this, and he agrees that Donald Trump needs to have about a 21,000 vote lead before those 31,000 absentee ballots get counted or entered into the system in Milwaukee that are still sitting out there. So it's, he's got a 41,000, Trump's got a 41,000 vote lead right now. There's more to come, and there's more blue votes to come in as well. So a long way to go, but rather be Donald Trump here than Kamala Harris.
In Wisconsin. Say that again, Donna.
I would rather be Kamala Harris. Look, you know the state better than I know it, but I also know how difficult it is to get all of the votes counted in Milwaukee. And also Dane. I mean, Dane had not only a significant early vote, but also a great turnout today with the same-day registration, as well as some of the young people in line. So I still believe the verdict is still out. We may not know Milwaukee, the final verdict until sometime tomorrow morning.
Could be
Too
right.
early.
You could be right.
Well, you owe me a beer.
I don't think
Welcome
you're
on, Donna, get it together,
I'd
Donna.
rather be where we're
Spotted cow. But Dane County, they've already counted 94% of the vote. And she seems to have fallen short. That's a
John, these are razor-thin margin. I
for
mean,
sure.
come on, let's not
But
try
let's
to
look at
win
the,
by a blowout. I mean, she's getting there.
Let's look at the map that shows the outstanding vote, Rick.
Yeah,
by party here.
Yeah, I mean that's Milwaukee. That's exactly what Ryan's just talking about. It's a huge amount of vote that is Milwaukee. That's why 43,000 is not necessarily a safe lead. Madison, a little bit of a smaller dot, but there's some red spots on the map as well. You go out to the west to St. Croix. I mean, we don't really have any vote there to speak of at all. So there's still Republican votes too, but Ryan's is right. I mean, as with all three of these Midwestern cities, we're not really going to know until we have a complete portrait of what's going on inside Philadelphia, where there's still, according to our numbers, about 120,000 votes that are outstanding. That's just Philadelphia, not even counting its suburbs. Similarly, if you go up to Michigan, we don't have a lot in Detroit, only about 15,000. That's another 750,000 votes in Detroit, Dearborn, in Wayne County. And as we just talked about, Milwaukee. But those are the big urban areas, and that's what makes any lead right now potentially illusory. North Carolina and Georgia does look different right now, David. It's very hard to see how that ground gets made up because you start to see those blue dots shrink over time, and there's less and less vote. And if you get into it, you realize, Fulton County, that's 93,000 or 93% of the vote in, only 41,000 12,000 left. So where you get the enough votes to shrink the margin becomes difficult to see at this hour. Mecklenburg, Charlotte already came in as well, and we're starting to see Trump, really romp on the score. I mean, this is obviously not a meaningful number at the end of the night, but as of now, he's winning the popular vote by 5,600,000 votes. That will change with California. There's a lot of votes out there, but that's not a result that a lot of people saw coming, that it would even be close on the popular vote side. I think it's a function of all that rural run-up and how close he has kept it in all these other states.
Extraordinary night unfolding. Rick Klein over at the big board. Rick, thanks. We do have some calls at this hour. ABC News can now project that Oregon, that Vice President Kamala Harris will pick up the 8 electoral votes from Oregon. She has won the state of Oregon. She's also won the state of Washington tonight. The 12 electoral votes from Washington will go to Kamala Harris. And we have a race to call in California tonight in the Senate race. Congressman Adam Schiff, 12-term congressman in California, beats Republican Steve Garvey. Obviously, that was an open seat. After Dianne Feinstein, the late Dianne Feinstein. Let's get right to Kana Whitworth in California covering this race. Kana, what can you tell us?
Yeah, so David, this will now be the first time in 3 decades that California will be represented by 2 male senators, and it is certainly an exciting night here for Democrats in California. We are at the Democratic Party where they do actually expect Adam Schiff to address the crowd here momentarily. This has been a race that Democrats have been very, very confident in this win. He is certainly a name known well across this country in terms of politics. He has been one of the leaders against Donald Trump in several issues, and he feels like anytime Donald Trump invokes his name negatively, that actually bodes well for him and his campaign. He's also been spending a tremendous amount of his own political capital helping other races in other battleground states, as well as down ballot races here in California, in particular, some of those hotly contested and very expensive House races in particular. And you guys, I just spoke with Rusty Hicks, who is the California Democratic Party chair, and he said, California is generous with time, talent, and treasure, and he says they have doubled down on that this year because of who is at the top of the ticket, the daughter of California and Kamala Harris. He says they're sending busloads of people. They're making phone calls in other battleground states, David, including Nevada and Arizona.
All right, Kana Whitworth on the ground in California. Kana, our thanks to you. I want to get right back over to Rachel Scott. Rachel, you got some interesting numbers coming in from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and really looking at State College, this is the county of Center. This is home to Penn State, and this is a college town here. So Vice President Kamala Harris hoping to do well here. David, I want to show you President Biden won this county. Clinton won this county. Vice President Kamala Harris underperforming where she needs to be at this moment, according to our 538 benchmark. Take a look at this. She needs to be at 51%. She's at 47%. Donald Trump ahead. This county has gone Democratic for the last 20 years. And right now, with 81% of the vote in, Donald Trump ahead.
Very interesting. And I think there's going to be a lot about the youth vote and how it broke down and whether or not the gender gap bears out that we've reported on, John.
And Trump had a huge rally in State College in these closing days. It was one of his biggest of the final rallies. A lot of college students turning out, waiting in line for a long time, sitting through a long rally. Really quite a story.
And you have some exit polls on the youth vote in Pennsylvania. What are you seeing?
Yes, Donald Trump actually doing 8 points better with the group 18 to 29 than he did when he was in 2020. But Kamala Harris is winning. It's still just that he's doing better than he did. 53% of the vote, a little more than half, going for Kamala Harris. And this is a group that certainly she has gone after. She has talked about how Gen Z is impatient for change. The baton is in our hands. She's talked multiple times about a new way forward. We're seeing more of the same in Wisconsin, where she's edging him out, but still he's doing much better than he did in 2020. Here she has half of that youth vote in Wisconsin for that 18 to 29, but Donald Trump still outperforming himself from 2020.
Wow, it's really interesting because when I was over looking at Wisconsin with you, we were looking at Madison, and I was wondering if the youth vote and the gender gap is going to become a story in some of these key counties. And when you see Lindsay saying that Kamala Harris eking out by 2 points in the exit polls among young voters, and what is the benchmark of where she should be in Dane County? I mean, obviously she's beating him there, but she,
a full point behind, and that's exactly it. And it's not just the percentages; it's often going to be turnout as well. And this is a county that Biden was able to get, I think, around 180,000 votes out of it. I talked to someone, a Wisconsin specialist, who said that's what you need for years now. Reince knows this better than anyone. Democrats have been running up the score in Madison, the liberal college town, and said they've got as much as they can, and maybe they reached a limit tonight.
I think it's really interesting. Thanks, Rick. We're going to stay on this. We're going to be laser focused on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, which we sound like a broken record. We say this every 4 years or so. And I think it's interesting that both Reince and Donna believe that this is going to be very close, particularly in a state like Wisconsin. And, you know, Reince is from there, so he knows Wisconsin better than any of us. So the numbers continue to come in. We'll be right back. Your local news. We're going to check in with your local news teams, and we'll see you a short time from now.
Okay.
Live coverage of Election Night 2024 in a moment.
It's getting deep, Tulsa.
It is. I mean, when you say Oregon, Washington, you know, she got those. It was kind of predictable, and then California. So
And I think
you know,
also, but I think they have to depend on that blue wall, and I understand with the numbers that these people are predicting this because they have a benchmark where they're looking at, but they have to realize that this woman came in a situation where she's performing, but had she been in the whole campaign and did the whole campaign, it may have been different. And then, of course, you got a black woman. A lot of these numbers, these people are not going to vote for her, regardless if she's proven herself. I don't know much about her. Well, what did she do as a vice president? Well, she's a vice president. Well, what are her accomplishments? I'm like, attorney general for California, the lawyer for San Francisco, a state, representative. I mean, a vice president. I think she's done a lot. But again, I think that she has a bigger bar to cross, and then they lower the bar for other people. This is why I think at the end of the day, you all, that y'all need to vote. And I just can't stress it enough. And even if she wins, I'm still telling you all need to vote, because we think that this was this lady won this in the bag. Now you're seeing that these people in these rural areas, they don't want that change. They don't want to move forward, boo-boo. They want it to stay like it is, or keep other people back who they thinking are taking something from them or getting ahead. And that's what it really boils down to. People are taking stuff that belongs to us and they're getting ahead. And so again, people are going to vote, and a lot of these commercials they've been based on fear. And this is what we've been seeing. This is in my opinion. What do you think, Queen Tulsa? Oh, you're on mute, Queen Tulsa.
I think like the whole assassination attempt, I think he was going to get a lot. I think he believed that people would still remember that, and he would have some type of sympathy. But my thing is playing with the people is just you do when you're running for office. And I feel like he played a little bit too much in our faces. I mean, even with the comments about the Latinos, they're trash and this, that, and the third, and just his rhetoric and his supporters, what they represent. It's starting to backfire on him. And I think that he should be in a position where he should have handled himself like a president and not really went left. I think that's where he lost some people. I'm not saying that he was a total.
We're back. I'm sorry. Yeah, Tulsa, we back.
All right, let's go.
We're back. I'm so sorry. We're back.
Hey, Kira, well, the energy is really starting to come alive here at Trump headquarters. You can hear the music behind me here, and they are celebrating as these states are being projected. And North Carolina has just popped up here on the screens here. Now, I should note that the Trump campaign has been putting some of these projections out here before we have, but I can tell you everybody's very excited and energized. One thing that we've also learned is that Speaker Mike Johnson is expected to travel from Louisiana to here to Mar-a-Lago to be with former President Trump tonight. He told the crowd he was actually at an event in Louisiana, and he told them that he was going to Mar-a-Lago. And that's something, forgive me, a lot going on here. But Speaker Johnson, among those very confident in the way things are playing out for Donald Trump tonight. Kira.
And possibly Elon Musk showing up there as well. Whit Johnson, we'll keep checking in with you there in Mar-a-Lago. Now to the Harris headquarters at Howard University. Eva Pilgrim is there. Eva, let's talk about the atmosphere there.
Well, Kira, I can tell you there has been a real vibe shift here in the last 30 minutes to 45 minutes or so. We were actually starting to see some people that are leaving.
What?
There have been streams of people going. The crowd has thinned out just a little bit. You know, we've spoken with campaign sources who they tell us that they think that they can still hold the blue wall. But when we talk to people within the Democratic Party, there's a real concern that's starting to build as they look at the margins in these blue wall states, in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, in Michigan. There's nerves, a lot of nerves tonight about the numbers that they're seeing coming in and just how she's performing versus how Joe Biden did 4 years ago. One of the things the Harris campaign keeps sending us is information about the long lines at college campuses. And one source said to me, we can't count on those votes for Harris. Kira.
What?
All right, Eva Pilgrim, thank you so much. I'm Kira Phillips. So glad that you are with us tonight. I hope you'll stay with ABC News. Our team is bringing you election results all throughout the night, led by our David Muir. Don't go far. Our race for the White House coverage continues.
You hear that?
Yes. It's getting scarier, but you know, we still have votes that still haven't been counted.
Yeah, but this is why, again, voting is important. I mean, I'm going to keep saying. I see you, Olivia. I'm going to drop it. Voting is important, and you telling people not to vote. I'm telling you, it's no joke. It's no joke because this stuff is important, and now we find out that voting is important. Now we find out these rural counties, they're voting in these rural counties. They are actually voting. They're voting. So, Miss Olivia, the link has been dropped. But baby, these people voting. They are. That they are. Come on, Miss Olivia. She on here somewhere.
I'm getting so much I don't know. I'm just getting anxious.
Yeah, there's Olivia. I'm not, there's still a way, but like I said, no one should have thought that, oh, this was going to be this, and this. And this is why I tell people don't trust them polls. What's up, Miss Olivia? What's going on with you? What you thinking?
Well, it's, oh, Jay Wilson.
Yeah, it's going to be,
This
and
is, here's the thing.
You can't blame her because, again,
No, I don't blame her. Let me tell you what I blame.
What's going on?
Like, can I tell you what I blame?
Go ahead and tell us.
When Joe Biden said that he was going to step aside, right? And he said, our next candidate should be Kamala Harris.
Mm-hmm.
At this point in time in this country, as polarized as this country is right now, I felt like it was a mistake. A lot of people didn't want to hear that. I heard a lot of arguments. But people are always going to go with their baser instinct, right?
Mm-hmm.
Even when they know that this man and his policies are bad for us in this country. And I know oh my God, racism and sexism is always going to win in this country. Now we had one shining moment in Obama era, right? And it rubbed so many Anglos the wrong way that they don't want to deal with that anymore, whether it's unconscious bias or straight up racism. But
Mm-hmm.
you see what's going on in this country now. This man, he done said he want to be a dictator. I mean, he done said he gonna cut all kind of programs, even the Department of Education. You know, he's imposing. He wants to impose a 125-day martial law on the whole entire country. He wants to do. He wants unchecked power. He wants to do away with the Constitution of the United States of America. All of that, and look at all those red vote electoral colleges votes that he has already. What does
Yeah,
that tell you?
yeah, yeah.
And then
It's something.
also when it comes to uh you know black people, and I hate to say this, and I'm talking to my own dang on people, okay? You had all those white folks at them Kamala Harris rallies, right? Now, they're the polarizing of this country right now. When they got into that booth and they were by themselves, no matter who they said they were going to vote for, who the cause when the people when you get somebody like Donald Trump, you fear mongering and you hate mongering, and you saying you're gonna start a civil war and all of this and all of that, what your knee jerk reaction is to go with your own people. For some people,
Correct.
right? Not for
Mhm.
not for all black people, but every other race and ethnicity of people knows to is stronger together, right? But not us, And I'm not necessarily blaming us for this because I can't, because we're not the only one voting in the country. But people are always going to go with their baser instinct, even though that they know it's wrong for them. They know that it's wrong for this country for Trump to be the president. If it wasn't wrong for him, one example is why do you think Putin was working so hard
Yeah,
to get
and
Donald
Olivia, like I
elected?
said, it's just really interesting what's happening. But this is why I can't believe people telling folk not to vote. So if you're
Yeah,
seeing
I mean,
what's
yeah,
going on, you see
I
what's
heard
going
that
on. These
conversation
real
last night. I
people
was
know
like,
what's going
damn, this is
on.
about the time.
These
But that's
real
a
people.
good example of us not having enough sense to pull together and stick together with us. Why is Georgia so close?
I can't believe that you literally said out your mouth that Putin was working so hard. I mean, as a black
You don't.
woman.
Oh, wait, wait, wait,
Have
wait,
you?
wait, 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 wait. No, 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 no. There are some things with parties of people who want misinformation and things happening and going out. Because I think Miss Olivia is saying that there in America, no matter how great people may be, when you start fear mongering and putting fear into people and all of this stuff, then people are going to go to their baser instincts. So I think that's what she's really saying at this particular point. And this is why I believe that you have all of these rural votes coming out,
Yeah,
and they are trending much higher
yeah.
because you got the people in the rural areas voting more, and then you got people telling folk not to vote, and and that
Not
then
one southern
urban
state
areas,
was for Kamala Harris.
Yo, bro, drop the video. We're having a conversation, okay? So,
no, we're not doing the video because we're watching the numbers.
yeah.
This is an
We're gonna.
election.
Don't you find
Hold on.
what I
This
mean?
is
We're,
Then Jay
hold
Wilson,
on. Stop.
not
Stop.
one
This
southern
is an
state.
election watch. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying the South, honey, think they gonna rise again under Trump. Okay, not one southern state voted, for Kamala Harris, right?
Yeah, and we look
Overall,
like North Carolina and Virginia's not going. Well, Virginia may pull out. Virginia may
exactly
be the only one.
because they're gonna go with their baser instincts.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
that
I don't know
I,
why.
that, that that's
I
not
don't know
that
why
that's
the
not an actual
Democratic Party.
that's
I
not
don't
an
know
actual
why
fact.
I don't know why the Democratic Party, and I was hopeful, but as soon as they say Kamala, I was like,
All right, now let me
How can you turn around and
Passa
say
be
they
back.
haven't when it ain't even been
Simon,
counted?
what are you what are you here for? Because Simon, we're not here to argue. We're getting
is
ready
he
to go
even in
into
this
this.
country?
We're getting really,
Is
really
he?
ready to go ahead and watch this debate, and we're just giving reasons why. And what she's saying is the numbers are saying something totally different. The red areas are rural areas.
Yes.
And the blue areas are usually urban areas of people
And
who
then
have
this,
some education. So therefore, why is it even close? And these are some things that we are looking at. So we're not getting ready to drop the video because this is why we're here. We're here for the
Yeah, but he's
election
from the
watch.
UK. He can't.
Yeah,
If he didn't grow up in
I
this
just
country,
need,
Jay Wilson, how can he
I
understand?
ain't come.
I
No, no,
just need, I just
I ain't
need you.
come up.
I
Yeah,
just need you to be, Simon. I just need you to be an observer. You all still have, y'all have.
I'm watching. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get that. I get that.
Oh,
I'm
hold on.
just saying.
Everybody, I want everybody to go on mute because now it's back on and we want to hear what's going on. So everybody go on mute so we can listen.
Senators, of course, the other one being Senator J.D. Vance, his running mate.
Is running mate. All right, Rachel, thanks. We do have a state to call. This is a big one. It's North Carolina. 16 electoral votes go to former President Donald Trump. He has won the state of North Carolina.
North Carolina.
Let's get right over to Rick Klein at the board. Let's show our viewers how this played
Oh,
out.
Charlotte couldn't
North
help.
Carolina now in Donald Trump's column, and we can start doing these hypotheticals, the sort of the rest of the pathway to get to 270.
Yeah, this is the first major battleground state that has been projected by ABC News. So this assumes that everything else happens the way that we expect. A big if. We haven't gotten results out of a lot of safe blue states in particular tonight. But this changes the electoral math in some very significant ways. Right now, Donald Trump is in a commanding position, not just in North Carolina, but also in Georgia. If you were to award him those two states, he is at 251 electoral votes. That leaves him the opportunity to win the electoral college just with Pennsylvania. If Pennsylvania falls for him, that's enough. But let's assume that doesn't happen. Then you've got some other possibilities. We've been talking a lot about the other blue wall states, Michigan or Wisconsin. You take one of those and any other state on the map, and you've got 270. So you can do that with Michigan. You can do that with Wisconsin. Similar situation that you need a slightly bigger state than Nevada. In that case, you need Arizona to work. Once again, for Harris, it's now a vanishingly small map. The biggest opportunity still Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. It doesn't matter that she's lost North Carolina or even that she loses these others. The other possibility that could be intriguing, given what we're seeing out west, is that she pieces something else together. Pennsylvania is an absolute must-win at this point. No question about it. She needs to win that state. But she could win Wisconsin in addition to Arizona and Nevada and get 270 electoral votes. She could also trade Wisconsin for Michigan and end up in the same place. But this does change very significantly where things stand. Just by our 538 calculations, Donald Trump already at around a 70% chance of winning, just based on the North Carolina call, not even taking into account the other trends that we've been talking about of the kind of red shift that we've seen across so many communities in this country.
So let's drill down on Pennsylvania at this hour, because this number, the Donald Trump lead has grown.
Yeah.
And is this a surmountable lead for the Harris campaign?
There's definitely still votes on the table where it can be made up, but it gets harder as the night goes on. There's more vote comes in because some of these places are places that Republicans will continue to pick up votes. Just looking there in Wilkes-Barre, 24,000 votes there. Donald Trump's winning that county 60-40. Lancaster, another place, another 13,000 votes there. So once you get into Philadelphia and the suburbs, yeah, it's a lot of vote that's still there. We're still talking about 250,000 votes in Philadelphia, but Kamala Harris is going to win all of them, right? She might win it by a 2-1, 3-1 margin. Then you start to chip away. The suburbs are still very big, and there's a ton of vote there. And just to add this up, that's 228, that's 200, that's 400, that's 750, 800, 900,000 votes. But they'd have to break very decisively for Harris to come through. Certainly plausible, but that doesn't take into account that there still are Republican-leading communities that are still to report, and so many of these places, as Rachel talked about before, that previously had looked a little bit bluish, are tilting to the reddish. And when you start to add things up like this and overperform, Donald Trump overperforming his numbers by 4 or 5 points in places like this, 2,000 votes, 3,000 votes there, that is really the story of the night when it comes to the maps.
Governor Christie, what do you make of Pennsylvania? What you're looking at right now?
Well, I spent a lot of time there during my time as governor, and those 900,000 votes in the collar counties in Philly are a big deal. But it just keeps getting tougher and tougher there. You got over a 200,000 vote lead now, so it gets tougher. But that part of it's not over. I look at Michigan and still see Harris in a pretty good position in Michigan. And as Ryan has said before about Wisconsin, I still think that's a jump ball. Although, look, you have to say at this point, you'd rather be Trump than Harris, given the way the map is being laid out. As we sit here now. And the other thing, when you mentioned Moreno before, that's a really important seat, assuming they win Montana as well. And given the way this is moving, I think you have to assume that. The reason is that gives him 52 votes. in the Senate, not 51. And if you assume that Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski might not be amenable to some of the choices a new President Trump might make for his cabinet, 51 would have been a potential problem. 52, even if he loses both of them, he gets to 50, and J.D. Vance can break the tie on any controversial cabinet members or judicial appointments. So the Moreno win in Ohio is an incredibly important governing win for Donald Trump, assuming that John Tester is beaten in Montana.
And Sherrod Brown was closer to Moreno than John Tester is to his challenger. And Martha, you've covered that race out in Montana. John Tester trying to hold on to his seat in a very red state, third-generation farmer, but it's going to be tough if you look at the rest of the map
It's going to be tough, and one of the main reasons is they've had people from outside Montana move into Montana. It's kind of like Florida. They have a whole new population in many places in Montana, even though Tester has won, he's trying for his fourth term. It's also a wild race. They have a Navy SEAL, a former Navy SEAL, running against him, Tim Sheehy, who has been very controversial because there are charges that he lied about a gunshot wound he got. A park ranger said that he had told her in 2015 that he accidentally shot himself, but he had been telling the story that he got the wound in Afghanistan. Now he is a combat decorated veteran and Navy SEAL, but that particular gunshot wound allegedly did not come from those battles.
Martha, thanks. Let's get back over to Rachel on the rest of the story for Ohio. Obviously, a lot of eyes on John Tester at this point. Yeah. But Sherrod Brown is a major win for the Republicans tonight. The fact that he's now been defeated after trying a couple of times to get him, they got him this time.
Yeah, it's a huge win. And again, David, I just want to go back to the map here because this is important. We talked about the importance of West Virginia, a state that Donald Trump won. Also, Ohio, now that we've called it for Sherrod Brown. This is basically it here in Montana. John Tester, the last statewide Democrat, as Martha just mentioned, Democrats have a razor-thin majority in the Senate. Reminder, Democrats currently holding 51 seats, Republicans holding 49, and they're playing so much defense tonight with 23 seats that they are defending. That's why all eyes are on Montana and that race. And right now, not as we're waiting more vote, it's not looking good for Senator John Tester.
Let's race across the map. Can we look at Michigan, the Senate race there? It's an open seat. Debbie Stabenow retiring. Alyssa Slotkin, obviously a member of Congress who's up against Mike Rogers, also a former member of Congress, and he's got the lead.
He's got the lead. They both represented the same exact part district in Lansing right here. Let's just take a look at how they're doing compared to the top of the ticket here. This is always fascinating for us as we're talking about split ticket voting. We have Slotkin at 56%, Harris at 55%, Mike Rogers 41%, Donald Trump at 42%. This is another one that we're going to be keeping our eyes very closely peeled on as well as they make the case in this state too, David.
But overall, statewide, he's in the lead at this point.
Overall, statewide, he is in the lead by 32,000 votes. 38% of the vote in, still a little early.
Yeah, Pennsylvania, Bob Casey.
Bob Casey over in Pennsylvania. And this is one where, again, White House also crossing roads with control of the Senate. Bob Casey from Scranton, very popular name here in the state. His father was a governor running against McCormick in the state. Right now, let's take a look here. You have McCormick ahead by 119,000 votes compared to Bob Casey, 81% of the vote in. Let's go ahead and do that compare as well. Let's start with Scranton as well here. You could just see, let's go back here. You could see. Yeah, they're just starting in Scranton, though, just seeing how Harris is doing here. Bob Casey, 53%, Harris at 50%. Let's see how it's doing statewide as well. Overall, Harris at 47%, Casey at 47%, Donald Trump 51%, McCormick 49%.
And so clearly Donald Trump at this point appears to be lifting Dave McCormick to a potential victory over Bob Casey. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves here tonight. Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin looking to hold on to her seat. Where does that look at this hour?
Yeah, Tammy Baldwin in Wisconsin looking to hold on to her seat here. She's been in public office for 40 years at this point. Let's go over to the Senate so we can see how she's doing against Eric Hovde. At this point, he is ahead by about 30,000 votes, 70% of the vote in. Let's go ahead and do that compare as well here so you can see how they're running against the top of the ticket. You have Hovde, 49%, Donald Trump at 50%. He's ahead again by 30,000 votes compared to Tammy Baldwin at 48%, Vice President Kamala Harris at 47%.
So again, we haven't called any of these races, but the portrait that you just showed is a big night for Republicans in all of these states. It looks like Tammy Baldwin's fighting to stay alive in the Senate right now. Bob Casey fighting for his life in the Senate. And in an open seat in Michigan, Mike Rogers is in the lead at this point. John Carl, this is potentially a big night for Donald Trump and all of the Republican Senate candidates who were looking either to fill an open seat or to replace a Democratic incumbent.
Look, it's not over. A lot of votes still to count, but the trend lines are clear. And what you are seeing is potentially Donald Trump on the precipice of the greatest comeback in American political history. I mean, we've never seen anything like this. We've seen presidents lose and come back. You know, we remember Grover Cleveland coming back, but this is...
You do.
Yeah, it was a long time ago. But
we weren't around for that. No, I'm just kidding.
But a president who left the White House the way he left, impeached for the second time, 7 members of his own party voting to convict him in the Senate, facing multiple criminal trials, indictments in 4 separate cases, convictions in the case in New York, and to face all of that, come back, recapture the Republican nomination, and be on the precipice of potentially getting back into the White House is something unlike anything we have ever seen in American history. Even with Donald Trump, we've just never seen something like this. And to see the Republicans in these races, we don't know where the House is yet. The House, we're probably going to have to wait a while, but on the precipice of potentially not just retaking the Senate, but retaking it comfortably. It gets to the question that Donald Trump would ask in the closing days at the beginning of every one of his rallies. Are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? And as we've seen in our polling, as we've seen in the exit polls today, the resounding answer from most Americans is no. They feel they've been hit with housing costs that have been, absolutely brutal. Inflation, the rate of inflation has gone down, but eggs are still about 161% more now than they were when Joe Biden got in. Gas prices about 50% more than when Joe Biden came into the White House. Americans are saying clearly, I mean, even before hearing the final results, we see, trend lines that they are unhappy with the stewardship of the Democrats in the White House, and this is a rejection.
And David, if I can, it really, just to double down on that, the message Kamala Harris has been trying to get out there is things are getting better. The inflation rate is going down. But the people who have suffered through this, they'll never get that money back. And voters I talked to, it was the absolute #1 issue. And they felt that they were thriving under Donald Trump. There was a young voter in Texas, a veteran, who did not vote for Donald Trump in 2020, was disgusted by things that Donald Trump had said. His name is Carl Wild, and I checked in with Carl Wild again this week, and he said, my business has gone downhill. My wife's business has gone downhill. I am voting for Donald Trump. He said, I'm still disgusted by things he said, but this is about my family. This is about our suffering through the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, no matter the explanations about why or how that happened, that is what people are feeling. I've said it tonight before. That is their truth. They have blanked out some of the things Donald Trump has said. They've normalized some of the things Donald Trump has said, but it's their kitchen table.
And when you're paying more at the grocery store, you would know
Exactly.
And so that's your most immediate concern. And as you said, as you traveled through the Sunbelt states, everywhere you went, that's what they said. I want to bring in the team at 538, Galen Druk, Elliot Morris. Do we have a camera at 538, guys? I wanted to ask them, I know they're crunching the numbers. There they are. See if we can find them in their cubicle back there. Hey, guys, are you back there? Are you still awake? Hey, I know you guys have been crunching the numbers here.
We got you, indeed.
Hey.
We are still awake.
Galen, Elliot, tell us what you're seeing in Pennsylvania at this hour. We're watching the Donald Trump lead grow. Is that something that Kamala Harris can catch up to mathematically at this point?
Yeah, I just want to lay out the math as it stands for 1 second. So here on this tool behind me, we're showing the probability of Harris or Donald Trump winning the presidency. If you consider all the projections ABC has made so far tonight, except for North Carolina, that first battleground state. But I want you to see when we assign North Carolina to Trump, for example, you see that shifts the likelihood of Trump winning the presidency to 76 out of 100 times. We also heard, of course, from the Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger, that he expects Trump to win Georgia. We have not made that projection yet, but I just want to give you some sense of how the scenarios play out. If Georgia also ends up in Trump's column, we see that things there look quite good for him. Now, look, if Pennsylvania were in that case to then go to Kamala Harris, as you asked about, things suddenly do start to change a bit. We get closer back to 55 out of 100 scenarios Harris can win. But then Trump just needs to pick up any of these other battleground states in order to derail Harris on the path to 270. So right now, as you can see from our projections here, the scenarios that we are running, it looks quite good for Donald Trump at this point in the night. And my colleague Elliot, I think, can talk a little bit more about the outstanding vote in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, David, this might be thought of as a best case scenario for Kamala Harris at this point. One thing that this model you see here doesn't know about is the outstanding votes in Philadelphia. And what we've been seeing there and what Rick's been telling you on his great big board, looking at our benchmarks, is that Democrats just aren't hitting the turnout they need in Philadelphia. The collar counties around that city, they are going for Democrats about what Kamala Harris would need to win, but the turnout just isn't there in Philadelphia. Look, ABC News has not made any projections in these races, but from our perspective, it's just a matter of the counting.
Got it. All right, Elliot, Galen, thank you. It's an uphill climb at this point. It would seem mathematically for Kamala Harris to catch up to Donald Trump with this kind of lead in Pennsylvania, though the Harris campaign certainly isn't even acknowledging that. They've already said this is going to be a very long night or nights. I do want to call, should we call Virginia right now? ABC News can project Virginia. Mark, right? Let's move forward here. We'll project Virginia, 13 electoral votes going to Kamala Harris with 86% of the vote in. We do take note that this is later in the evening than we thought it would be to actually project Virginia, and it's 13 electoral votes for Kamala Harris, which does signal tonight, Rick Klein, what we're seeing across the board.
Yeah, just think about the fact that Harris is only going to win. Well, we'll see what the final number is, but the fact that it took this long to get to it is significant. And it is worth noting right now, Donald Trump is up in all three states of the blue wall. Pennsylvania, it's a 200,000 vote margin. Michigan, it's about 100,000, and Wisconsin, it's 82,000. Now, we've also been saying throughout the night tonight and for the last couple of years that sometimes there's mirages on the map because the type of vote that's in and where it's from. And there is the possibility for this in all three states. And for similar reasons. It's because we have a large number of votes that are left in urban areas that tend to be bluer. So that's the story that we see right there. In Pennsylvania, it's Philadelphia. In Michigan, it's going to be Milwaukee. A lot of vote left, as Reince has been talking about. And that's in Wisconsin is Milwaukee. And in Michigan is Detroit. So lots of votes are still out there, but they would have to break in a very big way for Kamala Harris.
All right, Rick Klein at the big board, thank you. We're going to drill down on Wayne County in Michigan, actually the Arab American population, and whether or not that could make a big difference here as well. Our coverage continues. We're going to stay on these three states. Very close race in those three states between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, though Trump leads in all three at this hour. We're back in a moment with our ABC News live coverage.
I read what you said, Red Pill. I think it's a little bit of both. I think the economy was getting ready to go tank with the COVID situation. I believe Joe Biden again had to come in and fix the situation. And I just think Trump is getting credit for stuff that he really didn't do. To be honest, Joe Biden had to come in and fix stuff. And of course, you're going to get it when you're the one who has to fix the mess. So I do think it's about economics, but people don't really look to where it's coming from. I do think it's a race situation as well. It ain't only economy. It ain't only economy. It's not only economy.
No, it's not only economy.
You look at the people, because if that was the case, then black people wouldn't have been voting for Harris.
Right. Look at history. Okay. Look at history. So it's more than just the economy. I mean,
It's more than just economy.
The economy. Yeah, we know that it's when it comes to the economy, we did suffer via via COVID-19, right? We know that they had to look. If I truly believe that if Biden was not as old as he was and he still was of sound mind, he would have won again.
No, hold on for a minute. No hope line. It is more than just the economy. No, because that's the case. Then you would have Kamala. Kamala would have lost handily because black people usually are the ones who suffer the most. Are you serious with me now? Absolutely not. It was her race. It was her sex, and then when you throw, well, it's the economy and immigration and right. Right. It was immigration when they were killing them people and separating them children.
Right.
Don't
They
play.
just, honey, these white folks is linking up like Voltron. They getting in line, okay? Because they know what it is in this country right now, right? They know what the deal is. That look, we don't know what they're talking about at their kitchen tables, but they know, and they know what it looked like, and they know they got to get in line. Why do you have now? They can't have this much of a lead without the white woman vote, right? So she's voting against her own interests. Why? Because she's voting with her people. Now let's just keep it above. She's voting against her own rights to her own body to vote for
And,
this
I don't think it's the suburban ones. I'm looking at these rural people again.
Yes,
Most of
that's
this stuff
suburban.
is coming
That's
from
true.
rural people,
But
and
these
even
rural
even
people, like you said, they
Latinos.
really came out to vote.
They sure did. They came out to
Yeah,
vote
I
for sure.
agree. Yeah, cause they bought his TC. When you tell people that we're gonna make your life better, we're gonna fire all of these people that are not for our party, all these federal jobs. We're gonna fire all them. We gonna educate you as to how to do these jobs, and we're gonna put you in these federal positions. Who do you think they're taking these federal jobs away from? Black people. That's who they're taking them away from.
And Democrats.
Yeah, the Democrats.
They
You
getting
know.
ready. They getting ready to do that. I mean, like I
Yeah, I
said,
think they're gonna do it on real.
now
Yeah.
you don't think Project 2025 is gonna happen if this man wins? You watch.
Thank you. This getting ready to get real bad in this country. So Jay Wilson going forward.
Education is gonna be real bad as well because when you
Yeah.
trying to do the Department of Education,
Yes.
you're trying to make it
But
a
you remember he said he wanted to make America great again, right? So he wants to roll it back to what pre-civil rights era, like old Jim Crow 2.0 or something. Is that where we're going with this?
it
So
seems like
don't think it can't happen again, people, because it can. You know. But I just feel like the Democrats was wrong for entertaining Kamala Harris at this point in time in this country with these polarized politics. That was a mistake for them to get behind Kamala Harris. That was a knee jerk reaction.
they really
I
didn't
feel
have a
like they
decision
should have thought
because
it out better. Uh,
they didn't really have a decision to be honest because Joe Biden made that
they
decision.
didn't have,
And
yeah, they
my
didn't
thing
have
is
a
this:
peaceful.
instead of taking him down, but you're not gonna because they were the sad part about them is they were in a rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
Somebody's mic. They were a rock and a hard place. If they would have got rid of the old man and did something, then it would have been wrong. But I'm gonna tell you what, I don't think he would have won. I don't think he would have won.
No, he wouldn't have won in his condition right now. No, he absolutely wouldn't have won. Absolutely not.
All right, if you red pill something with your mic, you got some feedback. Go ahead.
I know I'm getting it's very low on my end. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you, red pill.
Yeah, I just want to tap in. I had talked to a lot of, well, not a lot, but it's a lot going on here in Chicago, having a Democratic mayor. And a lot of blacks here in Chicago swore that they were going to vote Trump. They're tired of the immigration. They're tired of the money that the city has been paying out to these immigrants and Social Security and public aid and EBT cards. They're tired of the importing. They're tired that they have been going down to City Hall for months, voicing that they're voting for Trump, that they're going to stop voting with the Republican Party, and they're going strictly with Trump. And they've called all Black people here to stop voting for Republicans. I
You
mean,
mean
stop voting for Democrats.
okay? Well, only thing I can say is time will tell, and if they think that this is a better situation, then we'll see what happens. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. We'll see what happens.
And then
I'm
you
not.
got to look at these
I'm not here to.
rappers and these
I'm not
people with
here.
money,
I'm not
like
arguing.
Olivia said. They say
I'm not.
one thing, but
Yeah,
when
but
they go in that booth and they go behind them curtains, you don't know who they vote for. They were pushing Trump. A lot of these rich rappers were standing behind Trump.
yeah, because it benefits them. It benefits them financially. But my thing is this: whatever happens, happens. I'm glad I still voted the way I did. It is what it is. She projected winner or what? So you all, it's back on. So let's see what happens. Go ahead and go on mute. We're gonna see what happens. All right, give me a minute. Put it back on.
As we mentioned earlier, if Pennsylvania is called one way or another, it changes the course almost entirely. Let's get right over to Rick Klein at the wall. Rick, we've called North Carolina for Donald Trump. We want to just go back to that column we had up there a second ago. Just the hypothetical. Again, just for the audience that's with us, and we're grateful because we know it's just after midnight here in the East. North Carolina called for Trump. 69.7 out of 100 chances of winning, the simulations that our team is doing. 30% chance of winning for Kamala Harris. Show us what happens with Pennsylvania, really, for either one.
Well, Pennsylvania puts Trump over the top at this point. I mean, there's no way anymore to see how this doesn't devastate her chances. But I want to get into what it would mean for Kamala Harris, because there still is a path left, and it would involve starting with Pennsylvania. That would balance things out a little bit as we look things over. And then there's still the possibility of Michigan and Wisconsin. But this doesn't assume at all, David, what we're seeing in the rest of the states. The overpowering position right now that we're seeing the Trump campaign in Georgia right now, leading by about 118,000 votes with 93% of the vote in. We're just not seeing a lot left in terms of where the vote can be. We still got some blue dots, but they are getting smaller. That means that there's the possibilities of making up ground in a DeKalb County. Yeah, there's votes left. There's no question, 44,000. But you got to think about maybe he nets or she nets 30,000 out of that. That gets you down maybe to 80,000. And there's still other places. That's where this math gets increasingly difficult. And that's where the fact that she is trailing in Georgia as well as Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin makes this difficult to see. There's still the possibility of a Western path if she can piece together Arizona and Nevada that could offset one of these losses, but not a Pennsylvania loss. And she would then need to be able to carry the other battlegrounds or the other blue wall states.
Forgive me for asking the question again, but this is what I think the viewers at home want to know on really both sides, Trump supporters and Harris supporters in Pennsylvania. Let's look at the math.
Yeah.
And again, revisit whether or not we think this is possible mathematically, and if the chances are slimming here for any sort of change of course here. Philadelphia, how much of the vote is left?
Yeah, well, we've seen the lead narrow a little bit as more vote comes in, I think, from the suburbs. I'll check on that in a second. We still have about 250,000 votes, about a quarter of the overall vote in the city of Philadelphia. This is overwhelmingly Harris territory, but it is less overwhelmingly so than it was for Joe Biden. And it is still below where we think she would need to be running according to the 538 benchmark. So she just isn't running up the kind of numbers. Even if she were to absolutely romp in the outstanding vote in Philadelphia, it's still going to be hard to make up that gap. Same thing in these other bluer leaning suburbs, Chester, Montgomery. And one we're paying attention to today, Bucks is now flipped. It's now narrowly in Trump's direction, very narrowly, but this is exactly what he needed to be doing. His 538 benchmark had him at 47%. He's 2 points above that in this classic battleground suburban county.
And that's really the story of the night, at least so far, and we're getting deep into the night, is that Donald Trump, ran up the margins in so many of these red counties.
Yep.
Maybe not huge urban areas or huge populated counties, but in all of these red counties in the swing states where it truly does matter, as you know, it matters everywhere across the country. But in the swing counties, Rick, every one of those sort of benchmarks that you were showing me in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump was meeting them or just outperforming
Exceeding
them
them.
ever so slightly, and that does add up.
Yeah, you can just kind of do a tour of the state and pick almost any county and see that he's outperforming where he was projected to need to be to win the state. Almost every place, a point or two here, a point or two there, that adds up. He's adding 25,000 votes in a smaller county near State College. Rachel talked about what it means in State College. This is a place that Kamala Harris, frankly, needed to win if she's going to be competitive. It is really the story almost everywhere, not just in the battleground states, but in the non-battleground states. And that's why we've seen a map develop tonight that saw Florida and Texas get projected very early. Iowa, despite that Des Moines Register poll, went very solidly for Donald Trump. That's looking now like it's a 13-point victory for Donald Trump, and why we're still sitting here at a little after midnight, and we don't have a projection in New Jersey. We don't have a projection in New Hampshire. Virginia just got projected a little while back. We don't have a projection in Minnesota just yet. So all these bluer states have moved a little bit red. And again, the upshot is right now Donald Trump has 4.3 million more votes than Kamala Harris. That will change. The popular vote, that will change, especially with California's vote. But that is an astounding number when you realize he lost the popular vote both times he ran. In fact, both times he was around 46, 47%. Now, if this were to hold, it will not hold, to be clear. But he's got a shot at hitting 50%.
At hitting 50%. Reince, did you get a chance to reach out to the former president?
I talked to him a few minutes ago. He's pretty obviously excited, wanted to know how I felt about Wisconsin. I feel really good about it. And if you look at Wisconsin, what you'll see there is that the president up over 95,000 votes. And if there's going to be a ballot dump in Milwaukee, which is when they get the flash drive from all the absentee ballot early vote numbers. So I thought that the president would win by 40 or 50,000 votes once that happens. But if you look at Green Bay, what you're going to see there is that's going to be a big win for President Trump there, only about 35% in. That's going to keep coming the direction of President Trump. So, like Rick said, I mean, Kamala Harris is bleeding in every direction. The other point I want to make is that something I've been trying to argue for the past couple of weeks is that Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in 2016 went all three for Trump. In 2020, all three for Joe Biden. And one of the reasons I think that is that when you think about the undecided voter, they're the same person in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And there's a reason why these states run together. I'm not saying that's going to happen. There's a lot that go tonight, but it certainly is how it's trending, and it's just not very surprising.
I know. I think it's really interesting, Rice, and I think it comes all the way back to this central issue that we've been talking about all night long, which is the economy. And you can be told that the stock market hit 40 record highs this year, and interest rates are coming down, inflation's back down at where the Fed wants it. We're probably going to see another Fed interest rate hike in the next couple of days, even after the election. But it's how do you feel? When you go to the grocery store, how do you feel like you had a little more back before the pandemic? And you have more exit polling nationally and in some of the swing states, right, Liz?
Exactly. And it goes back to what John Carl was pointing out, how Donald Trump would begin virtually every rally recently. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And what's interesting, if you look nationally, because at his rallies, obviously those are his supporters, right? And so they will be this ruckus response in agreement. But nationally, people agree. 45%, so nearly half of these American voters are saying that they're worse off now than they were 4 years ago. And then you see 30% say about the same, 24% say better. But this figure is actually worse than even in the Great Recession in 2008, when you had 42% of people saying that they were worse off than they were 4 years ago. Then when you tick through these blue wall states, Pennsylvania, 67% of voters saying the condition of the nation's economy is not so good or poor. More of the same in Michigan, 63%, not so good or poor. Wisconsin, more of the same, 66% not so good or poor. And again, it goes without saying that we've known for months now that the American people trusted Donald Trump by and large when it comes to the economy.
That's what they were saying in the polls. I do want to get to Rebecca Jarvis real quick. She's down on Wall Street. Rebecca, and you and I talked about this, Rebecca, leading up to the election. This sort of you can throw stats at people all you'd like, and I don't mean you. I mean just when we report this, because it is what it is. But you can't replace that with how people truly feel at their own family dynamic and whether or not they just remember a time when their money was going further.
Yeah, absolutely, David. You can define the economy in many different ways, whether it's jobs or stocks or growth. And you've talked about this. Those measures look very strong, but the way voters define the economy right now is on inflation. And I talk to voters all the time who are stretched. Even though inflation has come down, prices have not. And the typical American family is paying about $1,200 a month on the same goods and services as they were 3 years ago, while paychecks are up. People are stretched, and there are constant reminders of that. It's the grocery store, it's the rent check, it's childcare payments. And people, when they look back 3-4 years ago and they remember paying a much lower amount, that's where they see the economy. And even to the point that Lindsay just made about the Great Recession, back then, there were bankruptcies, there were stock market collapses, there was massive worldwide calamity. The economy was in a much, much worse place in terms of the worldwide picture, and yet that was a jobs question and a foreclosures, a housing question. Not everyone lost their job back then. Not everyone had their house foreclosed. But today, when you go to the gas station or you go to the grocery store, every person has that nagging issue around prices and inflation, and that has been a real deficit for Harris coming into this as the incumbent, coming from the incumbent's party.
Rebecca Jarvis here in New York with us on the state of the economy and the fact that it is a #1 issue in this election. Rebecca, thanks so much. A beautiful skyline of New York City behind you, Rebecca, on this election night. Thanks. You're getting some new data tonight about the shifts in voting across a multitude of states. And I just wonder if part of the storyline that's emerging tonight is that Kamala Harris really couldn't sort of extricate herself from the Biden administration, that this is really the Biden-Harris administration and the economy, and how a lot of voters feel about where the economy has been these last 4 years and whether or not they felt better off, in the years preceding it.
Yeah, we were talking tonight about what took so long in Virginia. Virginia is looking like it's about a 4 or a 5 point race now. And if you look at where it stood in 2020, it was a 10-point race, right? So look at New York. This is actually a really good example right now. It's about 11 points, a convincing victory. Sure, that's great. But look at where New York was last time, 23 points. We're seeing just vanishingly small margins in all these places. Even as some of these states have fallen the way you'd want, it's similar to the point that Ryan Previous was making earlier. If you think about the whole country as this spectrum, and you just shift it a little bit one way or the other, it's going to mean some of these battleground states kind of fall into their own place. It's also going to mean that red places become even redder, and blue places become a little less so. That's why you have something like this absolute romp in Florida, which was a battleground state 4 years ago. Now this is like 14, 15-point victory for Donald Trump.
Pennsylvania. Are we getting any more votes from Philadelphia?
As a matter of fact, we have. So we've been looking at the number to see what happens. And last time we checked, it was a little more like 250,000. Now it's down to 185,000. And you've seen the margin come down a little bit commensurately. But we haven't seen a huge shift, though, in Harris's numbers in terms of carrying the place. She's still a couple of points below where she would need to be, and not getting enough votes out of Philadelphia as of now, again, with about 3/4 of the vote in to potentially overcome that margin.
Let me take this over to Terry Moran. Terry, you're watching this. What Rick just showed us, it's not just the swing states or the battlegrounds. We saw it in New York State. We saw it in several states where just the margin of victory. Virginia, for example, it took us a long time to call that tonight. What do you make of this sort of redder shift this election?
Well, it's a red shift. It's really a Trump shift. It's a remarkable thing he's accomplished, win or lose, and it certainly looks at this hour like he's going to win. What he's done is he has continually expanded that movement, that populist movement that he ignited the moment he came down that escalator in 2015. He got more votes in 2020 than he did in 2016. He's getting more votes now, and he is diversifying this coalition. Our exit polling data says that Hispanic voters nationally are going 53-45% Harris. That is the best showing for a Republican president among Hispanic voters, 45%, since 1976, right? He's young men. It's almost a 50-50 split. That is one of the targets that he had. He is making converts to this anti-establishment populist movement that he launched. And yes, 70% wrong track is part of it. And yes, the economy is part of it. But it's something he's done. He's realigned our politics in a way that no one has done since at least Ronald Reagan.
Tara Moran, thanks to you. We do have another state to project at this hour. ABC News can now project the state of New Mexico has been won by Vice President Kamala Harris. She picks up 5 electoral votes from New Mexico. She won in that state by a margin of about 38,000 votes. I'm sure Rick could show us perhaps what that was 4 years ago. There's been a real tightening across this map in just about every single state.
Yeah, this is what it looked like 4 years ago, 99,000 votes, 100,000 votes last time around. And so far tonight, we're looking at it like 38,000 votes. Now, we know Donald Trump did a rally there in New Mexico that he said was specifically to shore up his support among those very Latino voters that Terry was talking about.
All right, we're going to get thoughts from Chris Christie on all of this as well, and go right around the room on what we're witnessing here tonight. It's coming into a bit of a clearer focus here. Very tight races in all these states, but as you know, tight races do not win the swing states. You've got to actually win them. You got to get over the finish line. We're going to go back through each one of them, see where things stand at this hour. We'll be right back. ABC News live coverage of Election Night 2024 continues right after this.
New Lego Star Wars set.
So what are you all thinking right now? I just think that it's really, really interesting. I'm looking at what the people are saying, about the immigrants and getting stuff. Again, you all, they were doing, this is nothing new. They were doing this with the Irish immigrants. And people they were saying they should have stayed there because they couldn't grow their potatoes. They don't need to come here. They did that. They did this to the Italian immigrants.
The economy was horrible. They couldn't feed their families. They felt like the Jewish immigrants were doing far better than they were. They owned a lot of shops. They possessed a lot of wealth. And so
They didn't care for the gay people. They didn't like the Weimars.
Right, and so Hitler, with his crazy ass, with his xenophobia, came in and appealed to their baser instinct, and that's how Hitler gained power. Now, I even hate to get spiritual with this, Jay Wilson. I know you probably don't believe me, but all I see is the second horseman riding, which is the red horse, which is war and civil war. That's all I see riding, okay? But my thing, and I know it sounds crazy, but that's a video for my channel. But I mean, why they knew that Kamala Harris couldn't win. Like logically, they
I don't know if that's the case, Olivia. But my thing is, I'm looking because even if they would have gotten Gavin Newsom or someone like that, I don't know. I'm thinking of this, and when you don't want to go to jail and face prison time, you get the best people. You work with folk, and you do what you got to do.
A lot of people got a cult. Have you even realized it? Have you taken a moment to think about the cult mentality of them? You know what I mean?
I think it's a lot of the things with the woman thing. You have a lot of Hispanic voters who do not want a woman in charge because it's that machismo, and we don't want our women to get out of line. It's bad enough that she's a woman, but now she's a black woman. So you have a lot of stuff going
That's why I
on.
said basic instincts, sexism and racism is at the forefront of this election, not the economy. These people are literally voting against their own freedom. What is America going to look like?
Let me tell you something. The economy wasn't great under Reagan either.
Huh?
I was in the Reagan era, so here we go. They back home. So let's see what they saying, y'all. We back home.
Yeah, we just got
I'm gonna get off with Jay Wilson. Thanks for having me. Okay.
Votes out of Delaware County, Delco. this is a heavily Harris County, and we're seeing her do fairly well there, but not quite at the 538 benchmark, which is problematic in a close one. We're down to 160,000 vote margin. We still think there's lots of votes out there, and if you're poking around, we're still waiting on Philadelphia, the 177,000 votes expected there, 120,000 votes in Montgomery, another 60,000 in Chester. That's where I've focused a lot of attention, but there's still some Republican areas that are outstanding. Johnstown, which is an area that is going to go a lot redder, almost certainly. Right now, they've got about 58,000 votes too. So it's kind of one step forward, two steps back potentially as Harris tries to make up ground.
Show us Michigan. What do you got?
Yeah, Michigan is really not going to come into clear focus until we see a lot more out of Detroit, out of Wayne County. Wayne County is the biggest in the state. It's also really where the Democrats vote. It's also home to Dearborn, which we know has had kind of a lukewarm reception to Kamala Harris and to Joe Biden both. Right now, she's only netting 36,000 votes out of Wayne County. That's obviously going to go up quite a bit. We'd expect that it has to, but. Well, we just saw a little jump in the vote here that changes some of the numbers. It gets it down to 160,000. So that's going to take a while based on our reporting. But really, we're just waiting on the urban areas in all three of those big battlegrounds.
And Wisconsin, where are we now?
Yeah, Wisconsin right now is a 96,000 vote margin, and Milwaukee is just going to be the one that we're waiting on so much. 190,000 votes in Milwaukee alone. As we've been talking about tonight, you can make up some of the ground, but it's hard to make up big chunks because Donald Trump will net some votes there as well as in other parts of the state.
Chris Christie, what do you make of what you're seeing here?
Well, look, I think there's a few things to look at tonight. The first one is I got asked this morning by George on Good Morning America about these conflicting poll numbers and the 72% saying we're on the wrong track versus the 60% unfavorable for Donald Trump, and which one was going to govern. And I think what we're seeing tonight is wrong track governed over his unfavorables. They don't like him, but they trust him on some of those issues more. And secondly, for Kamala Harris, she had to come up with a more imaginative campaign to what she did. And here's the thing, Joe Biden gotten out a year ago. This might be a totally different race. He's got to be thinking about that tonight.
It's the beginning of a bigger conversation we're going to have probably right after this break. We'll be back with much more. ABC News Live coverage continues here in a moment.
All right, we're on the Merch Show.
Oh, yeah, we are. So you all heard, if Joe Biden would have gotten out of that, would we be here? Oh, y'all, hold on. Child, let me move it on. Yeah, would we have been here this year? Yeah. So that's what people are asking. Let me say this about Mexico. Their system is different from ours, but maybe they were ready. But we still have some people who have some views. We have some men who have some views, and you all. It took Mexico a long time. Britain had their female prime minister before we did. There are many countries. New Zealand. Not Sierra Leone, but I can't think of that country. Liberia. So it ain't no big whoop, but it is what it is. So yeah. Well, we'll see. But like I said, I'm not upset. I did my duty. I voted. And all I can do is say we'll just have to wait to see what happens. We're going to have to wait to see what happens. And it's going to be really interesting to see what happens because these people think folk got their interest, and we're going to see what happens. We are really going to see what happens. I'm afraid, though, because when you start speaking out against or saying things against, it may be a little different, but we'll see what happens. That's all I can say. We can only wait and see. We can only wait and see. You sounded pessimistic. No, I'm just looking. I'm looking, I'm with Donna Brazil, but I'm a realist, so we're gonna see what happens. Now, if I thought it wasn't gonna be good, I would have been gone a long time ago. Say, Tulsa, let's go. But here we go, you all. Let's see what they have to say.
Is now projecting Trump will win North Carolina, Texas, and Florida. ABC News also projects Harris will win New Mexico, Virginia, Hawaii,
And we knew
and
this.
New York. Here's where each candidate stands right now at this hour. 270 votes, as you know, to win. VP Kamala Harris with 194, the former president with 230. Let's take a look at the Senate overall at this hour. Dems have 13 seats, Republicans 12, 9 yet to be projected. One battleground state that we continue to follow, still not called, that's Michigan. Trump won by less than 10,000 votes in 2016, but Biden won decisively in 2020. Let's check in with our Juju Chang. She is in Detroit. Juju, what's the latest there?
Well, Kira, the information is just trickling in. We just spoke with the Secretary of State here who explained why the information is coming in late. Here in Detroit, the tabulations have been done, but the county, Wayne County, has yet to upload those results. But Wayne County is really a microcosm of some of the troubles, some of the cracks, if you will, in the blue wall here in Michigan. One of them is underperformance of African-American voters. That's something that is of concern. And there are many other factors here in Wayne County that we're going to have to continue to watch tonight. Kira.
All right, we'll continue to check in with you, Juju. I'm Kira Phillips. Stay with ABC throughout the night. We have all your election news here in 2024.
Do you hear that?
You're a single mom pretending to be a cop. I am not pretending. I spot things.
So again, people don't show up. And when you don't show up because you don't think anything's going to happen, or you think that, because I think some people think that they're going to be better off with Donald Trump. So let's see what happens. I mean, if they think they're going to be better off, we will see. And that's all I can say. Yeah, I'm not really feeling any kind of way at this particular point. I'm just at a wait and see situation. Now, the race is not over.
Right. And we're still waiting for people to the votes to be counted.
I don't think it was the case. I think it's a lot of things. I think this was a perfect storm. I think that you cannot blame, her. She did what she needed to do. She came in and did what she needed to do. But at the end of the day, you all, if you think this person did well by you in the economy, then think what's going to happen. Also, Jay said, think immigration got a lot of people press. Yeah, but again, it's all about what Miss Olivia said. You always got to blame somebody for this and this and this and this. And like I said, Black people have been going through this for years. But see, when we cry about it, we ought to get over it and suck it up and just move on. But when it's other people, then everybody, goes helter-skelter about it. But I'm good. Either way, I'm good. We're going to see how this plays out, and we'll see what happens. But I guarantee you there'll be a peaceful transfer of power. I'll say that. And I'm going to tell you what. He already told you all what he think about some of these Black cities. So we're going to see what's going to happen. I'm telling you. Look, y'all, I'm so whatever happens. That's all I can say.
I'm with you on that one.
Happens. What you say, Queen Tulsa?
I said I'm with you on that one. Whatever happens. We just here, keeping you guys updated, and this is a watch party. So,
yeah, because whatever happens. And like I said, I'm not here to argue with people, but this is why voting is extremely important. Mm-hmm. I don't know if she's going to win or he's going to win. The numbers are pointing towards him. There could be something that happens. We just don't know right now. That's all I'm saying. But this is why voting is important. My vote don't count. Oh, it does. It does. And we're really finding out now that these votes really, really do count. But yet we let people talk us out of what we're supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm going to spin the block on, this wasn't her campaign. She just stepped in and picked up, when things kind of got rough.
Yeah. I mean, she stood in, and Joe had the power. I mean, he had the power at the end of the day. So we're back on. Let's see what's going on.
All right.
The blue wall, the Rust Belt states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, all still too close to call. We're also tracking Nevada and Arizona, and we also want to go to Whit Johnson, who has some late reporting from the Trump campaign. Whit, I would gather the Trump campaign is very happy with what they're seeing, and we heard from Reince here a short time ago that Donald Trump himself extraordinarily pleased with how the night's going.
That's right, David. The party is really energized here tonight. A lot of confidence in the room. And a Trump campaign spokesperson tells us that the former president is actually on his way right now to the convention center where we are from Mar-a-Lago. We don't have exact timing on when he might speak tonight. But I just checked. It's about a 4-mile drive, maybe about 12 minutes without traffic. So we know that he's on his way. He's in the motorcade, and we're expecting to get some more guidance from the campaign shortly. But you mentioned the energy in the room. People here very excited. It's become kind of the who's who in the room right now with people like Senator Marco Rubio, Doug Burgum, both potential cabinet picks in a potential new Trump administration. We also saw Rudy Giuliani here. And Rubio, as he was walking out, my colleague Jay O'Brien here tried to grab him to ask him how he was feeling. Senator Rubio said, "We always knew it was going to be a good night for Trump, but we didn't expect it would actually move this quickly." So again, a lot of confidence here. We're also getting more information about what the event was like at Mar-a-Lago tonight. And there's actually another photograph here. This is of former President Donald Trump speaking with Elon Musk and UFC President Dana White. If you can take a look at that photo here, this from a post on X by Elon Musk. So you can see that was one of those more private gatherings that were taking place at Mar-a-Lago, what was described as sort of a war room there with the former president, some of his friends, colleagues, top donors and top advisors and family members. But now, once again, as we're told, the former president is on his way here to West Palm Beach. David.
All right, Whit Johnson in West Palm Beach tonight. Whit, as soon as he gets there, you'll let us know. Let's go over to Eva Pilgrim. She's in Washington, D.C., Howard University. Eva, I gather the temperature of the evening has shifted there.
Quite remarkably, very different than what Whit is seeing there at the Trump campaign. You can see this was a very crowded area just a short time ago, when we last came to you. The crowd is leaving. They have been leaving for some time now. And, the campaign is telling us that they still think that there is a chance that they can hold that blue wall. But there are a lot of nerves and a lot of reservations that people are having. We heard Whit talking about the fact that the former president is on his way to his campaign event. At last check, just a moment ago, the vice president is still at the Naval Conservatory, which is the vice president's residence here in D.C., is not on her way here. And as you watch that crowd there shifting away, I mean, it has become dramatically smaller. People just waiting. We've heard repeatedly from the campaign that to tell staffers to go home, that they are not anticipating a result tonight, to get some sleep. But a major vibe shift here. I had one Democratic source tell me that the vibe is not good. And this is brutal for them, David.
Eva Pilgrim at Howard University tonight in Washington, D.C. Eva, thanks to you. We're going to focus here for a moment on Arizona. We haven't taken a lot of time yet to dig into the numbers that we have so far on Arizona. They're going to ask us to pause here in a moment, Rick, so just be aware of that. This just means the rest of the country is going to rejoin us here. But in the meantime, where do things stand in Arizona?
A little more than half of the vote. Most of the vote comes right there in Maricopa County, which is Phoenix, Scottsdale. We know those retirement communities. It's a battleground county. It's a county that Donald Trump carried the first time, Joe Biden the second time. Right now, Harris is up there, but just by a little bit. Looking at another battleground county out there in Yuma County, someplace that Kamala Harris needs to be getting about 45% of the vote. She's really around 35, but it's so early in terms of the vote. We think this was actually early vote for more than a week ago. We'll have to see how this goes. This becomes key to her chances. If she isn't able to win a Wisconsin or a Michigan, she will need to carry those states out west, Arizona and Nevada.
Okay. We have 15 seconds here. We're going to go to Elizabeth Schulze, who is on the ground in Arizona. Before we bring her in, we're just going to pause here in just a moment, just so that the rest of the network can join us here. Let's pause here. That's the quietest this room has been all night. Let's get to Elizabeth Schulze in Arizona. She's on the ground there. And Elizabeth, as you know, we always expected it would take some time in Arizona to get the results. What are we looking at so far? And what are they saying as far as how long we have to wait?
David, the Secretary of State told me earlier today that it could take up to 13 days for the votes to be fully counted in Arizona. And what we're seeing here in Maricopa County, they are counting those votes. They're going to be doing that 24/7, but there are still a lot of votes outstanding. And both the campaigns that we're talking to here are pointing to that for a reason for optimism. They say they've had good ground game across Arizona. It's still too early to say which way this will go. But I will say, I was just talking to one official with the Arizona GOP. He says he likes what he is seeing in other states, and that bodes well for Trump here, especially when it comes to Latino voters. We are seeing Trump outperform in some of those more rural counties of Arizona that could tip him in a state that is so close. Remember, David, this race was decided by just 10,000 votes in 2020. This is expected to be tight again, and because of that, this counting will go on. It will take time. Officials here, we're talking to them, they say, be prepared to be here for the long haul, David.
Elizabeth Schulze right there in Arizona. Elizabeth, thank you. I want to bring in Lindsay. You've been diving into the exit polls for Arizona specifically. What are they saying?
And virtually every possible metric, David, Trump is outperforming himself from 2020. When you talk about women, when you talk about Latinos, those without a college degree, senior citizens, and independents. Let's look at independents in Arizona in particular. 40%, by the way, of those in Arizona identify as independent voters. Donald Trump getting the best of Kamala Harris by 4 points there. And if you take a look at by age, senior citizens, a number of retirees out there in Arizona, those who are 65 or older, which 31% of the electorate there, he's getting Kamala Harris by about, if my math is right, 8 points there. So he's getting more than half of the vote there. And if you look at his performance from 2020, he's increased by 3 points with regard to that older, that 65 and older group.
Lindsay, thanks. That's the portrait of Arizona. We have another state to call, and this is a big one, Georgia. And as we heard from the Secretary of State earlier, forecasted this moment, 16 electoral votes going to former President Donald Trump. He wins the key state of Georgia. He lost it to President Biden 4 years ago by about 11,000 votes. He was determined to win that state back. He has done exactly that tonight, a margin about 100,000 votes or so between him and Kamala Harris. This is a big win, Rick.
Yeah, it's huge, and it changes the electoral map in a very significant way now. Because if you now can put both of those southern states in the Trump column, this puts all of the pressure now on Kamala Harris to run the table in the upper Midwest. She will absolutely need to win Pennsylvania, in addition to most likely Michigan and Wisconsin. Right now, the 538 chances, just based on these states, and it doesn't take into account the margin in the other states, an 80% chance of a Trump victory. And if you're just looking at the pure math right now, if you flip Pennsylvania to Trump, that's 270 electoral votes right there. If you put this back here, give him a Wisconsin and a Michigan, that gets you to 270, or Michigan plus a Nevada. There's a lot of paths that are now open up to Donald Trump because he was able to hold those two states. One of them he won twice. The other one he won once and then gave back. And we remember that margin, 11,779. It became famous because of that recording. And it looks like tonight it's going to be a lot bigger margin than that in the state of Georgia. Right now it's 118,000 votes. There's still some votes left, but we've seen these blue dots shrink over the night. The story will be that the Atlanta area did not come through in the same kind of margins. And the redder parts of the state, as we've been discussing tonight, we just have seen Donald Trump hold his numbers and overperform his numbers in county after county, bringing his numbers to a level that, frankly, he hadn't seen before. And that to me is just a remarkable part of the story tonight, to see how many places he was able to not just do what he had done before, but build on what he had done before, to grow his vote share in county after county to add up to this win tonight in Georgia.
What do you make of this, Donna?
Well, it's clear to me that Donald Trump understood that he had to expand the electorate, he had to grow his votes, and he had to get them in early. What's happening in Georgia and in North Carolina, you have these big Democratic centers, but they would have to overperform in order to make up for what Donald Trump has been doing in the rural areas. That's a concern now that we're looking at the blue wall. Nobody wants to go to bed at night thinking we just got the blue wall. We saw how it was cracked. It wasn't cracked because really Donald Trump didn't hit anything. Hillary kept the door open. And now we see that we have a situation where Philly's going to have to overperform, but there are red places that are still coming in Pennsylvania. And Wisconsin, Milwaukee will have to overperform. So, yeah, there may be a narrow path, but I don't know if I have my rosary beads on me.
Yeah, Reince.
This is so far, it continues the trend the wrong direction for Kamala Harris, the right direction for Donald Trump. Every one of these states is continuing to move in Donald Trump's column. This is shaping up to be a really big night, obviously, for Donald Trump. It's not just a reset. I think it's more than that. It's a realignment. This isn't a victory because of better mechanics or, Trump had a better ground game. This is a matter of people making a decision, whether you're black, white, Hispanic, Asian in this country, that you were tired of the open border. You were tired of hearing about how the economy is great when you didn't feel it. You're tired about the sanctuary cities. You're tired about all of these things that, some of it's economic, some of it's cultural, and people are making a conscious decision in this country to say, I've had enough of this stuff that I'm hearing from this other side of the aisle, and they're completely repudiating it and going the other direction. Look, we may have 55 senators tonight. It's possible. And we still have Nevada and Arizona to go. That is an amazing evening so far.
It is a big evening. Governor Christie, what do you make of what Reince just said?
Well, part of, what Reince said about the economy and people not feeling the economy, it reminds me a lot of 1992. In 1992, George Bush 41 kept saying after the recession that he stewarded over, the economy's getting better, inflation's going down, interest rates are going down, stock market's getting better, and all that was true, but nobody felt it yet. And there is a lag. There is an 8 to 12 month lag of when these numbers start to get better to when real people start to feel it, that they have more money in their pocket. And in the end, that is something that kind of timing will be deadly for the incumbent, just deadly. And it was deadly for him. Look, that was a three-way race in 1992 that Bill Clinton only got 43% of the vote and George Bush 41 still couldn't beat him. Tonight, what Donald Trump is showing is that people still vote with their pocketbooks. That's what they were doing tonight. There are other issues that Wrights mentioned as well. And don't forget about the Hispanics, David. The Hispanic vote tonight at 45% slightly beats what George W. Bush did in 2004, if it stays there. And it shows that they don't want an open border either.
And David, if I can say, the one thing that strikes out is that question, the are you better off? Well, only 24% in our exit polls said that their family's financial situation is better than it had been. And you had 45%, almost half, say that their families are worse off. If you combine that with the number who said it was about the same, over 70% said they were either worse off or the same as they were 4 years ago. So Kamala Harris is the sitting vice president. She's facing a situation where 70% of the country thinks the country is on the wrong track. And then when she is asked in the closing days of the campaign what she would have done differently from Joe Biden if she had been president, she was just vice president, what would she have done differently? And her answer is, there is not a thing that comes to mind. That may have been the single most devastating answer that she gave.
It was those words and the pause, too, because, so much of political campaigns, as you know, is the visual, it's the moment, it's the interaction. It was from The View on ABC, and it was that question. And she did pause, and it was just, in that moment, you knew that is not what the voters who feel like the economy is issue number one, and some of the other issues that Reince Priebus just listed, which we know are real issues to Americans, Democrats and Republicans. And Mary, you talked about that moment, too, perhaps being one of the defining moments. She had some really great moments along the way, but that was probably one of the weakest ones.
Yeah, and I think her campaign was well aware of that, and that she never really was able to give that solid answer of how she would differentiate herself from the Biden administration. I do have one update, which is that we had expected to hear from Kamala Harris tonight. We now know a source telling us that is not going to happen. We do expect shortly Cedric Richmond, her senior advisor, to come before that watch party and tell everyone essentially to go home.
And in fact, that was the message just moments ago. Let's listen.
We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Never an easy moment for whatever campaign has to make that announcement into the evening and say, "Hold on here," and we're gonna hold out hope in the early morning hours. And what a marked shift from how the campaign was feeling. And I know they thought this was going to be very close and still a challenge. Kamala Harris herself said repeatedly, "We are the underdog here," but they did sense there was some wind, some momentum in these final days. Did they not?
Kamala Harris herself said that the momentum was with her. And I think in part that was because of the huge crowds she was getting. I mean, I've been at almost all of these rallies in the last few days. She was pulling crowds of 20,000, 30,000 routinely in these final days. They felt that they were reaching all of those key demographics, that big, broad coalition that her campaign talked about so often, that they felt was going to really propel them across the finish line. We are not seeing that broad coalition at all showing up here tonight. In fact, quite the opposite. And there's going to be, I think, a lot of soul searching and a lot of questions in this campaign as to, what went wrong. That said, they are still, holding out hope. That's a very, somber Cedric Richmond there delivering that message. But as we heard from the campaign manager in this memo to the Harris team earlier tonight, stressing they expected this to be close. They do still see a path, but certainly not the path they were hoping for.
An extraordinarily narrow one mathematically at this point. Governor Christie, you mentioned something a few minutes back about President Biden, whether or not, obviously there'll be a lot of questions if and when this race is called. And if it doesn't go Kamala Harris's way, the obvious questions would be a lot of attention on President Biden, whether or not that decision should have been made sooner so that the Democratic Party could have looked at Kamala Harris and others and what have you. This has been a conversation we've heard before. It's just going to get more scrutiny now, given the way this night continues to proceed here. 107-day campaign is what Kamala Harris had time to conduct here until Election Day.
Well, look, it's really hard to go from a standing stop to set up a national campaign. She had to adopt all of the Biden operatives. She didn't have time to put in. And I can tell you as a candidate, you have to go out there and work. And you've got to be able to believe that the people who are working for you have your best interest at heart and only your best interest at heart. And I'm not saying that these folks didn't, but she has no reason to necessarily believe it. They were Joe Biden's folks. But to go back to Joe Biden, because I really don't want to put this on staff. This is not staff. Joe Biden made a promise to the American people when I was sitting in this seat 4 years ago. He said, "I am a transitional figure." The implication of that, David, was that he was going to serve one term because of his age and he was going to move on. And when he broke that promise, he did two things. One, he broke faith with the people who voted for him. And two, he put his party in an awful position to where they had to replace him when he put on one of the worst debate performances in presidential history, if not the worst. And so Kamala Harris had to inherit all of that. Like it or not, that's what she had to inherit, and she had to overcome it. And it appears, at least tonight, that she's not going to be able to do that. So every candidate deserves some measure of blame anytime there's a loss. But I would say this, that Joe Biden should be looking in the mirror tonight and thinking about what did he do? What did his lack of keeping his word on that central promise from 2020 do to this election tonight?
Right.
Well, first of all, I would also point a finger at the Democrat Party. I mean, they should have had an open contest. They should have let their leaders of their party pick their nominee. But I don't think it would have mattered because, like I said, the American people are choosing a path. And they're choosing the path that it will dramatically, I think, take away power from Washington, D.C. We're going to go talk about all these issues. But the fact that Kamala Harris is going home tonight, I think is amateur hour. You know, she has an obligation to speak. This pathway for her might be narrow, but it's also might be walking through the eye of a needle. She should say something to the people that adopted her as their nominee because they were just told by the president to do so. And she's leaving the country hanging now all night. And I think it's ridiculous and it's childish.
Well, first of all, we're a very divided country. We're very polarized. And while, you know, I'm not sitting here excited about the returns or the results. There's still a path. There's still a path.
And we'll come back to all of you right after
Slim.
this. Our live coverage continues here in a moment. A slim path, but a path continues. Election night continues here in a moment, too.
We're proud.
All right, we're on a commercial.
All right.
Deep roots.
The link has been dropped. This is actually my platform, but the link has been dropped. So go ahead and you know, this is the thing, you all. No, it's not even about adding good commentary now. It's really about listening. I think it's a lot about listening. Let me come on camera right now. It's a lot about listening right now. And my thing is, I wish it would have been different. We don't know. Like Donna Brazil said, the tallies are still being counted, and there may still be a path, maybe a short path, but it still may be a path. But I do think that people need to vote. And now we're going to say that it was the immigration, and it was no. Number one, people, like you said, Queen Tulsa, people will cut their nose to spite their face. They will go against their own interests. You have this man saying that a whole island is garbage, and people go vote for it.
Yeah.
And people don't realize that Donald Trump inherited. I'm on 2 pages. Donald Trump inherited Obama's good fortune of turning things around. So, you know, we can't act like, oh, Donald Trump did all of this. He was always on the wave of it, and Joe Biden had to come in and straighten a whole lot of stuff up. So my thing is, I think the former governor of New Jersey made a point. You should have been a one-term president to get things right, and then kept it moving. And I think he was right on that, to be honest. But you can't lay this down all on Harris. And he should have been in one term. So it may have been Joe Biden. I was just like, gosh, are you going to continue to go on? So that's what I think is going on here. But, you know, again, we're not going to do the immigrant thing. And I agree with Elizabeth too, Olivia as well. You know, we always got to have a scapegoat. It was the economy. It's this and this and this and this and our food prices and all of this stuff. Yeah. But yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. But Rick, you can come up, but tonight is just not that night to, you know, cast blame. It's a night to reflect. I think it's very important in the beef sector to know that your vote counts, because what happened is, you know, you can't expect certain things to happen, and that's it. Yeah, Rick,
What's up, Jay Wilson?
I'm doing all right.
I tried to bless Queen Tulsa, but she ain't want it. But anyway, I liked your view on. No, I was watching your live earlier, Jay Wilson, and you said you was talking about the Hispanics and everything, and you said that people should feel a way about the Indians and the Hispanics taking all and the Asians taking all the tech jobs. And I was feeling you on that. People overlook that. You know what I'm saying?
So we worried about people who are picking peas and watermelon and tomatoes, jobs that we're not even doing, but no one says anything about people taking those high paying tech jobs that Elon Musk and all of these people
Jay
outsource these.
Wilson, Trump and what the Trump administration deemed as black jobs. with the Trump administration deemed as black jobs.
Yeah.
But I liked you made a lot of dope points earlier in your
Yeah,
life.
and like I said, I'm not here because what I had a problem with, Rick, is if you're not going to vote, and I'm not talking about you, but I'm talking about in
Yeah.
general. If a person's not going to vote, then keep that. You know what I'm saying? You don't vote. I'm voting. I'm not voting for my own personal reasons, but don't tell other folk not to vote. Let's look at
Right.
Pennsylvania again. You cannot always rely on Erie and Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, Bucks County, and all of those people to save you in State College to save you when you got all of this red in Pennsylvania. And what Donald Trump did was really push those people to vote. And those urban centers didn't do what they needed to do, or they just hit static numbers and didn't go up. She didn't run those numbers up. So, but you got somebody here saying that our vote don't count. And had our folk really been doing what they need to do, it may have counted. Oh, black people tired of this immigration and everything. But okay. And all I'm going to say is, let's see how these, if this man is elected president again, because we still haven't gotten all the official results. But if he's elected president again, we're going to see what happens.
Jay Wilson, I brought up a point earlier on another live I was on. I'm definitely not going to plug, because I'm here on your channel. But there was old ladies I worked with, two of them, and they're in their 70s, and they're in their 70s, and they said that they are one's black and one's white. This is key. They said that they're in their 70s. They said that they don't like Trump and they're registered Democrats, but they were voting for Donald Trump because they believe that a woman shouldn't lead, and that in the Bible it says a woman shouldn't lead. I argued them and everything, but that was just their belief. What do you think? What's your thoughts on that?
I think that, Rick, this is why I don't argue with people about biblical things, because these people don't even push their children academically in secular stuff. So if they don't do that, I'm definitely not going to take them in spiritual stuff. And that's a problem. First of all, we're not Jewish people who were farmers, and you have to take things in context. And if that's the case, then no woman should be working. No woman, and again, that's what they want.
That's how
Now,
I feel.
that's what they want. So when some man say, well, you don't need no job, you need to get a husband and let him take care of you. And your job is to have children and take care of them.
They believe the women should play the back.
Well, they believe that. Well, see, we're going, Rick, to the point where all women are going to be good for us to have babies and work. I mean, you have a man who supported Trump in Texas to say that if his own daughter got SA'd, she would still have the baby because his daughter was real. Yeah.
I didn't hear that. Wow.
See, I don't get into that radical fundamental mess. I believe in looking at the word in context, and a lot of people will have a problem with me now. But see, we take up issues that's going to hurt us in the end.
Yeah.
I don't agree with everything Democrats do either. But my thing is, I'm looking at the bigger picture. Folk got student loans.
Yep.
Folk be hurting when they stop that program if they haven't stopped it.
Jay Wilson, I have somebody that's a friend that's really close to me. They had $70,000 in student loans, and they were forgiven through Biden. They don't have to pay a dime back. It was forgiven. Your student loan, $70,000 was forgiven through the Biden administration.
Do you think that's going to happen with Trump? And I'm just being honest. I'm not trying to be a butt, but do you think it's going to happen with Trump? Hell to the no.
See, I don't know, but I voted. This is the first time I ever voted, and I voted for Kamala Harris. It's the first time in my life, 42 years of living, that I ever voted. And I voted because I want to be here for history. You know what I mean? Not only is she a minority, but it's a woman. I want to see that in my lifetime. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't trust none of them because they all, tell a good
But
story
the thing
to say
is,
what
Rick,
they're doing.
you voted
Mhm.
though, and again, you have a say because you voted. But think about these people who did not vote. Think about all of those people who were in rural Georgia and they didn't vote, and look what happened. And I
Yes,
mean,
and
you
people
know,
I've seen sitting outside today. I mean, I voted last week, but people I've seen sitting outside today, like when I was driving around, that they could have voted, but they didn't exercise their right to vote, and that's a lot of reason why we're losing on a lot of fronts is because a
we're
lot of
gonna
people.
lose. We're gonna, and I truly believe we're going to lose a lot coming up. Hey, it's just like Chris Christie said. Those things take time when you have to write a situation because the economy was not great. You gotta. Hey, those things gotta happen. And so I think that that's going to be the biggest issue because it's easy to jump on the bandwagon when somebody's done it and then you can take credit for it. And I think that's what's happened, but we're going to see what happens. And all I can tell people is, I'm not speaking ill. I'm just saying wait and see. That's all I'm saying. Wait and see what happens. I'm not telling people, oh, you shouldn't have voted this way because I told Brian, because I think Brian said that he voted for Trump. And I said, hey, at least you exercise your right to vote. But my thing is, you don't tell people not to vote. And these are the reasons why this happens because at the end of the day, I think a lot of people, and especially those folk, now they was hollering about the voting, but baby, when that stuff starts coming around and some things start happening, I would be very surprised if he actually wins and keep it cool because I don't even think he knows how to do that. And I don't really think it's about him running the country. I think that people have set him up as the Manchurian candidate so
Hmm.
he can do their bidding. And
I
this is why
think.
he got all those people
Listen,
around.
I honestly think, but I just want her to win. I think that about both of them. I think that they're rich people, way more well off than us,
Mm-hmm.
and they are playing this game of chess and are using us, the people of the United States, as pieces of the puzzle. And I hope that I heard her talk about a lot
But,
of
but,
things
but
like
which game you would rather be in? The game of okay, she did work at McDonald's. She does know how grease smell, and
exactly. I
I
would rather
mean,
be in a game of minorities.
and don't get me wrong, but I just tell people to wait and see. This is
But
not over yet. We still got counts, but I'm just saying, and I'm with Donna Brazil. There's still a path, a steep path, a narrow path, but there
yeah,
still is a path.
this do you know what I like though? She was talking about like now they'll give you, it's been that way, that if you start a new business they'll give you $5,000, right?
Mhm.
But she wants to make it to where she'll give you $25,000 to start a new business. She'll give first time home buyers 25,000 to put a down payment. If she gave first time home buyers 25,000 to put down on a house, that would open up the door for a lot of people, a lot of regular people, a lot of regular working class people to now be home buyers. That's
But
great.
that's the thing, people don't want equity, and the sad part about it is, there was a part in the Great Debaters where Denzel Washington was talking to the pig farmers,
Hmm.
and he was letting them know, hey, at the end of the day, y'all all pig farmers. Y'all ain't making no money. The man is
Hmm.
making the money because he keeps
Oh,
on providing you all. He's making the money. So all I'm gonna say is let's wait and see what happens. That's why I'm glad I got my passport together at all times. Okay, passport
uh-huh.
on fleek. I ain't playing because you just never know. And I'm not trying to be funny, but people laughed at Hitler. People laughed at him. And look what happened to Germany. And see, everybody thinks it's a joke. Oh, that could never happen here. That never say what could or could not happen here. And I don't think I'm blowing, but I'm just being real at this particular point. But like I said, I don't know. But that Project 2020 is very serious.
Jay, $1,200 is nothing. That's no money. But people's like, well, what do you say to these people that's like, well, when Donald Trump was in office, they gave us a stimulus check. They gave us $600 or $400 this time. They gave us $1,200 this time. There's some low brow barrel people that's actually dependent on that $1,200, even though that's never going to get them anywhere in life.
Yeah, you still had to pay taxes on it, and then the Congress, the House and the Senate had to fight because people thought that was too much, and they thought people was going to spend it on liquor and stuff. And I'm sure some people may have spent that on liquor, but everybody didn't. For the most part, a lot of people put that back in their family. A lot of people did a lot of stuff with that. You all, I'm just really. I think it's a bad day for unions. Those people in Michigan.
But that's only listen, Jay. But the union thing is only up north, right? Because when when I've been in the South, I was never offered to be a part of a union.
Well, the unions are in places like in Vegas. I know the airlines have a union.
The North for sure.
Yeah, like the Midwest places in Chicago, New York.
What about Texas? Do they have a union? I know Georgia definitely don't. Florida definitely don't.
They have unions, but they're not big. They bust those unions when you start getting down south, and that's why a lot of companies like to place their business down south because they don't do collective bargaining. But let me say this: I know somebody right now who works for a union company, a union auto manufacturer. I think it's either GM, and when they get a raise, Toyota gets a raise. So those people even benefit by not even being a union, but they benefit from the union's collective bargaining.
Well, what I wanted to say is not that, but teachers are not a part of the union in the South.
Teachers have a union.
I think they should be.
They have a teachers union. They have a teachers union in the South, but your charter schools don't have unions, and see that's where
listen,
people want to go.
That's a big vote thing too on the polls. Was there was some people like some states that was like vote no or yes or whatever. It's for charter private schools to get tax dollars. I believe that private schools shouldn't get tax dollars. If you can put your kid in private schools,
they're not private schools. They're public
charter schools.
They just don't have to follow the rules of regular schools, and teachers don't.
But they're trying to get tax dollars.
They get tax dollars
in this election. So, how do you feel about that? Do you feel they should or shouldn't?
I think that there needs to be a balance. I know people want choice, but sometimes those choices are not always the best choice for your child.
I feel like tax dollars should go to public school.
Well, some of these schools are public charter schools, you know. But I think you gotta be ready for it.
Yeah, so they get funding from us paying our property taxes and things like that.
Yeah. So Rick, I just think there's a lot of things going on. I knew coming in that this race was going to be very interesting. And people like Jay, but like I said, I think that people were excited. I think they want to live in that moment. But Donald Trump, he knew what he had to do. He knew the assignment. Now, his campaign wasn't even a good campaign. The only thing I'm going to say is he acted upon fear.
Listen.
These people are going to take this. These immigrants are going to take that. They're murderers. They're this and this and this. No solid evidence. Just, the Haitians eating the dogs. All of this stuff. All of this division and divisiveness. And, the people in the suburbs and the urban cities didn't buy it. But it's the rural areas that it is what it is.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Jay.
Rick, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Okay, good. I can hear you now, Rick. Go ahead.
Okay, I was on a political poll tonight, right? And I seen a poll that said the most important issues that Americans voted for, like the most important things to Americans. And one was foreign policy, it was 4%. Immigration, it was 11%. Abortion, it was 14%. The economy, it was 31%. And then the state of democracy was 35%. Now, I'm not a politician. What is the state of democracy? Because that's the most important thing to Americans. But I want to know, what is that exactly?
Whether the state of democracy is if you're going to have a dictatorship or you're going to really run this country like a democracy, and
So
that's the
that's
real
the
state.
most important thing to Americans, like that
I
the
think it
country
is.
is ran fairly. Is that what it
That's
means? Is
correct. A
that what it
country's
means?
ran fairly,
Okay.
and people are rights are like I said, child is abortion thing is gonna get deep because see, people don't understand it's not only for the people who want to make that decision, but even the women who life depend on having this procedure done because they could
Mm,
lose their life. Not only they're gonna lose
yeah.
the child, but they're gonna lose their life. But now the doctors are afraid to even do those necessary procedures because they could lose their license and go to jail.
Jay
So
Wilson,
yeah,
the place I was, Miss Cruiser came up and she said that she knew somebody in the church, right? That the doctors told after this happened, the doctors told the lady that her baby was dead. It died inside of her or whatever. But she
mhm,
refused to get an abortion because of the church.
yeah.
And so the lady could have lost her life because the baby was dead inside, and she waited 2 months before she made a decision on. In situations like that, I feel like it's necessary, and I feel like it's people's choice. And who am I to tell somebody if they can have an abortion or not? For real.
Well, see, that's the thing, Rick, and I just, I've been a part of the church, and I don't have a problem with God, but I sure do have a problem
Hmm.
with some of these churches and their policies that are based off of wrong biblical interpretation and only and again what slave masters did to the slaves are no different than what some of these people are doing to their congregation in certain cases. And my thing is, I cannot understand how we're so concerned about the unborn but ain't doing shit for the living.
Right. And
So
Jay Wilson.
you want to cut child care, you want to check, you want to cut Head Start, you don't even want to feed children. I'm like, if the school can feed the kids and you all can provide lunch, breakfast, lunch, and then supper before they go home, and that's an issue. But yet you're so concerned about the unborn, but you ain't doing shit for the ones that are living.
Hmm. Jay
Yeah, I got.
Wilson. I want to say too that you are not a pastor. You don't claim to be. You use the Passa moniker or whatever. But I want to say, like, we do beef, we do fight, we do get into things, and you are shady as hell, and you always been. But I believe, like, a lot of us people in the LGBTQIA plus community, we do appreciate having you around here, though.
Well, let me say this.
Because
I am. Let me say this. I am ordained. I am not a pastor of anyone's church. I do not want
here,
to be a pastor.
right? I
I
know
am,
that.
I am a ordained minister. I could not have been in the hospital and do my chaplaincy work without that. If anything, I'm a chaplain, and what a true chaplain does is not try to fix it. They
Hmm.
listen to people, they help people out, and that's what we do. And I think even as shady as I can be, but when
Hmm.
it's real serious stuff like what we're seeing now, I don't play. I do not play with our civic duty to vote and all of that stuff because I
Hmm.
know why it's important. I know why it's important. Can I be shady? Yeah, but that's that character. It's a difference
Here,
between
exactly that. Like my channel, I'm a character.
yeah, and I think people get that mixed up. Like there's a
Spoke man,
concept.
when I went to Georgia, because I'm Baptist. and I'm born and raised Baptist. My great grandfather, like I'm born and raised Baptist in the same church. My family goes to the same church, no different church. But when I moved to Georgia, I was looking for a church, and because I felt like since I moved from Pennsylvania, I haven't had that connection like I used to have. But I was looking for a non-denominational church because of who we. I don't want to be judged, but I do have a relationship with God, though. You know, so I did that. You know what I mean, in Georgia. I heard you. I have property for real. Like people be thinking I'm broke, Charlie. You know how they be doing it. But you was reading Octavia's down about Riviera Beach.
Okay, Rick, where you go, Rick? Oh, Rick be heading on that. Lord Jesus, where Rick went?
He's telling his people that he's good because he's streaming too.
Oh, he's streaming as well. Yeah, I would.
You said you ain't from Palm Beach Gardens, but I have property there though. They don't know about Palm Beach Gardens. You was reading him down about Riviera Beach earlier.
No, well, this is the thing, though. This is the thing. I was telling him and people that it's places like those places that folk will come for. Those places get diamond development money. They get
Listen.
money to fix their places up. They get people money to restore property.
But
So
no,
people
but Jay Wilson, those places are Republican, and I lived there. And what made me feel uncomfortable in Palm Beach Gardens, this is some real shit that I'm spilling on your channel. I lived there, and what made me feel uncomfortable about Palm Beach Gardens is I have money. I would go into the stores and shop where I shop, and these white people with plastic ass faces that can't even smile correctly because they got so much shit punched up. They would move all the way out like I was a virus. Like when I was coming through the door, these white people would move all the way to the side, like they didn't want to touch me, like they didn't want their body to. And that told me I need to. This ain't where I belong. This ain't nothing like Georgia,
well,
and I need to go back, and I
and
need to
Rick,
go back where
Rick
I'm
Reed,
accepted. Hmm?
and Rick Reed is not a dark skinned person.
No,
And
but they didn't want to touch me.
but you see
I was not one of them.
you see what I'm getting at? You see what I'm getting at, Rick? It doesn't
Hmm.
matter. And this is why I tell people, people like, no, it's not about race, Jay. It's about economics. No, it's about because let me tell you something. Black people have always struggled, and
Nobody ever made me feel that way
never,
before.
we
I
could
never felt
never.
that way in my life. Like Florida is racist to me, in my opinion. Nobody never made me feel like that before. That's the only like I don't want to touch you. I don't want to be by you. They will move all the way out the way. Like I had
Well,
something.
this is what we had to live. So when somebody tells me that I wasn't bused to integrate schools, I'm like, it's
Jay
all.
Wilson, catch in Palm Beach Gardens. I wasn't in Riviera Beach. I live right by the mall, right by the Gardens Mall, right
I know
there.
where the Garden Mall
But
is.
they on PGA Boulevard, right there. But they
I
made
knew
me feel
PTA.
like I didn't belong there. You know?
Hmm. They wanted you on Tamarind. They wanted you over there on Tamarind. And again, you all don't understand how Palm Beach is so red.
White.
It's red
Hmm.
line. So like back in the day, you could not be on Palm Beach unless you were a maid or you worked as a landscaper. But
But
after a certain period of time, you had to leave that particular island because that's
Jay,
what it is.
even the black people though that are accepted, they're like, they push you away too because they feel like they let me in, you get away from me or something like that. Like so,
Yeah.
even the black people that are accepted, they act uppity and white too, for real.
It's really interesting of how people do things. You all, I just think we really need to have a real moment. I'm just being real with this right now.
I can tell by your reads though, you've been all over Florida.
I'm
And a
from
lot,
Florida.
no, not even Florida. You've been everywhere. I heard you
I've
talking
been,
about Chicago earlier. I heard you talking about Ohio before. You've been everywhere. You've been a
yeah,
lot of places.
I was a flight attendant, so I've been
No,
a lot.
not because of that. You lived a lot. You said New
Well, I
York
live in a lot of
earlier.
places. You know what? It's a blessing, Rick. Not because I want to be known, but you get to really know places. Like I was telling somebody, I lived in Kansas, and all the people that I saw in the food stamp line was white. during that day, during that
But
time. I
that's
was,
why I move around because I can't just be. I'm from Pittsburgh. I can't just be stuck in Pittsburgh because that will all be all I know. I have to see other places in other countries to see where I want to be.
yeah, but tonight, Rick,
Mhm.
I don't know how to feel tonight. I really don't.
About the
Because,
election,
I never had an expectation that she would win or lose. I know that she said it will always be an upward battle,
you're
but
on you be dragging and you're on Octavius just because of the Florida thing because you're from Florida, he's from Florida, everything. But I love your views on the election, and when you talk about serious issues, you know what you're talking about, and you're smart and you're a good content creator. Like I've been following you before. People think I come from Rita or whatever. I followed you way before that. You know what I mean? Like I found you through Mona. Mona did an interview with you when after the Star Marie thing when she was early on, didn't she? When Mona did the Star Marie thing, the first
yeah,
content creator she came to was you, and she did an interview on your channel, and that's how I found you way back in 2018. Am
yeah,
I lying or no?
no, Rick, you've been here for a long time,
You're
so
one of the first content creators I followed outside of Mona. It
yeah.
that ended up I didn't even know y'all was in the beef sector. You, Nicole Tyler,
Well,
Olivia y'all just all ended
The
up
B
here.
sector just came to a point where we all landed at the B sector because
But you were a content creating way before that.
I
I
was doing,
seen you. I followed
yeah,
you. I was subscribed to your channel way before there was even ever a beef sector.
yeah. I used to do a lot of the stuff, so but Rick,
Hmm.
we're gonna see what happens. We're gonna see what happens. I'm glad that you voted. That's been the biggest thing. A lot of people voted. Even Rico voted. My thing is,
Hmm.
and sometimes things don't go your way, and that's another thing we need to realize. Sometimes things don't go your way, but I do
That's
want
true.
to stand back and observe what may happen
You know
because
why I never voted before? Because I never felt like it was going to affect me personally. Like, what's going to personally change in my life? What's going to personally, like, I'm still going to be the same person. Like, these people are just, they want to use me for, that's why I'm not a part of the LGBT, why I'm not a part of a lot of things. It's because
but
I
let me
feel
say that
like,
LGBTQ
mhm.
thing, because they have problems with that as well. I know who I am. It's funny because people say you just don't want to say gay. You want to say no. Again, a black man came up with same gender loving because
I
again,
know why you say, yeah,
because it's saying
yeah.
that we love each other. This ain't just about gay and I look at that, and even in that space no one wants to give the trans and the people props like Marsha and all of those trans women and those people of color who got their ass beat over there
You, 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 you
at
know
the
what, Jay Wilson? Even though you say whatever, you know you reread it, but we're kind of gay in the same in the sense as to where we're just gay men, but we're not trying to emulate women. So people have mistaked you for straight, and people have mistaken you for straight, even though we always been who we are. But they expect us to be a certain way. I feel like that happened to both of them. Do you agree?
well with you going in and out I just feel like everybody needs to if it wasn't for that group of people of color and those trans individuals at the Stonewall, we wouldn't have had what we had. And that started it. And somebody then came and hijacked that from them. And the people who was up there laughing because they was getting their ass beat are the same people who have taken over that movement. And I just think that, I respect everybody where they want to be in life, Rick.
People can try to shade us.
I just want to respect people for who they want to be
Hmm.
and who they want to love. I met T.S. Madison in person, and T.S. Madison was sweet. I had a good time, even when I met her in Houston, and I just realized that people are going to be who they want to be,
Right.
and again, just let people live their life. Let people be that. I know like I said, we shade in the beef set because that's what we do. That's our entertainment. But in real life, love who you want to love. Be with who
Right.
you want to be with. Because at the end of the day, like I tell people, God is going to separate the wheat from the tares, and it's not my job to do that. And that's it. Even with this situation, with people voting for Trump, everybody has a right to vote for who they want. I may not like it, but again, everybody has that right. Everybody has that day.
Right.
All I say is, on today, and if I don't say anything else, Rick, but on today, this is why we need to vote. Because
Jay, am I going out and coming back in, or do I sound okay?
no, you sound okay.
Okay.
Rick, what's going on with you, Rick? How are you feeling? Are you feeling all right? Are you feeling some kind of
I just feel like as far as the beef sector content creator,
No, I mean
I feel
in
like
general.
it's boring.
In general.
Oh yeah, in general, I feel good.
Okay. Well,
I'm like
I'm
good.
with you with the beef sector. I'm tired
Yeah,
of the. And
but
let me say
it's
this.
boring. But I know
But
you're
I'm
going to
not.
stay with the content because you're going to get your money, and you always
Well, but
did that.
this
It's
is the
nothing
thing,
different.
though. Rick. I have not been really dealing with a lot of stuff. I really try to stay away. First of all, Lemon does what Lemon does, but I don't watch him, and I don't go over there.
It's too
Because I
long. It's
don't
too
find
long
him.
for me.
It's too long, and I don't find the content. It has its moments, right? So I really
Right.
don't go over there that much, and I think this is why I did what I did today. I'm looking at a content creator now saying that I'm trying to get clout off of her and use her as content because she didn't vote. Well, no, I just think that the beef sector now has become just something totally different where people are just
Yeah, it is. It's totally different. But
they're
Jay
making.
Wilson, what I learned off of you, even though it don't matter, like in 2019, 2020, we might have not have been each other's biggest supporters, but I found you through Mona, whatever, and I listen. Like, it don't matter if I don't like certain things, I listen. And I listen to people that was here before me. And what I heard from you, and I always say this, and I always give you credit for this all the time on my lives, even if you don't watch it or whatever. That you told me that in order to be success, you didn't tell me, you were just saying it, but you said in order to be successful, that you need to be consistent with the commentary and that you just need to be consistent. So in the beginning, I was consistent and I made a lot of money and I made a lot of supporters and I'm who I am today because I was consistent. But I heard you say that in order you have to be consistent. Even
Mhm.
if it's dry, even if it's whatever, you just keep pushing it,
You
keep
gotta be
pushing it.
consistent. You
That's
gotta
what
be.
I did. I don't care now because I already seen and conquered and I'm good. I don't
Yeah,
care
let me
about
say you got to be consistent, but Rick, it's getting to the point now where I just don't know how long. You know what I'm saying? Because you
but you're
just
still pushing it. You're still doing it.
I'm
And I
still
and I
pushing
seen I
it,
seen times when your numbers was low, but you
Mhm.
always that's what I tell everybody. Though them
Mhm.
ones, they always know how to get it
No,
back.
it's not even about the numbers. At one point I was laid off, and the numbers meant a lot. Not so much as competing against people, but making sure that everything stayed in line here. But now I'm good, and it's not even that more
Yeah, I
anymore.
know the money ain't the same though, cause I know you was you made more money than anybody back in 2019, 2020, 2021 for sure. And before you had to grow this channel on your old channel, I
Mhm.
know you made a lot of because I know what my checks was looking like, so I know your checks was looking hella better than mine.
Oh yeah, but like I said, Rick, it gets to the point now where I got people that I'm dealing with, and I have a better half. We're doing things, and some things are not important. And this is why I tell people you got to know how to separate between the entertainment and real life. But I do have a question to ask you, and I know
Yeah.
it's going to be a little messy.
Go ahead, do
This
it. I don't
this
care.
gonna
I
be
don't,
really a
I
little
don't, I
messy.
don't care. I don't care.
Nick,
hmm
how did you feel
hmm
about ZT? Because he
I
claimed
knew.
that
Listen.
he
Tell me again. But I knew it was gonna be a ZT question. I knew it.
and
I
then
knew
somebody
it.
said that he was your
Wait, what
type.
you say? Say it again. I knew it was gonna be about ZT, y'all.
But then somebody said he was your type, and I'm like, well, I really don't know Rick's type, but
Listen, no, but for real, because like nobody in the B sex is that cute or whatever. I don't really look at them people that way. But I used to think, listen, I used to think he was cute. Like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I did. I mean, I used to think he was cute. Was cute.
okay.
Like I could back. Like listen, because y'all might think I'm a little bit crazy on here. I'll be yelling in my throat, whatever. But I'm more like smooth and laid back. I'm really not crazy in a relationship. But I like a little wild bitch, you know. So he was a little ghetto and a little ratchet, and I like that because that's like sit back. I like a little bit of crazy and a little bit of wild.
Well, did
But
you see what
when
that
like
face has
it
been
didn't.
giving him?
I knew he was ghetto and broke, and not the nurse that he was. I knew he was ghetto and broke, and not the nurse that he was. But when I heard that old Michael Jackson ass, and that's who you was bragging to us about. I seen some fat, out of shape diabetes. I knew he had diabetes, but he sound Anthony, and you hit me with a pot. With a pot. You're going to jail, Anthony. You hit me with a pot. I said, oh no my God. And I seen
That
that bump on his lip. I seen all the imperfections. I seen the bump on his lip. I seen you expose him for being $3,500 behind on his rent. We knew he was an LPN and not an RN. I knew he was going to be a little, but I didn't know it was that
You know,
bad.
he put his mom in that basement. God rest her soul. In
You
that
say,
house, in that Emancipation Proclamation door. Baby, we used to go in on that house. We used to go in on that house. I ain't gonna lie, we used to go in on that house. We did, but we did, but we did. But I could somebody, I was like, because people thought I was scared of him in Vegas, but I was with my partner, and I'm like, I
you
don't
weren't
want my
trying to be
partner to come
bothered.
home and
That's
find
how I
him.
was in Atlanta. I wasn't trying to see him. I met up with Rico, but I wasn't trying to see him. And then I wasn't trying to see him at all.
Mhm.
Him or his like, who wants to hang out with him? He don't even know how to act in public.
Well, see, that's the thing, and I'm like, about time he thought we were at the airport, we were about to fly off. I didn't have time for that. Now I'm gonna tell you what. Now I know a lot of people may not like Heidi Fly, but every time I go to Atlanta, I have a good time with Heidi. Heidi and her husband are good, fun people. And yes, we had an incident when we first met, but that's when the beef said it was Wild Wild West. But let me tell you something, Heidi was fun. The only person that I would want to meet on here other than that would probably be Trezor. Because we're about in the same age
Hmm.
bracket and stuff. I just don't want to
But
meet these
I
people.
listen. But I met up with like a lot of people, and we had a good time. It wasn't like ghetto or nothing. Like I know, like I eat tapas, like I do. But it's my channel is. I don't. Honestly, Jay Wilson, I'm smart. I could talk and everything, but if I did that, nobody will watch me. Like they only want to see the drama and the dragon and shit. So that's the only I only come on for that. Then.
Well,
Like
that's
they
what it.
wouldn't watch me other than that. Like if you talk about political, you're live right now. The numbers ain't what it would be if you was out here dragging somebody.
Yeah, it is, and I'm getting ready to take this off right now. You all, I'm going to stop sharing because we've seen what has happened. We know that Harris has a slim margin to win. It looks like it's favorable to Trump right now, and knowing that,
Really,
and that's
really.
what it looks right now. But we don't
What?
know. We do not know.
Well, do
But
you know the update? Like which states need to come in still? Which ones
uh,
are close? Like what's going on
there's
with Pennsylvania? That's what I want to know.
Pennsylvania still needs to come in. They're still waiting for Wisconsin and Michigan, and those are the three, top states. So yeah. Oh, hold on for a minute, Rick. What's up, D Miss O? We got D Miss O up here.
Yes.
What's going on with D Miss O? What's happening with D Miss O? Miss D Miss O, what's happening? You still mad at me, D Miss O?
And why do you mess up? Why didn't you butt in? You could have been butted in at any time. D mess up. I like
She
D
on
mess
mute.
up.
Josh, she on mute. She might be.
Because she probably fell asleep
Oh
because we
no,
was
I'm
out here.
here. I'm here. I'm
Oh,
here. I was just away from my phone. I'm here.
Okay,
what's
so
up?
so what's going on with you, D Miss O?
Oh, I was just coming up to just reflect. I was just saying, I was like, well, I'm basically almost in tears, but I already knew that I felt like people was a little too cocky about the landslide and we don't have anything to worry about. I
D
never
Miss
felt,
O. So what's going on? Do you see the updates or the T?
huh?
Do you see
What?
the updates or the T? What's going on? Like, is it what's
You know,
happening with the
but you know,
election?
but you know, let me say this real quickly. Then, I don't think she was saying it either. That's the big thing. She kept saying that we're the underdog, and I think that was smart of her to downplay that. She may have felt some momentum, but she always say I'm the underdog, and I just think that with Obama and all those people, I think those people were really coming up because they knew what type of person this person is going to be as a next president if he's elected. So I'm gonna go on mute. Y'all gonna hear
Mhm. What's up? Yeah, I
Jay
want to hear
Wilson.
what you see in the streets, Z Miss O. And Z Miss O, do you still fuck with me?
Huh? Of course. Rick, why would I be mad at you about anything?
Okay, boo. No, I was just saying I ain't trying to get you
Oh,
started.
okay. The streets ain't been nothing but this
Right.
lemon, crystal, child.
Let me say this: if that's the storyline they want to go with. But I just can't do it. Because first of all, he don't even like her. See, that's the whole thing. Them trying to act like they was a couple. I'm like, no, that's not it.
Jay Wilson.
Hey, what's up?
Hola, ¿cómo
Jay Wilson.
está? Buenos días, bon dia, buenas noches
Wait a
for
minute.
anyone
Wait a
else
minute.
who is. But hold on, Hershey. I'm saying bon dia and everyone else, and making sure that everyone is okay and settled. And
But I was
let's get
talking first.
there.
Go ahead.
I am. Hold on. I want to put the sage around, and then let's go. Bon dia and everyone, how's everyone feeling tonight?
You know what?
And I'm also, by the way,
All right. I'm okay. I'm just taking it all in right now. That's all I'm doing.
Anyway, moving
I'm
on.
I'm out of California.
Jay-
By the way, I'm out of California. So and my people are out of Missouri and and Midwest. So
Okay. We
I'm
we have let's see what's up with Hershey. Hershey, what's going on? So we got Toya here.
I truly do appreciate that, Jay Wilson. I wasn't trying to destroy and razzle and dazzle your panel, even though I can. Moving right along. But Jay Wilson, I think that this country is about to be doomed, Jay Wilson. This election is just unbelievable, Jay Wilson.
Well,
Unbelievable. Do you think that Kamara going to win Pennsylvania, Jay Wilson, even though
well,
they not finished counting the vote?
I really don't know. And I'm
Mm.
like Donna Brazil. Let me give Donna Brazil some props. Baby, if I'm down, I want Donna Brazil in my corner. Because Donna Brazil said, even though it's a small path, it's still a path. I'm like, come on, Donna Brazil, tell it. But my thing is, I don't know what.
She was asked, she was telling the man, she told the man, she said, you said you're going to buy me a beer. She was worried about her beer.
Yeah, I just think at this particular point we just need to wait and see. And if people think this man is so great, then we're gonna see what's going on and we're gonna see how great he is. At this particular point, I'm just
He's
at a
not
wait.
great because he wasn't great in office for 4 years. He's not great. Ain't nothing great about that man. He was when he was in office, he was not great. He ain't great until this day. He won't never be great. That's exactly why Atlantic City took back.
Yeah.
we're not gonna find out tonight. We're not gonna find out tonight. That's for sure.
Well, my
Yeah, and
thing
that's
is,
absolutely correct because they not finished counting the votes in certain states.
no,
So
no.
let's just keep our fingers crossed, y'all, because we in for a rude awakening.
Anything can
We are
happen.
in for a rude
Right
awakening.
now, all I will say is I wish it wasn't this close. But we'll see. We'll see what happens, you all.
And
I
Kamara said every vote count. She said she's not giving up to every vote counted. I said, well,
But
come on,
what's going
Kamara.
on, y'all? What's going on? Like, what's the vote look? What's it looking like? What's the
No,
numbers? What's it looking like?
it's getting really close. Like he has like 250, and I think she's at 2 something. But all she
Nobody's at 270 yet.
no, not yet. And so
No.
this is why I'm not saying that she's lost or anything.
Right.
So my
Yeah.
thing is, I just wish it wasn't this close. But I'm gonna say this again.
God.
I don't have anything against Pizarro. This is not personal.
Mm-hmm.
But
Oh, I don't have anything against my niece. I don't have
Wow.
anything against
Pizarro
her.
don't
You know,
vote. Who
I
cares?
What
call her my
Pizarro
I
We
call
say?
know
her
how
my
she
niece.
is.
wait a minute, I didn't finish my statement.
Yeah, what Pizarro
Wait,
say?
But,
wait,
but
hold on. What she
I,
say?
I didn't finish my statement.
I think she
Mm-hmm.
said
I didn't
something.
finish my statement.
Okay,
I
go
didn't
ahead.
Go
finish
Go.
ahead, Jay
I thought
Wilson. Go.
the lady under you, Jay Wilson, said something. But go ahead, Jay Wilson. My bad.
what I want to say
Mm,
is,
Mm-hmm.
you
okay.
know, if you don't want to vote, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
But
Right.
don't push it so everybody don't vote and it's already rigged and they know who they want and all this stuff. My thing is
Mhm.
that they were smart enough to really push those people in rural areas to vote because whether you think that they didn't think their vote counted, can I say this? They know that Atlanta,
Mhm.
they know that Gwinnett County and Fulton County and
Mm-hmm.
Columbus and Savannah, those places and Augusta and some places, the University of Georgia is there.
Mm-hmm.
They know that those are liberal enclaves. They know that they're going to be a bunch of Democratic votes. So
Mm-hmm.
what they did is said, "Oh, we need to vote because even though they have the upper hand, if we vote and do an early voting, then we can kind of cut into their lead and win." And that's
Yep.
exactly what these people have
You're
done.
absolutely correct,
Jay
Jay Wilson.
Wilson. That's what.
You are absolutely
It's
correct, Jay
so
Wilson.
good.
But hold on for a
It's
minute.
not
Is that female
happening.
right there?
Jay Wilson. It's Atlanta versus the rest of the state.
Is that
It's
female?
Atlanta versus the rest
It's
of the
Stevens,
state.
oh, yeah, but let's keep it to the
I
voting right now.
would
And,
like to.
and like I
Oh,
said,
she over here now.
Oh, that's these missed
I would
out.
Yeah.
like to
Wow.
talk
hold on,
about
Hershey's.
hold on,
the
I
fact
love
that
me some
hold
Hershey.
on.
Hershey.
I'm getting ready to
Hershey
drop
be going
people.
in.
Let me say what I'm. Let me tell you what I'm not in the
she's
mood.
not voting. Okay, get over it. It's
Hold on,
not
hold on,
happening.
Toya,
Stop it.
Toya.
Hershey.
So
Hershey.
let me tell you what I'm not in the mood for tonight. I'm really not in the mood for back and
Oh,
forth.
yeah, me either.
The thing is, I was saying that we need to vote because these people in these red rural areas voted and they outvoted us. And when we have people saying not to vote, and then we're talking about some of them immigrants and all of this stuff, like I said, Rick, it's not the people picking peas and lettuce
Yep.
that are taking our jobs. It's
Yep.
these people who are coming with these high tech and know how to program and do code. They're the ones who
They
taking
said
the job.
because Elon Musk is at Donald Trump at his party right now, ready to dance and everything. I'm like,
Jay
this
Wilson.
is
Jay Wilson.
a
Jay Wilson. I could have had a tech job, but I didn't go to college for that. Whose fault is that? That's mine.
No,
So
no, no. It's not about having a tech job. No,
no,
hold on.
I
Hold
can't
on.
blame
Let
the
me.
Indians.
I
They didn't
live in
take my job
Silicon
that I never went
Valley.
and got.
Let me tell you something. They do not want us there. What I'm trying to
If
tell
I went
you,
and got
I look.
qualified, they
Hold
wouldn't have a
on.
choice.
Shut the fuck up and let me
No,
tell
I
you
don't have
something
to shut
about
the
what is
fuck up.
going on.
If I went and got
Okay.
qualified for the job, they wouldn't have a choice but to accept me.
I can't deal
I
with
never
that.
went to college for that.
I
So
can't
that's
hold on for
my
a minute.
fault.
Hold on for a minute. I can't deal with that. I can't deal
Yeah.
with that. I don't know if people sick. I don't know if they get enough sleep.
Jay
I can't.
Wilson. That's
I'm
why
taking people
Jay
down.
Wilson. Listen, that's
I'm
why.
Right.
Wait a
taking.
minute,
Yo.
Jay Wilson. That's why I didn't cuss her out because when I got on your
No,
panel, she was saying something slick out her mouth, and I know how the way my mouth is because I was about
Hershey.
to go at her.
You should have just
So
got
that's why
her.
I had to humble myself.
You should
no,
have got that bitch.
I don't have it. But let me say this, you all.
Yeah.
Um, some of these tech jobs don't require a degree, and I get it.
Oh,
But
okay.
my thing is, no, Toya, you can't come back because you
But
get on.
Jay Wilson, I don't want to be at no call center. That's boring to me. I've always been.
Well, I
But
got
if I
you.
wanted a tech job, I could have got it. I didn't go get it. How can I knock an Indian for going to get a job that I'm not qualified for, and I never applied for?
But the thing is, Rick, at least you can
Hmm.
see that. I'm not saying that somebody is stealing your job. Let me tell you all. When I lived in Ohio, I worked at the employment office, and we had to deal with AK Steel actually closing their plant or locking people out in Middletown, Ohio. And when I
Mm-hmm.
tell you, I was surprised that some of the people were working on them jobs
Wait a
for
minute,
20.
hold on. Jay Wilson, is that Rick Reed? Because I can't
Yeah,
really
it
see because
is
I'm over
Rick
here. I'm
Reed.
over here drinking.
Hershey. It been Rick Reed.
Yeah,
That's my
Is that
girl
Rick?
yeah,
Hold
Hershey.
on.
It been Rick Reed.
but
I can't
Hershey,
really see. Is that Rick Reed?
Yeah, it is. But anyway,
Hershey,
Rick
Jay
Reed, I love
Wilson.
your community. Wait a minute, Rick Reed, I love
Hershey,
your community wall.
Wait,
Oh, your
hold up,
community
Hershey.
wall.
Hershey. You know you've been my girl for years. Stop it.
Wait a
You know
minute, Rick
you've been my
Reed,
girl
hold
for years.
on.
Stop it.
Rick,
No,
Hershey,
but I'm
hold
interested in
on.
hearing
Rick,
what Jay Wilson.
right.
Hershey,
Let me tell you about your community wall. See, I
Hershey,
fucks with you. I
Hershey,
fuck with you, Rick. Wait
Hershey,
a minute, Jay.
Hershey. No,
Yeah,
no, no, Hershey.
huh?
I didn't finish Hershey, and that's rude. You sat right here and interrupt. I didn't finish
Okay. But
Hershey.
I
Go
just
ahead,
want to let
Jay.
him know that I love his community wall about Miss T Velocity. It was a
But you know
fabulous.
I like you,
I
Hershey.
loved
You
it.
know you my girl.
Yeah. Okay. So Hershey, can I finish my statement now?
Yeah, yes, you may, Jay Woods. I'm gonna go on mute, okay? But Rick Reed, I love that community wall, but I'm
I
on
know.
mute.
I love you.
So anyway, as I was saying, Rick Reed, I couldn't believe how many of those people who were non-black.
Listen, Jay Wilson. I'm such a fan of yours.
But
No. I am a fan of
come
yours.
on from
I
you,
know
Rick.
that you went to school in Dayton. I know that
But
you went to
don't,
school in Dayton. I know about the
but
Middletown.
hold on, Rick. But they
Okay.
didn't even. But look, they didn't even have a high school diploma, Rick, and they were making
Oh,
almost $55 an hour, and
how much?
they didn't even have a high school
Uh huh.
diploma.
How much was they making an hour?
Work $45 an hour working at the steel mill at. But this is what I'm trying to say.
Mhm.
Whose fault was it because they didn't finish high school? And these are the same people who are saying that we're going to make America great again and people are still in our jobs and all of this stuff. And I'm just saying that, Rick, because I've seen it. And I mean, yeah, it
Jay
is what
Wilson. This is so ignorant. That's right around Fairfield where Donald Trump said them Haitians was eating their own cats.
well, you're right. And that's where Vance came from. That's where JD Vance lived. He's from
Mm-hmm.
Middletown. So yeah. So anyway, yeah. You all, I just think it's going to be really interesting, and I'm back. Did Trump win?
Jay
He's
Wilson, you listen. Jay Wilson. I've been a lot of places you've been, and
Mhm.
you are very well rounded. That you be reading people down from different states and shit because you've been there before. You live there. You be knowing the streets, the shit, and I be the same places and shit. You know they
So why,
don't. I have been.
why are you in Ohio?
Why am I? I'm not in Ohio right now.
No, I
But I
said why
have
are
been
you in
because I'm
Ohio?
Pennsylvania, so I've been Ohio, I've been to Cincinnati, I've been to Dayton, and I know Dayton. I mean, I know Middletown is between Dayton and Cincinnati, right?
Yeah.
And then Fairfield is where they said they're eating them cats, and it's between
That's-
there too, right?
No, yeah, Springfield is not too far from
But I never been to Chicago. But I heard you earlier say you said you love Chicago. Chicago
I, do-
never did you bad.
I like Chicago.
You have
Chicago.
nothing but good things to say about
Yeah,
Chicago.
man.
Toya, what happened? I don't even sure. What you mean you ain't never
No,
liked
Jay
it?
Wilson, but I did live it. But guess where I did live? Catch this. But guess where I did live? That you read him down. I did live in Palm Beach Gardens before, and you know it's very expensive to live there, right?
Palm Beach Gardens is that's where Venus and Serena live.
uh, yeah.
Venus and Serena used to live in Palm
But
Beach
I don't
Gardens.
tell all these people my business.
And I know where the mall is as well.
Yeah, you know where PGA Boulevard is.
Yeah, definitely do.
Um, you know where MacArthur State Park. I mean, that's where the beach is.
Mhm.
MacArthur State Park, Stinger Beach.
Yeah,
And I
you know
used to
what?
go to Juno Beach. I
I
used to
went
go to
to,
Stewart.
I used to travel more 95 than that US one.
You know a
95.
lot about Florida,
Well, Rick, I'm from there. That's my home state.
but you're from up in the middle. But you know a lot about all of Florida.
Well, I went to school for a little bit down in.
You be reading them Florida. You be reading them Florida people down to the ground.
Mm, so
Yeah, and you told Octavius you would have respected him better if he lived on Belvedere. They don't know about that.
well,
But you wasn't talking about Belvedere by the outlets.
No,
You
I
was
was talking
talking
about.
about out Belvedere. You was talking about out Belvedere. You was talking about
All right,
Loxahatchee.
it's
You was talking
medicine
about out by
call.
Loxahatchee. He was talking about out by Loxahatchee, but they wouldn't do that unless they lived around. I couldn't read a bitch. I read
Somebody said,
Octavius
I'm
down.
giggling. Rick is a mess tonight, like an old nasty globe.
I read Octavius down.
Somebody said, baby Rick had a few drinks tonight. I don't know if Rick was really.
I had more than a few.
Okay.
No,
That's.
but I came over here because I can come over here, just like
Oh,
you could come over here on my channel,
you
just
see
like you could
that?
come. Jay
You see
Wilson, I
that?
came over here because
You see
just
that?
like
You
you
see
could
that,
come
Rick?
over on my channel.
You see that,
But I
Rick?
came over here because I'm sick of the beef sector, and I
But
came
you see
over here
that, Rick?
because
Oh,
before the beef sector, no, I
Rick.
came over here because before the beef sector, I met Jay Wilson giving his channel wasn't even this type of shit. When I met Jay Wilson, his channel, when Mona interviewed on Jay Wilson's channel, he wasn't doing this shit over here.
Yeah. But did you
And you
see this?
know what? If for Donald Trump to win Pennsylvania, that's crazy because I'm from Philly. And let me tell you something. Even though
We know.
Donald Trump was leading, hold on for a minute, sweetheart. Even though Donald Trump was leading, I think that if Kamara would have got all the votes because we was moving heavy out here.
Kamara.
And hold on, we was moving heavy out here in Philly. Let me just say something else. That would have been
What's her
powerful
name,
for
Hershey?
the
What's her
Democrats
name,
to
Hershey?
have
Rick.
What's her
for
name,
the
Hershey? Say
Democrats
it
to
one more
have
time. Say it one more time. What's her name? What's the lady that's running for
who?
presidency? What's her name? Say it one more time, baby.
Kamala Harris.
Yeah, let's get it.
Miss Kamara.
Kamala
Yes.
Harris. Kamala
Yes.
Harris. I
Kamara.
fucks with her. Kamara,
Yes.
whatever.
I fucks
I
with
think
her
she was
too.
a threat. I think she was a threat,
Look Kamara.
and they
Look
knew
Kamara.
it because she was. It wasn't nothing slow about her. She came with a plan.
I
She
know
came
it.
with a policy. She know her
Mm-hmm.
law. She know her books, and people could say what they want about her.
Bugs
Joe
Boogie.
Biden ran for vice president for 4 years, then did it again, turned around and ran for presidential. That man
Right.
is knocking on 80 something years old. He passed the baton to Kamala Harris.
Right.
See, his vice president, she ain't slow.
Who's
Listen,
vice president?
listen. Ain't nothing slow about
Max
Kamala, and they
Boogie.
knew it. But guess what? Y'all in for a rude awakening. We are in for a rude awakening. People back here playing and laughing and stuff like that right now. Okay, but right now, this shit that's going on, this shit it's getting real. This shit about to hit the fan.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm so disappointed in the Latino community because y'all turned around and voted for this man, and he stood at his rally and called y'all garbage.
Jay Wilson. But what I was telling them is the popular vote don't mean
Crazy.
shit. The popular vote don't. And why did they ever do the popular vote in the first place? Because it really don't mean
The
nothing.
popular
It don't
vote
count.
that means a whole lot.
Go
But I
ahead,
wanted
Jay.
them to win. I wanted them to win a house. I wanted them to
Jay.
win the house.
Jay
They fuck.
Wilson. What the popular vote don't mean anything. So what do you feel about the popular vote? Because it don't count for anything.
I think the popular vote should be the regular vote, but because people live in the Midwest
Mm-hmm.
and they live in these smaller places, they didn't feel like they were represented. And of course, I think this, I
Is
think
that why? Is that why the popular vote was created?
that, and then it's a lot of stuff to, yeah.
Because of the people in the Midwest, they didn't
No, it's
like
because
what is up? Hold on.
specifically that
What is
people in
up with this
smaller states.
electoral? What is up
So
with the electoral vote and the popular vote?
it gives people in smaller areas a say.
Okay.
Because again, they felt like the people on the coast, the East Coast and the West Coast, and some of those larger cities would be, they would run it, so those people wouldn't have a say. So that's why they did it, and it's a lot of stuff.
So like Jay Wilson, the electoral vote, like Kentucky only has an 8, but Pennsylvania has a 19. Why does Kentucky have an 8, but Pennsylvania has a 19?
It depends on how many people live in Pennsylvania. So it depends on if you're
Okay, okay.
region row. So like Texas has a lot,
Yep.
California has a lot, Pennsylvania. So those are big states,
Or
and
New
so
York, or New York.
yeah. So that's how they came. Toya, I seen you, but you girl, you
So
just
so the
yeah, I
more
see you
the more
tonight.
population we can. This is like mumbled. Somebody's live is fucked up. But the more people, the more population in the state means the more electoral votes that state has. Right.
The larger the population, that means you have more representation, and that means you get larger numbers.
So
So
that's
your
why
numbers will
Pennsylvania has 19 or New York has 26
correct.
electoral votes because they
Yeah,
have more
you have to get a
people.
population.
In West Virginia, I don't know how many electoral votes, but or Kentucky has 8 because they don't have that many people in their state.
Uh-huh. You know what? I'm reading this chat, and I'm really gonna. I'm really interested to see what happened to those people who were locked
I
up
ain't
for
even reading the
January.
chat.
No, I am, but I'm really concerned about those people January 6th who've been locked up and what's gonna happen. So yeah.
Who
So yeah.
Reed spitting the truth and spitting fact? Is that my girl Reed or Heart of Philadelphia in the chat?
Uh-huh.
Reed
Yeah.
spitting truth and spit. Oh, that's my homegirl from the Pennsylvania.
Diddy will be on with Trump on one of them
Yes,
tapes.
Reed. Oh my God, y'all know I love me some Reed. I do.
Yeah.
Our beef was so petty. I love Reed. I
Well,
really
look,
do.
you all, it
She
is
know I
almost.
love her too.
So look, Rick, thank you for coming over. I want to
Yes.
thank Queen Toya Abstract. Come back later day, girl. I just couldn't deal with it today because you just
Queen
you just
Tulsa did a fantastic job today, Jay Wilson. And let me tell you something, Queen Tulsa. I was here from the beginning. Child, I done went to the store and everything, got me old fabulous, nasty piece of cup of coffee. I said, because you know what, this election really hurt my fabulous soul. And I'm not talking about like Don Cornelius soul. I'm talking about it like stabbed me in the back and took the knife out and stabbed me in my heart. These people have now went out and voted. Y'all set y'all funky behinds in the house, and y'all could tell people what's going on YouTube, but you can't take your funky, and excuse my language, to the voting poll. So for the ones that haven't voted, please don't make no commentary about who won the election because whatever, you ain't vote. Don't be doing no damn commentary about who won the election and you didn't go out there and vote. I dare you. I dare you. So it is what it is. Queen Tulsa, you look fabulous. I love your turban.
Thank you.
I love the turban, Queen Tulsa. I love the turban. The Miss L, I see you on mute, as you should.
Girl, shut the
But
fuck up, you fake bitch.
You
Shut
doing
the fuck
good.
up, you dumb
Okay,
obsessed
you
bitch.
doing
look,
good.
look,
Queen
look,
Tulsa.
look, look,
Jay
look, look.
Wilson, I'm not going to do it.
Shut the
First,
fuck
I'm
up, you
not.
jealous,
Look,
bedridden bitch.
Demons. I'm not going. Or I'm not. Jay Wilson,
Leave me the
hold on.
fuck alone, bitch.
I'm gonna drop you because again, you all, I didn't really come up here for this. Demons Odin say one thing to you, Hershey, and see you being messy, Hershey. She didn't say anything to you, and I'm just y'all can't be doing that, you know. And first of all, you all take my kindness for weakness, but I'm gonna stop y'all from coming up here because my thing is I don't appreciate y'all coming up here. Attack people on y'all own platform. Stop doing it over here. I'm getting tired of it. Stop doing over here. This was a beautiful evening. I do want to thank Queen Tulsa for coming over here and adding serious commentary about what was going on. You know, and I appreciate that. D Miss O, thank you for coming over as well. I'm sorry you didn't get to say what you need to say because it seems like every time you click the link, folk want to come over and act crazy. And I'm gonna stop people coming over here because what I think is happening is when Demons O click the link, y'all want to click the link to attack Demons O, and I'm tired of it because you tap my whole vlogcast because you're just thinking about you. Type it in the chat and just leave it in the chat. Don't come over here with all that foolishness. Demons O, you got anything to say? Because I'm just tired of folk coming up here, and every time I see you now, and you say something to Demons O, I'm just not gonna let you on the platform anymore because she said not one nary mumbling word to you, and then you just came over here and just wanted to attack. So do it on your channel. Go ahead, Demons O.
Oh, nothing. It's just, like I said, it's a sad day. I wasn't as confident as most people were. But,
Mhm.
I'm just going to pray about it and keep it moving. But I did my part. So.
Baby, I'm gonna take my Kamala Harris signs out from my lawn before somebody burn them. So I'm gonna go ahead and take them out now. So I have an excuse because I got to take the garbage out anyhow because it's garbage day on Wednesday. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. But I want to thank you for over coming up. I know Tulsa was on. Here she came on. She said Kimora, honey, Kimora, child, Kimora.
Yeah, that's the lady who designed baby fat jeans. But okay, Jay Wills. Bye.
Kimora Jesus. Um, yeah. So I am absolutely tired. And y'all, I'm gonna really pray tonight. I mean, things happen for a reason. And sometimes you don't understand, but I'm not gonna lie if I don't say I was disappointed. But I think Harris has nothing to be ashamed about. She ran a good campaign. She blitzed. She did everything she possibly could. Things just did not go her way. Um, you know, I think ambition gets in the way of people. I wish Joe Biden would have said, I'm going to be a one-term president, and the Democrats could have got somebody where they could have had that. But, Kamala did what she needed to do, and I'm not mad at her at all. This is why we need to vote. Yeah, I don't think we can wake up to a miracle. If she lost Pennsylvania, it's a done deal. It's a done deal. If she lost Pennsylvania, it's a done deal. It's a done deal. So I just say get ready. Get ready for what happens now. Let's see what happens now. I am not looking forward to what happens now, but we will see. People were saying that they couldn't get food and eggs had gone up and stuff, but I just think it's deeper than that. And yeah, yeah. And people always say, well, it ain't racist. Well, we've been conditioned to race in America, and it's not because it's because we've been conditioned, and people have always made us self-conscious of it. So we're conscious of when stuff happens like this. And we will see. We will see. Well, look, you all. I'm getting ready to go ahead let me check real quickly. I'm getting ready to go on to sleep, y'all. Let me see something real quickly. I'm gonna get ready to rest. So no, they didn't call Penn yet. She has 214 electoral votes. He has 248 electoral votes. Positive sign for Trump, but race is not over. So the race is not over, you all. Pennsylvania has still not been called, but Harris is not in the lead, but it's creeping up slowly. But Harris is not in the lead. And now you got these other candidates I'm looking at. Wisconsin. Look, Trump is in the lead. Michigan. Trump is in the lead right now. So they're trying to count down these major cities right now. So Washington, Oregon, California, Colorado, New Mexico, all Illinois, Virginia, all went to Harris. Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, Connecticut, New York, Boston, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, and Vermont all went to Harris. She's winning in Maine right now. She's winning in Minnesota right now. So, yeah. And you all look, all of these states are red for the most part. She's losing in Arizona right now, and she's losing in Nevada. She really needs to win Pennsylvania. She has to win Pennsylvania. She has to win Michigan, and she has to win Wisconsin. She has to win those three states. And all Donald Trump needs to do is get. He's at 248 right now, so it's not over, but it's not looking good. I'll put it at that point. So, y'all, I'm going to bed. It was nice having y'all up here. Yeah, every channel is reporting different numbers. So somebody said that they reported, and somebody probably did. Fox News might have said that Pennsylvania goes to Harris. Y'all know how that is, but yeah, we'll see. Well, look, y'all, it was a blessed time. Y'all be all right, and we will see what goes on, y'all. So be blessed, y'all. I'll talk to y'all later. Good night. Bye.